Give him the forecast.
Omega level threat detected.
Ancient sands, heed my command and reclaim these relics of hatred!
Viewer discretion is advised.
If you just know you're that girl,
Yeah.
you just have no choice but to be that girl. And I feel like I'm that girl.
What if you don't wake up feeling like that girl? How do you be that girl?
You need to go back to sleep and wake back up again so you can feel like that girl.
There you have it, child. That's why I feel like I'm the T. I feel like I'm the T because I work at being the T. Like, no shade. I'm not the T just because a bunch of bitches like me and live for me because we all homegirls. I'm the T because I'm the motherfucking T. And that's just sad. I mean, that's just what it is. People legit in the world love to live for food. Love to live for food. You love to live for your bald head homegirl that just bald head whole shit. It's clear that I'm working at being the C, so girl, let me be the C. Like, give me that. Give me my flowers.
Hello, everyone, honey. Welcome back to the channel. If you haven't had a chance to do so by now, please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. And tap that notification bell. That way you'll be updated each and every time. Hello, God, I'm uploading something new. Also follow me on Instagram at YB Speaks, honey. Okay. I know this is impromptu. I had no thought about it. The Spirit, hello, God, saith, and I answer if. Okay, hello, God. So I appreciate y'all for joining me today for this last minute live, child. I really didn't want nothing in particular. I just wanted to come up here, girl, and talk to the people, okay? Now, if we want to get into some things, we definitely can. I will be sharing the link. So if you would like to come up, honey, please feel free to do so. Let me get that together now. Where's my other phone? Whew, girl. Tomorrow, we'll get some church announcements out the way. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Central Time, we will be going live, honey, to do the live review of the season finale episode, honey, with Markel Logan, the executive producer, honey. So that link is also in the queue. So go to my YouTube page here and go to my posts, and you will be able to see that. Click the link, girl, tomorrow night and join us. We're going to be getting into some things. Okay, hello, God. Yes, where's this link at? Hold on. Copy. Paste. All right, we have the link is in the chat. Feel free. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to do an audio check because StreamYard been messing up, girl. I don't know what's the tea. So I think I figured out what's been glitching everything the past several days. I wasn't aware of this until recently, that the sun has recently, they recorded a bunch of abnormal explosions. So they're saying the sun is emanating like solar flare type energy. So that could be a reason, girl. I don't know if y'all been paying attention to what's been going around the world, but not only has technology been messing up, but China just had one of their worst floods ever. like 80,000 people had to be evacuated, girl. Their whole entire fucking situation is underwater, girl. Okay. Then you have a bunch of volcanoes that's been exploding, girl, around the world. Very abnormal, weather phenomenon. I heard something was going down. It was in Mississippi, Alabama, somewhere, child. They had a weird weather phenomenon, honey. Just a bunch of things have just been raging around the world, looking like natural disasters. But we all know, if we know basic science and earth science, it lets us know that these usually when there's a shift, Helagon, when you have the sun doing what it's doing, which is like the major energy source of the fucking galaxy, for crying out loud, girl, things can happen like that. We have our first person, girl. Chloe, what's up? You ready?
I blame Trump. I blame Donald Trump. No shade.
It's Trump, girl. It's Donald Trump, girl. She got us
Hey.
fucked up.
What's see y'all?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm good. Just chillaxing. Trying to get my hair done. I'm trying to go out tonight. I think actually for a little bit. Yeah. So I'm just sitting here waiting on my little hairstylist to come do my hair for me, so people don't say I'll be walking around looking crazy.
Girl, I have to give you your props, and let me tell you something. You definitely, towards like middle, I think you in the beginning, it was a little rough start, girl,
It
but
was.
honey, to see that progression throughout the season, you were working the looks, especially in this episode, and in your confessional look, like everything was just the tea. I was living.
Thank you. I got kind of mixed reviews about my ending confessional looks. Like some people said they didn't like the short look, the short black hair that I did with the blue jean jacket or whatever. I liked it. It kind of gave me like Bulldagger vibes. I don't know. I was just going for like something different. I kind of give like, not to toot my own horn, but I kind of give like this eclectic, like I don't know, my style is so strange. It's so hard to like pick because like I like to try different things and try different colors and styles and shit like that. And I mean, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. If it worked for me, it worked for me. Fuck it.
Girl, half these people are still having struggle ponytails since the third grade. Some of these girls are still frosted over, child, with that frosty ass grease from the beauty supply store that they can't get out of their hair. Girl, please, they'll be okay.
Right.
Fashion, beauty, all things are subjective. It's what you feel. To me, I look at a person and I look at your comfortability, and I also look at style, obviously. You look more at ease, you look more comfortable, and it exudes a certain level of confidence that I think radiates, and people will be okay. As long as you're fine with it, it fits, it goes together. That's what I look for. And that's what I was living. I was like, all right, girl.
I think it was actually you said it best. I mean, like it started clicking for me probably like third, fourth episode in, because it was like kind of getting used to like the cameras being up in my face, the people, and just like the whole shebang. It kind of was took a little minute, but nevertheless, we are done. Season 6 is a wrap. I'm ready to see what these girls bring out for this reunion because I know I'm ready, and I hope these hoes is ready.
I'm one of the questions I do have for Markel tomorrow night is I'm just, because we did talk on the phone a couple days ago, and I was just like kind of worried about like these bitches saying some of these girls ain't finna show up, and
I've heard that. I've heard like a couple of the girls keep saying they got showing up, and I'm like, girl, are y'all trying to pull one over our eyes, or is y'all really just not gonna show up? But to be honest, girl, this cast was not really invested in this season. They wasn't, and that's what was so sad about it. Like they didn't, like 3 of them didn't show up to the fucking final scene. So I mean, I could see people not showing up for that reason alone.
I'm just concerned because I feel like when you have people like Lamont and you have people like Rio, I can see them saying, you know what really makes a reunion is the cast to show up. And I just don't want people to be so involved in their feelings. They think that they're going to tank the brand by not showing up to the reunion. Right. Luckily, Rio has no choice, in my opinion. He does have moments throughout this season that do require him to be there. Lamont, the only real reason we really need him there is we need to answer for his crimes against humanity.
Right.
Like, the foolishness that you bestowed upon the children, and this whole thing that we talked about, I don't want to drag that out again, but like that's the only real reason we found you interesting. Other than that, you were literal
And that
furniture.
was so sad. That was so sad because like I connected with him earlier on, and I just feel like he just wasn't present enough, and he didn't make his presence known. And I told him this like halfway through the season. I said like you got to pick a side, kind of like, and not say it like that, but I mean you do kind of got to pick some type of side. You got to stand for something. I say a bitch that stands for nothing will fall for anything. And the fact that you don't even get into it, you don't ruffle nobody's feathers, you don't like have nothing. It's not that you got to have something like you gotta at least pinch a bitch or something. Like goddamn, you just go sit here and look cute. No, they don't work. It don't work like that.
The first time he reminded us that he was there was when it was at your expense, down to the collage party or vision board party.
Oh yeah,
That was when he was like, "Oh, Chloe's balls, Chloe's." I was like, "Girl, like now we remember who you are, and it's always for the wrong reasons. You didn't
right,
push your brand. You get mad at Markel and the girls because it's because of what you decided not to do.
right.
And don't blame the girl. Like I can see if it was like production, but this is not production. This is you and your lack.
There.
You've been known. This is season 6 of this platform. Chasing Reality's been around since 2016, 2017, around that time period. You also
Mhm.
personally have history with other platforms.
I was
So
gonna say because girl, the list of demands he gave me to give to Harbiano was ridiculous, girl. So I mean, he's well versed up in this game.
your accolades. So if you're well versed, then you should have knew what to bring. Like I always tell anybody, when all else fails, resort back to the chase.
Girl, this fool got the audacity to say, I'm the best, I'm the most polished, I'm the best, the most put together, I'm the most. Yeah, but you're the biggest liar, bitch. At all that, girl, you still the biggest liar. Because,
Can
girl,
I
you
tell
couldn't
you
even
the
keep,
truth?
you couldn't even keep it real with your wife, with your girlfriend, I mean. What's up?
I think what it is though, when you have these types of men, and I hate to relate this to like toxic masculinity, but it is it reads real with this situation. You have this person said, and I quote, "I'm the only man on this platform," and he
Mhm.
also did a lot of like misogynistic type of things too. That it just spewed out little
What
by
does, hold on,
little.
I'm sorry, I know I'm a little slow. What does misogynistic actually mean?
Just like men who have no respect for women, or anybody who has
Okay.
like real like disrespect towards, no value towards women, or they look down upon women, or they just don't like women. Like
Right.
everything it's like a real demeaning thing towards women. Like you don't acknowledge what they can do, their power, their anything. You look at women more so like they belong in the kitchen, or they belong doing feminine things. Like
So
they don't believe in equal rights. They don't believe
catch,
that.
catch, catch this. So what I can say about his girlfriend, though, is that I feel like I was reading the comments and I see where the people was like, oh, she's a or she probably paying all the bills. He's sleeping on her couch. That's not true. But what I will say is that I do know that I think the reason why he's with her or have been with her for as long as he has is because she really supports him and his dreams, and she really pushes him and what he wants to do. Like she will be on him about posting. She stays on him about all the like just keeping up with his day to day, routines and stuff like that. Like she is on him like right on right. So I think that that's what kind of
But
keeps
he's 30.
them.
Isn't he 37?
And she's older than him.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like you don't need a mother, you need a woman. You know what I'm saying? And what I was
Yeah.
saying real quick though about his like vibe, about his like disrespect and his thing about this machismo he has,
Hmm.
that's why he feels the need to like be extra with himself, and like he's this, even the demands of Harviana was very much macho groucho, like girl, like you really are delusional. And I think when it comes to this girl, I don't know these people, I don't really care that much to even analyze them like that, but it's something that I see a lot of people deal with every day. She's doing all the pushing for him, but is he doing any pushing for her?
No
Like what?
shade. I wouldn't mind having a seat at the motherfucking reunion, girl. I actually want to hear from her more than I want to hear from him.
It's not going to be genuine because we see what happens when they have too much time to prep for a conversation. Even
True.
though she might even delete her values, morals, and ethics just to side with him, not to look like a public fool.
Right. I hated
'Cause
that. I hated that because that's exactly what that was.
I mean, that's exactly what it gave off to me because in the scene, if it's not such a problem, why
Why
are
are you
y'all so
hiding it?
pressed?
And why are you hiding it? And why?
Exactly.
Because you gave it up like, girl, she doesn't know. Oh, I'm not gonna tell her. Or I'm gonna tell her later. Then on Instagram or whatever, y'all, she's popping it like, yeah, we was. It was all three of us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Clock that T, girl. No, you clock that T, girl. And you look bad right now, and it's okay.
And my thing is this though. So the question that I have, I haven't really heard much from her. Again, she's not a cast member, but it seems to me, I think people get confused too because we got to look at what people say too and why
Hmm.
they say what they say. And when she said something about like I didn't mean to fall in love with you, this was only supposed to be fun. That
Well, I
tells
heard her when she said that. Yeah,
So when you say stuff like that, that lets me know that you're not actually, in my opinion, okay with everything. You're just going with the
you're
flow.
accepting it
You
because
know what I
this.
mean?
Hmm.
Because when are you going to be able to do what you want to do, or however you want to do? That's another reason why I really don't want to see him on my screen for next season. Because like we've left off with all of that, and we're going to kind of demand that a little bit more expounding on that situation. And I don't think there's anything that he can do to recover from that. Like,
Yeah. I,
I'm
I did you
sorry.
also hear did you also hear the part when well I okay so I didn't clock it until I actually had to go back and rewatch the scene again. I had to do that a lot of times this season. But it was a moment where he said something where he I think it was actually the same moment that you were talking about where he was describing their intimate moments in the bedroom with the man and how uncomfortable it was for everybody like all three parties were uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
And so what it gave to me was that you invited somebody into the bedroom, but okay, so I've been in a scenario before where I was called upon by the man's wife. Now, it was a black couple. This happened a couple, like maybe 2 years ago, and the black lady called my phone, and she was texting me down, and set the whole thing up. She kept telling me that she was setting this up for her husband, X Y Z, but she wanted to come and watch the whole thing happen. And I was like, okay, at first I was kind of skeptical because when the girls call my phone, girl, I be feeling like they be playing because I don't really see that many girls.
Okay.
Anyways, so when she got here, she came to the door by herself at first, and that spooked me at first. She came to the door, knocked on the door. She's like, okay, I just want to make sure you were who you was. Here goes the money. She gave me the money, and then she's like, I'm finna go back to the car and I'm finna go get him. He's blindfolded, and I was like, okay. So she goes and gets him. She leads him into my house. Then we come upstairs or whatever because I got a lock. And he's laying there. He still has not even seen me yet. He's laying there like on his stomach, and she's trying to kind of coach him through it or talk him through it. And I was like, okay, but you told me he was going to be more so of a bottom, but it was giving me he wanted head. I was like, girl, this is confusing as fuck to me. Like, girl, what y'all doing? And it wasn't until after, like, I could tell he was uncomfortable, and she kept like throughout the session, she would like grab his hand and say, "It's okay, baby, just go ahead, enjoy yourself, do what you want to do. I'm here for you." And I was like, "No, you're actually making this harder. He is not going to open up, and he's not going to, let all his
Okay.
inhibitions go in front of you, bitch, because then you're gonna be able to use that up against him, like you fucking faggot or you punk, whenever you get mad at him. He's not going to let you see him like that." So, girl, come to find out, girl, I was right. I only ended up giving him head and then they left or whatever because I could tell he was uncomfortable and it just was not feeling right for me. He ended up calling me, finding me on the ad and calling me like 2 days later and was like, "Hey, is this Bella? This is the one my wife brought me to come see you a couple days ago." And I was like, "Yeah, that's me." And he wanted to come see me by himself. And when he saw me by himself, it was completely different. Completely different. Full blown bottom. Power bottom. No
Oh,
problems. I was like, girl. So the fish be in the moment they be feeling like they're making their man comfortable, but they really aren't. They be making them really uncomfortable. Like I don't want you seeing me in that light. I want you to hold me to the light of like being revered and being the man. I guess that's kind of what he was trying to say too. It's like he didn't want to be seen bending over or sucking dick and doing all that. Cause girl, what? I don't know. It was weird.
I'm saying when we get into the bedroom, like I feel like we have the power to turn into who and whatever we choose to.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there should be no limits. Whatever you and your partner want to do, you do that shit. But
Mhm.
my thing is, when you're on a show and you're trying to talk about it, I need all the details.
Yeah, right. Bitch,
And
don't hold
I feel
back.
like when you do hold back, or you're trying to like misrepresent a situation or something like that, I get in my feelings because I'm just like, girl, I
You're
need to
playing
know,
with
like,
us.
because I feel like there's something else involved in that you don't want to say that's gonna make you look weird.
Clock it. The girl said, when he said something about that experience, and he was like, and she was like, damn, so explicit. You know what I'm saying? She is more on the reserved side of things, where I don't feel like he don't give a fuck. I feel like he really wouldn't give a fuck. But I think that he was definitely watching what he was saying, tiptoeing around certain things because she's got a family that watches, that probably I'm sure watches or whatever, and she does not want to be looked at in that regard. Because I remember vaguely her saying, "That's so why so explicit, or damn straight to it," or something. She said something like that, and I was like, "Oh yeah, see, she's not used to this."
Well, and that's why I said too. He also is like a contrarian too, because in one breath you're telling her, "Oh, I don't. I was in fear that I was going to be dragging you through the streets, being promiscuous." And then at the end of the whole conversation in that other scene, he's like, "Oh, who are we inviting
Right.
next?" And I'm just like, bro, you're not helping yourself. Like I don't understand like why you keep digging these holes, and then now in retrospect, when you're seeing the comments and the fact that a lot of people are not as stupid as you think that they are, we actually look and we listen, and this is what we saw and this is what we heard, brother. So I'm sorry that it's coming back on you in a negative way, but you're just not appealing. And I'm sorry though, it's usually these pretty niggas who people keep on. Every time you think about it, every time you got a nigga like that, everyone just falls over their heads for. They always turn out to be an asshole.
So now that I'm thinking about it, when me and Robert first went to, because mind you, Lamont who cut my hair, shout out to Lamont because he just cut my hair. When we went to get my hair cut, because I wanted to get it done like a month before the reunion or whatever, just to see if I was gonna be able to feel it.
Mhm.
He, what you call it, when we brought it up to him, he started off by saying that they were wrestling, him and
Girl,
Rachel wrestling, and then it went from them wrestling to then he started opening up a little bit more. He was like, "Oh yeah, but she did come back with no lipstick on," and then it went a little bit deeper, and then it was like, "Oh, well, then when I see her piece, I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know if I was supposed to like, what with it." I was like, "So what'd you
girl,
do?"
every time I have wrestled with Trade, that was the when I was young, when I was a young cunt. When
Mm-hmm.
Trade would wrestle me, I always knew what that meant. Those dicks would get hard, and it was
Mm-hmm.
I knew what would follow that. You know, I
Let's
will
wrestle. Let's
follow him into the
wrestle.
woods, and get on my knees and praise. Good old
Hello.
Trey to lead me away. Yes, honey. Shout out
Yeah.
to Sister Act, bitch. I'm
But
telling you,
it was such a key because me and Robert kept looking at each other like, girl, so you gonna give us a little bit more each time. And then at the end, when he finally told us, well, everything that happened, girl, the wham, pam, thank you, ma'am. I say, so why you just didn't say that from the beginning? He was like, well, because I wanted to know how much y'all knew. I needed to see how much y'all knew before I just exposed myself. And then and when he said that, I said, bitch, I know to watch for a bitch like you, because girl, you're a calculated type of bitch.
so my thing is this though, with or without the girlfriend, would you have lied? And if you would have lied, is it because you really just was it the Robert that was the reason? Because I wonder if Rachel was just some regular girl who had no connection to anybody on the show, would it have really mattered that much?
No,
If
it wouldn't
so,
have.
it wouldn't have.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the only reason why it mattered so much was because of who Rachel was and who Robert holds Rachel to be to him. I don't think that their connection. I don't. Girl, I don't
Because
know.
what I was trying to deduce was if a man is quick to denounce you and he don't want to tell the truth about you or what y'all did together, especially in a setting with people that he actually knows, if it's about protecting the girlfriend, whatever, his secret or whatever, but I'd be wondering too, like if a nigga's quick to deny you and not try to be truthful, that's probably because they're either ashamed of you or they really didn't want to fuck with you. Because let's just think about it. Niggas think with their dicks.
Yeah,
It's,
and I
like
I can't say that I know him to date trannies or mess with trannies. I want to say that might have even been his first transsexual he messed with. So, uh, with that being said, it's not a known thing that this is something that he goes after. Like I've known him to go after people like Robert, or he go cruising at the gym and stuff like that. Is what they've been saying.
Oh,
Um,
I can see that. He looks like LA Fitness Trade.
Planet Fitness, yeah,
Planet
that's what they
Fitness, yeah,
said.
that $10 a month, girl. Get you fit in a hell
Yeah,
of a month.
clock that
In the
T.
showers, girl.
But
Showers.
yeah, that's what he get. That's what he give that type of vibe. I don't. I could tell when he made the comment that when he made a comment, he said something about her when she pulled her thing out or whatever, and he was like, "I didn't know, like, was I supposed to go down or was I supposed to like, what was I supposed to do?" I'm
Well,
like, "Bitch,
he
okay,
like
well, I know."
pulls it out.
I said to myself, I said, "Well, I mean, I know you done sucked the dick before. Like, I know this ain't your first rodeo. Like, come on now, girl, get to it." Like, but he kept saying because he still wanted to look at her as a female. So I know that in that he was still like trying to.
So who initiated the? Okay, so Rachel was like, "Child, I'm gonna get what I need to get out of this," and she pulled her drawers down, and like
Uh,
he didn't know
okay.
what to do, or
Okay,
is that what he requested?
so what happened from what I was told, girl? This is exclusive. YB, this is exclusive, girl, because I ain't
Ooh,
told
I love
nobody this.
exclusive tea, girl. There's a reason I went live tonight, honey. Hello,
Yeah.
God.
Okay, so from what I was told was after we left. Okay, so when we left Taco Tuesdays, they were all drunk, super drunk. I don't drink, I don't smoke weed or whatever, so I don't be inebriated like them. After the fight, after everybody, the cameras went down, and then all went back in there, whatever. They got towed up, and I remember catching them in the bathroom, and it was like Lamont, Kelly, Rachel, and the boys, the two boys that do hair at Jonathan's shop, I can't think of their name. And they was all in the bathroom, just kicking or whatever. And I was like, oh, I said, damn, y'all been back here this whole time. I said, I thought they had actually left the club because I hadn't seen them in so long. And so,
And why are we hanging around the bathroom?
girl, you know what that means.
I know. Either we taking bumps
Yeah.
or we sucking.
Yeah. So, oh no, I don't think they were sucking. They wasn't sucking though, because this was like at a more so.
Oh, because there was a rumor going around that they were doing the booger sugar.
Yes.
So that
Yes, I know
coincides
too.
with that, girl. That clocks.
Yeah, clock the T. So, I didn't want to just say. I didn't want to just say, girl. You know how to connect the dots, girl. I didn't want to just say it like that, but girl, you know. So,
I'm sorry. I'm a random bitch.
yeah, no. So mind you, this happened. This event is actually at like a predominantly straight place that they just so happen to allow the gays to come and gather at this day. And while we were filming, the Bad Boys, no, the Boys in Motion. Now the TV was also filming in the same club as we was. They was in one section, we was on the other. Okay, so boom. So after this, everybody goes back to my daughter's house, my daughter's Sky house, and they go to like unwind and kick it and shoot the shit or whatever.
Mhm.
And I was told that they ended up there. That's where Rachel and Lamont ended up. And mind you, I remember asking him because we were smoking a blunt before we left the club, and I was like, "You cool? You good?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm straight." He was like, "I'm just having a good night tonight. I'm out living it up. I ain't got no
Mhm.
strings attached. I ain't got no strings tonight." And woo, woo, woo. I was like, oh, okay,
No
well,
strings.
yeah, no strings. I ain't got. I ain't got. He made a reference like it was like he ain't got nothing holding him down tonight or something. Mind you, because a lot of the scenes that we filmed, his girlfriend was there. She was in the car. She was in the car waiting for him. He didn't want to bring her in. He didn't want to bring her into every scene. So like that Valentine's Day party, she was there, but she was in the car waiting. And I remember him making that comment to me and telling me that on the side and was like, girl, he was like, basically like, he just didn't want to bring her into every scene because he didn't want it to be all about them and that to be a thing. So he wanted to kind of, live up his oaths a little bit, I guess. So they go to my daughter's house or whatever, and he told me, he says, once they got there, they were smoking, drinking, bumping, whatever the case may be. And him and Rachel left. And he has a truck. Hmm. So they went to his truck, and I believe this all transpired in his truck. From how the story was told to me, it sounded like it happened in his truck. And he said they was on the blunt, one thing led to another, and boom, bada bam, and her head went down, and then the room, and then she got undressed, and whoop, pop out, boom, got it. So I want to say I'm sure she probably made the first move. I'm sure. But
She
I wouldn't.
seems like she's one of those girls who, hey, I have no problem with people going after what they want. You just have to respect whoever it is. And my thing is, if you already have a draggy history with trade or with niggas, period, because it seems like she
This is
was
an
having a
ongoing
moment with some
issue,
dude she couldn't get out of her house. So
which would come to find out that was my ex.
you see what I'm saying though? Like you have a rocky history, and I know that it's a small world, and I'll be a fool too to even think that people haven't messed with some of the guys. It's a small world.
Yeah, it is.
Whether you do it unknowingly, but it's the knowing part. If you are
Well, see,
focused on hunting this person,
what was so weird to me was that, like, even with the situation with me and her, is that when I got home from the club, me and her was both at the club together, the same club. And when I got home, and he was like, "Oh, Rachel finna come over here. You know, my sister, she finna come. Just speak to me real quick." But I was like, "Okay, whatever." I didn't pay no mind. So when she came, and then she was like talking, and she was like, "Oh, can somebody shoot me fucking this bitch queen? I need to make some content or whatever." Woo, woo, woo. And I was like, "I ain't doing that." And he was like, "I'll do it, sister." And boom. And so then he left with her, and I didn't think nothing of it until
girl, a tripod. Hello.
hello God. But I didn't think nothing of it till I started getting the ding to my motherfucking MacBook, and bitch, the videos of them two was popping up, and I was like, "Oh, this is what y'all went to go do." Okay, got it. And so I just kept it in my back pocket. I never said nothing to her about it. When she dropped him off, I just bye girl, and kept it pushing because it really wasn't that deep to me. And it wasn't until my child called me like 2 months later and was like, she said that she wanted to smack me, bitch, and it just everything kind of was like, ooh. Mind you, I've been trying to get the boy out of my house, girl. He tried to stab me, girl. He would not leave. I had to forcefully get him out. I had to call my brother. My brother came with a hammer and told him, "You got 2 minutes to pack your shit and get the fuck out." Because he threatened me, telling me he wasn't leaving unless or if he left, I was leaving too. He was calling the police pretty much because he knew I had warrants and this that, and the other. So he's one of them evil little bitches. That's why when I heard her say, "Oh, he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave," I was like, "Oh, it's Juju." I knew it was. I knew who it was.
So I just want to go back. I know that you said a lot of stuff just now, and I remember you saying the same exact thing on Harvey Honest platform. I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
You were telling that story. And the one thing that I always go to when I think about that is just the comfortability that people have to call you and say, "Can you record me in a sexual act?" Look here, bitch. I'm grown. I'm grown.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to record shit, especially in today's time where you can go to Five Below and get you a tripod for $5.
Hello, and they got the ones that move, bitch. They got the ones that follow you,
Hello.
bitch.
And they have the remote where you can press on and off at your discretion.
Bitch, you don't need nobody else.
You're too comfortable. And I know that there's a subsection of friends that are that close with each other, but my friends know better than to ever even ask me. And I don't even like this too when people want like pictures of your trade to see how their pieces, and that's old school shit.
That's too much.
I don't do stuff like that. I'm not showing you videos of me doing what I'm doing. I don't feel comfortable, and let alone feeling comfortable enough to have someone say, "Hey girl, can you record me doing X, Y, and Z while I'm in your house?"
Right.
Bitch, you're crazy. And then on top of that, you already knew what was going on, and then you're doing everything you can. Like, it
And
just
if you
seems to
heard
me
what
like
she
she might
said,
be like a fiend. Like
if you heard what she said, she was like, "Well, he told me that y'all weren't actually together. He showed me the messages. So you mean to tell me that you went as far as to asking him was me and him together, but he lived with me, girl, and you picked him up from my house. But you went as far as to ask him to look at messages between us two to determine whether or not we was together, girl. Bye, you, girl. Let's stop playing with me." That's all I had to say. I was just like, "Girl, stop playing with me." But anyways, I digress. So, but this is something. This is a trend that happens with this girl. It does happen with her. So
Well,
because
we all know how I love to read patterns of behavior because it says a lot about who you are and who you will be and the things you will do.
hold on, I got some new. I got some more tea, girl. So supposedly her and Kelly are into it right now, and she doesn't know it. Oops. Kelly's not really featuring her right now because of what transpired at that show that they did together, Lovers and Friends, which was filmed like the last week of us filming. And supposedly, and I talked to my son, and my son was also on the show, and he says that they was in.
Show?
No, not Markel's show. Okay, so the person that I filmed the Bad Dolls Resort with is called Medusa Network. They got a show called Lovers and Friends, and Rachel and Kelly are both on it. It's like Markel's show kind of. It's like they stole his name, the name and everything. But Rachel and Kelly went to go film for it or whatever, and supposedly, from what I was told, was that Rachel was doing the things with the trannies, the punks, the boys, everybody. Bitch, they was having menage a trois, girl. But she was stepping on Kelly's toes because the person, it was like she shot skates up under Kelly and exit her out the equation, girl, and then hook,
But
line, sinker.
why does Kelly care when she got a man?
My point exactly. I was gonna say that too. I was thinking the same thing, girl. I was like, girl,
Girl.
how are you doing a dating show, but you got a whole nigga?
So are they not together anymore, or is she just doing shows to do
I
shows?
think she's just doing shows to do shows because I've asked. I remember when we was friends. I was talking to her, whatever. And I had asked her about her doing those 20 versus ones and the balloon pop stuff. I was like, girl, why are you doing it when you got a whole nigga? She's like, girl, it's just for exposure. It's just for exposure. I was like, oh, okay. I
Well, if
mean,
it's for exposure, you need to expose yourself on this season of Chasing Dallas, bitch. What are you doing? We haven't seen you do. Girl, did anything ever bear fruit from that sit down she had with y'all and down to that restaurant? Nothing. You done wasted our time. And didn't I say that in my review? I guarantee you nothing is ever going to happen with that.
mm-hmm.
And I was right, because like
Yep.
when I see these out of the blue scenes with the girl who really hasn't been chasing anything or doing anything, I'm just like, all right, girl, you over here you want to make yourself be seen for the moment. And actually, after that, we didn't see her like that for a while.
No shade. We didn't. There really wasn't a lot of chasing going on this season. I hate to say it, but a lot of people just weren't chasing. A lot of people were here for the drama and here for the mess, but was not really putting in no work. And that's why I'm so like irritated with Mother, because I'm just like, girl, to me, you really just never had to chase. Like I feel like you was just carrying. Like I feel like you kind of just threw something together and said, okay, I want to do this just to be on the show, just so you had something to do to be on the show. And then the rest of your job was to carry all these bones and come up with all these damn storylines and give everybody a fucking bone to, you know.
Well, you know what? That's one of the main questions I have for Markel. So I'm not going to give away all my questions here tonight.
Okay.
I do have one of my questions for him is, you know, every franchise that I've been aware of, maybe not every single season of them have done this, but I know that it is a hallmark moment. Usually there is a cast trip. So I'm wondering if there wasn't one because all of these bitches lost their jobs
So
and didn't
I
have
mean,
the money.
it's the season over, so I can talk about it now. Fuck it. So we actually had planned to do a cast trip. We had we were going to go to Phoenix, Arizona. Was actually where they was taking
Why do y'all
us.
be going to these desert lands, girl? Last time
I
y'all
don't
went to
know.
some now that was a cute little moment. That little cabin in the woods was cute, but the
But
outside looked a little sketchy.
no shade, no shade. The houses that Markel had picked out were fab, and if you go to like Phoenix, Arizona, and see their Airbnbs, bitch, they are fab, bitch. They got all types of like games, like the life size games that be in like in the front and backyards and stuff. It was really really nice. Actually, it was cool. It looked like it was gonna be a good time. And then we don't have casinos here, so we was gonna be able to go to gamble, and it was gonna be a good time. So I was down for it. I know for sure only. hmm, I want to say only 3 or 4 of us had actually paid for our ticket and paid for the Airbnb, like paid our portion of the Airbnb and stuff like that. And everybody else just started falling off or falling out, and it just could not come together. It would not come together. And Markel ended up refunding us for the hotel. Not for the hotel. He ended up refunding us for the Airbnb, and I did not get my money back for my ticket because I was flying Spirit,
Oh
bitch.
wow!
But I mean, I think I only lost like $200 something, girl.
So there was supposed. What part of the a season was it supposed to be on? Towards the end?
No, we was actually supposed to go in March.
Didn't
I
y'all
want to
end
say,
in March though?
oh yeah, it was towards the end. Then. Yeah, it was towards the end. Okay, hold on, no. Damn, I wish I had my other phone because I could tell you exactly when it was. But I want to say it was like February or March. Cause no, it was the end of February because my birthday was February 3rd. I kept saying, oh, I'll just put this in my mind. This is gonna be my birthday trip. It was like mid February. Yeah, mid February. Oh, you want to see what I got Markel for his birthday?
Yes.
No, because I got the best EP, girl, and I'm trying to make sure I'm in his good graces or whatever, you know. So I went to Nordstrom's and got him these Burberry shoes that he been wanting, but girl, when we went, they didn't have them in stock in his size, girl. He had a big foot. Hold on, I don't know if I can flip this around. But anyways, so I went to Burberry, girl. I got him these Burberry, girl. They're like, I don't know, they're weird, but girl, he wanted these so bad, girl.
Oh, those are cute.
They different.
That's definitely Markel style.
Yeah, I said that too. I was like, ugh. Girl, so yeah, they just came today.
Okay. So I have a question for you real quick.
What's up?
How now I us people, myself, the reviewers, the interviewers, we love exclusive tea.
Hmm.
How are you going to deal with the aftermath of you, like, because if I was Lamont listening to you, I'd want to fight you.
Well, girl, what's up? Nuck if you black. Girl, Nuck if you motherfucking buck. See, for me, I don't feel like um I feel like bitch, did nobody spare me? Did nobody spare me, bitch, when they was lying on me?
Because
Did nobody
you can tell he has something against you because the way that he was talking and overlooking you
Yeah.
in like the season finale when he was saying his little things, I was like, girl.
I clocked it and I was like, girl, I'm supposed to be your manager, girl. Like I was your go-to person to get you onto these motherfucking podcasts, girl, and you gonna denounce me like that, girl? Yeah, I clocked it. I clocked it. I'm going into this reunion, guns blazing, short hair, for a reason. 'Cause, girl, you ain't gonna be snatching me up.
Huh.
Um, yeah, and I'm just gonna go into this reunion just being me, bitch, because this is who I am, bitch. Like I'm naturally just like this person. But I'm not scared of none of these hoes. Anybody can get it. Even Markel. Markel, you can get it too. But no, I mean, I'm not scared of none of these hoes. Like, girl, they don't put no fear in my heart. I feel like I definitely established some sorts of friendships, I guess. But even then, I still feel like, girl, it's some water. I need to check some temperatures of some water, cause bitch, some shit just don't sit right with me. I'll give you a little caveat to that, girl. After watching the whole season back, a lot of the antics and stuff that Mother was doing, I'm just not.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm just not feeling it, and I just really just did not appreciate like at my expense, bitch. Cause girl, you played. And then when I asked you about it, it just the part to me that just keeps throwing me out is that you lied to me. And that's why whenever me and Judge F was going back and forth the other day, I was like, girl, you can say that, but you can't say that because anytime you can say that she played in my face, but girl, she played in my face behind my back. Because anytime I questioned her about it, girl, it was always no. It was always backpedaling. It was never a solid answer or a solid, like, it never gave that. So it was different for us. Like, girl, I pushed past it and kept it pushing, girl, and was on to bigger and better things. You know what I'm saying? But I still leave that in the back of my mind, like, girl, watch that girl, because girl, she's something serious.
So what advice would you have to what would you have to say, like, looking at the season in its entirety, you had an opportunity to watch it back, you not only lived it but now you've watched it back. What do you think that can be done better moving forward, as
For the
as a cast?
franchise, or
Yeah, as the cast,
okay.
like, what would you like to see done differently, and for the next season?
So for me, and I think we all kind of said this, Markel had a meeting with all of us together as a collective midway through the season and kind of gave us his points as to like how he felt like the season was going this far and XYZ or what he was expecting of us moving forward and things like that. And I really wish that he would have had that meeting, girl, first day. No shade. Cause I felt like it was like everybody's temperature was not set. Like people just didn't know what type of time to be on, or how long we actually had to film. I think a lot of them factors played into effect. I also do not the cast overall drive and ambition, like kind of just like desire to make to make this show successful was like not there. I think they got to do a better job with casting people that want to be a part of the brand, and two also want to help grow the brand. If you just want to be a part of it, just to say that hey, you was on Chasing Dallas, girl, you can have girls that don't need to be on it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, even if you are, that means that you had some motivation to want to do a show. So whether you are bringing a full-on chase or part miss or part appearance, whatever, I feel like my old foster grandma used to say this to me, and it stuck with the one thing the bitch said to me that stuck with me was do a job well or not at all. So when you
Hello.
go into something, you sign up for something, you need to really like put your best foot forward because it is Chasing Dallas. It is Chasing Reality's platform. And it is one of the biggest web reality based platforms as of now, as of for the past several years.
And
It
whether
can
y'all people,
really,
and whether people want to admit to it or not, the people definitely know who these people are. Like I kid you not, I was at the club. I was at a club I don't typically go to. I wasn't because I just got unbanned from Marty's. I can go back to Marty's now, y'all. I'm not banned no more. But I was actually at the night I got unbanned from Marty's. I was at Lava, and it's on the Strip. And I don't typically go down to the Strip because it's predominantly like the whites and stuff. I don't party with the whites. Sorry,
why
I'm with
not? They got
I
the
be
money.
I be with the niggas. I be in the hood. Um, but I just so happened to be out there on the strip or whatever, and I had somebody come up to me and they was like, mind you, I was incognito, girl. I had my short hair. They hadn't seen me like this or whatever, and this girl came up to me. She says, "Chloe," and I said, "Yeah, where I know you from?" And she was like, "Chloe from Chasing Alice." I was like, "Yeah, that's me."
Okay.
And I was like, she was like, she started reciting to me like something that I said on the show, and I was like, "Girl, what?" And she was like, "Yeah, like girl, I fucking love you." And I was like, "Oh my god, oh my god." And then it hit me. I was like, "Oh my god, I'm really on a web reality show, girl. People actually kind of know who I am a little bit." And the fact that she was like, her best friend, she was like, he's too scared to come over here and speak to you, but he wanted to say hi to you. He's like one of your biggest fans too. I was like, "Come here," and I gave him a hug and everything. I was just like, "Y'all don't got to be scared. I'm a normal person. I'm just like y'all. Like, girl, I'm just like y'all." But they had like a fan moment. Like I was like, "Girl, I can't believe I have one of those." But it was sickening.
I had my first one years ago when I went to Atlanta
And they
to
couldn't tell it was me. They was like, "Girl, is that
to
Chloe?"
visit my niece for her graduation. I was walking through the airport, and one person was like, "Why be?" I was like, "Girl, who the fuck are?" Because I talk a lot of shit. So
Well,
I'm
bitch,
like, "Girl, I
keep
gotta
your head on
prepare
swivel, bitch.
myself."
Have I talked about you before?
Girl, I need to know like, who do you know a bitch that knows a bitch that knows a bitch? Like, because I need to know who this
Right.
bitch. Oh, hey, I watch your reviews. You're funny as hell. And I was like, oh, thank you, girl. That was it. I already know if I ever go to Dallas, people are gonna recognize me, but I'm definitely gonna have to be on guard because ain't no telling who's still in their feelings about some shit over there in
Well,
Dallas.
I can tell you that my daddy Robert is not in his feelings no more. I think that y'all definitely just have to have a sit down. Cause yeah, I think that'd be good for y'all. Would you be open to having to sit down with Robert?
Um, I would, but my thing is this though.
It's got to
Like,
come with some dick on the platter, no shade.
well, that too would be that's a plus. Hell, that's an add-on. That's a tip. My thing is this. Um,
I think that
I
when oh, go ahead, go
I
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
would, but I would need him. There needs to be an understanding because the reason I had no choice but to start calling Robert out was the season that he was a part of with Trey Howard, Dior, and Kesey. There was a lot of what I considered bullying to using your roughneck, trade vibes to
And that's natural, but the thing is, that's his natural MO. I don't be feeling
that
like
might be it
it
though, but you
is
can't be doing it in a way that comes off bullying. And we don't know you like that.
right.
Your people know that's how you might get down, but to a viewing audience,
It could look like bully. I get what you're
and
saying.
to me specifically, it came off that way. And the fact that you did what you did to Kesey and Dior, like these are supposed to be people that you actually know, like that Trey Howard, you know these are your friends. So in my mind, as a person and a reviewer, it looks like, oh shit, if you'll do this to your friends, like you don't know what friendship is, or like again, we don't know your dynamic, and I don't know anybody that has a dynamic like that to where that's acceptable and that's okay. So like
So
it goes to your character, and I judge character. So at the time, I was looking at that shit and I was like, nah, bro, like I gotta call that out. And he wasn't feeling, and I know sometimes, like, again, I'm not a boring bitch. So when I do my reviews, I may be a little shady or a lot, depending on the situation and how I feel. Like I may give a little bit extra.com just to put some pizzazz to it. But at the same time, like there would have to be some meeting of the mind there, because like I question, because I like my friends and I'm not going to talk to my friends and treat my friends that way. If I have a disagreement with you or I don't like something, I'm not bringing it to a camera. I'm going to bring it in real life behind the
Right.
scenes, and we're gonna do that shit accordingly. So like that's what my biggest issue was with Robert, and then me calling him out the way that I did, which I understand and I respect. Everybody, even with Donnie, I said this to him: you have the right to defend yourself when we say stuff about y'all.
Oh, and I
Now,
thought y'all's talk went
how?
really, really good. I thought it went really, really good. I was actually entertained with it.
Well, thank you.
Did you have a different perspective of Donnie afterwards, or did you feel like it was the same?
I have a different perspective of him now, but you see in the interview, like again, I'm not a mean bitch in my interviews because I really want to try to get to understand you more as a person. My
Mhm.
issue that was there and that this last episode validated was the
Mhm.
pick me energy with Jet Jeff. Girl, you're coming off like a fan. You're coming off like you want a friend, and it's detrimental to the viewing audience's eyes and our ability to discern that you're willing to pay for a feature, girl. It's
Mhm.
you want this handshake so bad, you want the acceptance so bad, to the point where you not only lied about the intention of bringing that boy Isaiah around, whatever his name is, because you wanted to try to expose Jet Jeff for not paying the girls, like, and then lied about it, and then now it's just a lot of pick me energy, and I still stand 10 toes down in that, like I did in my interview with him. But
Mhm.
all the other shit, I'm very, very happy with. I'm glad that we had, because again, we have a lot in common
Right.
with the
Um.
whole mom shit and the drug addict parents, and we have a lot in common when it comes to trauma and all the things. So hey.
So I can speak from somebody knowing that. Okay, so I've known Robert for we're both Dallas natives, and I've been out on the scene since I was since I was 15. So probably almost 13 years I've known him because we've been out on the scene both around the same time. And he's always had an aggressive demeanor.
Hey.
He's always looked really hard, but I could say that even me knowing him now on a more personal level from then back then, he's always protected. His clan, his people, whoever he fucked with, he was always the protector. And I think that even with the whole Zesty situation, you see how like he was quick to jump to my defense, and I was like, I knew that what I did was wrong, and I've never once said that what I did was right. I knew going into what I was going to do, and I knew that it was going to ruffle some feathers, and I expected something to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know. Who's there?
I can
Hey.
say this definitely in your situation, and I when I was doing my notes last night for the review, I said to myself, I said the I respect the fuck out of you because you knew what you were about to do, and all the girls, because I did watch the after show with Jayla and everybody, and mother was like, you did tell everybody to like stay out of it.
Yep,
You
I
were
did.
definitely like taking ownership of your behavior, and whatever came with that, you were ready to take on. Whatever,
Yeah,
even if that meant getting your ass whooped, you were ready for
it's
that. But I think the natural instinct in Robert, and I'm sorry, I agree with him. I'm the same way. Even if you tell me no, seeing it is different than you telling me what you about to do. Because now that I've seen this person's trying to get violent against my homegirl, I may have to step in. It's just a natural instinct.
right, and that's why I respect him. But he asked me, and I don't know if this showed on the camera, but he actually asked me, "Do you want me to get him?" And I told him no. I said no. Let him make it. It's fine. It's cool. He's like, "Are you sure, Chloe?" I said, "Let him make it. He's fine." Because I already knew what I knew what I was doing. And like they said, mind you, when I had the conversation, because mind you, I got me, Donnie, Mother, and Jayla came to the event together. So in the car, on the car, the ride there, I was explaining to them, okay, yeah, girl, I'm finna hit this bitch with some silly string. It's going down tonight. Yeah, girl, bitch, I'm sick of him. And Jayla said to me, she was like, girl, Zesty might hit you back. And I was like, well, girl, if he
Oh,
hit me back, girl.
was there an original beef between you and Zesty? I don't remember
So,
one.
so where it stemmed from for me was that I just didn't like all the little dirty comments and the this and that, and I didn't like none of that. But what happened, what really took me over the edge was at Rio's party, mind you. I didn't like the way that was edited because it made it look like I didn't say anything, bitch. I was out there. We all spoke our piece and said what we said, bitch. But they just cut that part out, like they cut it out completely. It just looked like I was mute that whole scene. I was like, girl, they're not gonna get me talking at all. Okay, got it. Whatever. But in that scene, what did he say? He said, "Oh, he said I need to shut the fuck up because I'm the only one that don't have a real business." Is what he said. And when he said that to me, I said, "Oh, really?
Well,
Noted.
why he
Gotcha."
trying to be all nasty and shady? Like, we got 5 minutes of your event. Did you make any sales? Did we get to see testers? Did we get to see like that's? I'm gonna go back tonight and rewatch the episode to make sure I'm able to cover everything. But it's killing me when in my homegirls, yet again, just like the
We
event.
still don't know who you are. We still don't know who you are.
Everybody's huddled outside instead of what we're supposed to be there for. And you, now, again, this isn't your fault, but this is
Right.
like the whole situation's fault. Like, we're out here. You need to be promoting your business. Like, did you spend this money to host this? It was a cute little venue. You
Mind
know,
you, oh
whatever.
shout out to the venue, because I will be hosting a ball there on Wednesday this week. We'll be there this Wednesday, mind you. So when he comes, so after him and Robert talk or whatever, girl, he comes out the club with the owner of the club, girl, and is trying to get me and Robert banned and thrown off the property. And that's when Robert checked his ass again and was like, bitch, I just came in there and had a conversation with you. You told me you was gonna apologize to her, XYZ. Whoa, 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 whoa. He's standing right there with the owner. Mind you, the owner is pulled me to the side and he is kikiing down, girl. He's like, I just seen it on the cameras, girl. He was like, girl, I'm glad it was silly string and not mace. I was like, yeah, girl, I wasn't trying to clear it out like that. Like I really wasn't trying to hurt nobody, girl. It was really just supposed to be like, a haha moment. Like, girl, like so I said, like, girl, I didn't take offense to me getting a drink being thrown at me or nothing like that because I was expecting something. I didn't expect him to sit there and be a bitch and do nothing. Girl, let's be real. And but then again, you also have to take into effect that bitch. When I hit him with the silly string, it took him a second. Like he was like trying to gather himself. He actually walked away and then came back and thought about it for a second, opened the drink and then threw it. So like it wasn't like a natural reaction, like he just grabbed the drink and threw it. Like, no, it didn't give that. Like it gave, hold on, girl. This girl just sprayed me with the string, girl. And a lot of people said that they thought it was Mace. They thought it was Mace, bitch. Like I think Rachel.
I want to say this real quick, and I'm gonna let Hero
Okay.
go. You do know on the other flip side, because I do have this in my notes.
Uh-huh.
This I have to say this though as a disclaimer. It doesn't help the trans cause when
We get battle with boys,
when
yeah.
exactly, because if
I get it.
Destiny would have been able to touch you, what could the argument really have been to back that up? You know,
I
what I'm
would have
saying?
had no argument. I would have went toe to toe with him.
No, I get that part. Hey,
Oh.
feel free. Even if you would have won, though, there still would have been that person or persons that would have been screaming at the top of their lungs, like, "Hey, girl, like
Trans rights,
this,
not yeah, I get
trans
it.
rights," and then they'll be calling him a transphobic, and then he's getting attacked by the trans community, and it'll just be this bigger thing than what it needs to be. So it was the same thing I said to about Rachel when she was picking those fights. Like, you
Nah,
got to
man.
be mindful because,
Yeah.
like, if these girls, they have the right to defend themselves.
And to be honest, I feel like, girl, girl, this season was nobody holding the boys to the fire, bitch. Like it was like, girl, somebody got to do it, and if it got to be us, there, it got to be us. Now, granted,
Oh, your name is Here Ho.
here ho, yeah, hey here ho,
Hey YB, hey Chloe, how's it going tonight?
good, how are
Hey,
you?
how's it going, boo?
Pretty good, pretty good. I just had some commentary on what you guys were talking about the silly string spraying situation.
Okay,
Yeah, for me, it definitely came out of nowhere, Chloe. No offense, but I think Zesty was talking about, who doesn't have a business in that cast, and maybe it looked like you got hit by that comment, and
no. He was talking
you
to me
responded to
directly.
that.
He said no. He said something to me directly. He said, Chloe. He said, Chloe, you're the only one that don't have a real business because you sell pussy. Is what he said to me, and I was like, oh,
But
okay,
Mother
yeah,
was standing with you guys. Other people on that, surrounding don't have a chase. They
right.
haven't shown us anything this season, so that's why I felt like, it was
Oh no,
premeditated, definitely like you said. But
it was for
I
me.
guess it was a good TV moment though. I'll give
Yeah.
you that.
Yeah, no, it was definitely for me because the moment I'm talking about happened at Rio's party when we were outside all in a huddle, and as everybody's saying what they're saying, he pointed out to me like, "Girl, you're the only one that don't have a business." I was like, "Girl, why do y'all keep going back to this hoeing thing, girl? Yeah, that's what I do on the side, but girl, I do have a whole t-shirt business that I'm running. Like, bitch, I'm booked, and busy, girl. I got shirts out the asshole. Like, girl, I'm still pushing out shirts right now. So for y'all to sit here and act like I just am not doing nothing, that's laughable to me. People die every day. I'm putting people on shirts every day. Um,
Right.
so
Rachel didn't show anything. She had her lip gloss in another lip gloss marketing party or event or whatever. She's trying to promote her own thing. So there were other people that I feel like that comment was targeted at.
yeah, I mean, it could have been, but no, he said it was for me. And it's funny you say that because, girl, I think so. I'm actually glad that she did it like that because how she was planning on doing it, was she was gonna go into the Hall of Fame and mush his stuff to the side,
Like
and
Candy More hair care.
yes, it was like,
Girl,
girl,
let me
say,
tell you something. The moment she would have did that, I may not like Zesty like that. I would have flew on the wings of the fastest gay horse
girl, you
and
be so
seen
ready
her
to
ass.
hop on this motherfucker. You be so ready to hop on a plane and get to Dallas to get these
Girl,
girls.
because I don't like foolishness like that. Like, and then again, you would wonder why all the samples that I had were shoved in your mouth and you're out here looking like a camel that didn't drink too much water. I don't have time for that. You're playing on people's time in their event. Girl, are you mad because you didn't have an event? Your event was at Juneteenth, way after the goddamn season.
And this is the ending product. I came up with the
And I heard she
logos.
out here got the girl's lips frosted over.
I
Girl,
came
I
out with
heard
the girl. I was just gonna talk about it. So I came out with the logo. I made the logo for her thing, and the okay. So the overall look of it is it's cute. It's cute. I just don't like, and said I was gonna tell her this. I haven't had the chance because me and her aren't talking like that right now. But I haven't had the chance to tell her this. So if you're watching, Rachel, I'm just letting you know.
girl,
Uh,
test it on the local squirrels. If they die tomorrow, don't use it.
I just don't like it's so like the glitter in it is so clumpy. It's so like I can feel the glitter. Like
I
I
wouldn't
don't
put it
know.
back on your face, girl. You might break out and you won't be
Girl,
ready
say
for
that.
the
I
reunion.
don't want to say that. Don't say
Is it
that.
one of those things where like she gets the product in bulk from another country and then just puts it in smaller
Uh-uh.
pipes and sells it to you
I
guys in
think
the
she actually.
tube? Or
I think from what I was told and what I seen. Oh wait, hold on, because now it's not as clumpy. It's not as gritty as it was. Girl, it might have just been the first. It might have just been the first time
Well,
I put it on.
it's hot as hell, girl. It had time to
right.
sit.
Girl, it's actually kind of cute now. Okay, girl, maybe this might be the tea, girl. I don't know, but I like Rachel. I liked Zesty's lip gloss as well. Now hold on. So here's a caveat to this too.
But that's the
So
problem I have with Zesty and her, though. First of all, she whipped hers up in the kitchen with no gloves and a little ass to go bowl. And then we have Zesty. We didn't even get to see your process. What are your ingredients? All you said it was named after your dead dog.
now Zesty's is the tea. I like Zesty's lip gloss. I ain't gonna
But
lie,
what's in it? Where's the
bitch.
show?
I
You
don't know. I don't
decided to
know.
shake your ass on the season and do twerking,
And,
but you should have
and
been twerking while you working, honey, to show us the chase.
and I refuse to spend my money on it, girl. So I had my good girl homegirl, the Quincy girl, Donnie, at the event after I sprayed it with silly string. I had him buy me one, and I liked it.
How much was it?
I want to say it might have been like 15, 2 for
Okay.
30.
Mhm.
Yeah, because Donnie got two. He got one for me and one for his sister. Um, and it had like this aloe vera, and I think that's what Mother was talking about was breaking her out. It was like this aloe, like it had like a lip plumper in it, like bitch, like it actually made your lips like look like Kylie Jenner. It kind of gave like
Who, Rachel's?
no zesties, and I liked it. It kind of gave like
A plump.
yeah, like a plumper. It was like something aloe-y in it, something that was like minty. It had like something minty in it that like you could feel like not a burn because my lips don't be burning, but girl, look.
Sometimes an allergic reaction can be like that, like a tingling sensation.
But this is cute, right? So, girl, you pay for that, girl. That's all right. You gotta
But
let it cook a little
sometimes
bit.
when you use certain ingredients, if they're natural, depending on whatever that is, the skin may need to, your individual skin needs time to get used to that product. So sometimes it can have
Yeah,
an adverse reaction. And
true.
so too, like he said, that's why we need to know what the ingredients are, because what if it's a chemical in there or something that you're allergic to?
Allergic to, right?
So
I
you
would
do got
even
to
know.
keep the Benadryl on deck, girl. Because that's what
Right.
I'm saying though. Like y'all girls got to be mindful. Like this isn't like Lamont cutting hair or you making shirts. You guys are really We
Y'all
need
are
to
doing
know,
something
is your
that could fuck with somebody's
sanitized?
life.
Is it clean? Are you wearing gloves? What are the ingredients? Where is it being sourced from? Like, that's my world. So I
Yeah.
told you I do the skincare stuff, the hair care shit. So like I have to do extensive research, extensive everything. I need
Well, I ain't no hater. I ain't no hating asshole. I definitely put the girls to tell you. I help. Oh, here go the other one. I got both of them actually. The girls to tell you, I help put them on to a couple different things this season. Girl, I was sending them vendor lists, bitch. When I would get like people to package stuff and stuff. Girl, I did not hold back. I helped the girls out. Girl, I sent them the list and everything. I said, girl, if y'all need packaging, go to this person. If y'all need this, go here. Bitch, I did not. Bitch, I was trying to get everybody on because I want to see everybody be successful. No shade.
Did you buy Lamont's cologne or
No, I
spray?
stole. I stole it. I had stole
You
some.
stole
Yes,
it.
I put it in my purse and I walked up out there, bitch.
okay. Y'all can
You know,
hear me?
You're
yeah, we
back.
can hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Child, Dusty Trade calling me. Girl, I've been to let you go. Girl,
I'm
please.
screaming. But
Maybe.
yeah, no, I did not. I did not buy it. I stole the sample and I hit it up out that bitch.
So, Chloe, what were you thinking like after you got sprayed? It was really funny for me to watch a scene about like you talking to Rio about the whole race thing, something so serious after something so unserious happened with the water tossing.
Okay, so I'm just gonna be real. I'm just gonna break the fourth wall because they them bitches out been broke the fourth wall. But what happened was that walking up. Okay, so it was me, mother, Jayla, and Donnie walking up to Kelly and Rachel talking outside. And as we're walking up, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, like, girl, when are you gonna get the opportunity to do this? When are you gonna do it? When are you gonna do it? When are you gonna do it? And you could see the look on my face where I'm like, girl, is this a good time? This is a good time. And I look over to Robert and I'm reaching in my purse, feeling out, and I'm trying to pop the top off in my purse so he doesn't see the whole thing. And I'm shaking it up in my purse, girl. That's why I was like, girl, I was doing a lot, girl. But and he was and again, people were saying he wasn't even talking to me. Yeah, he was not talking to me at the time. No, he wasn't. But girl, I didn't know how much longer I was going to be in close proximity of him, and I was just like, girl, let me go ahead and insert myself into this, like he inserts himself into everything, girl, and we just gonna make it do what it do. And so,
So
um,
did nobody catch you fiddling in your purse? Because I would have thought you're trying to pull a gun. I would have to rush you, girl.
girl, well, I think pretty much a majority of them knew what was coming. So like, cause again, I forewarned them. I was like, girl, I'm just so y'all know, girl, I'm finna mace this boy. I'm not finna mace him. I'm finna hit him with some silly string, girl, and show how much a clown he is, girl. And not one person told me not to do it. Not one of them. Not
Of
one.
course, look who they are.
Uh, Not one told me not to do it, girl. The only thing that Jayla said was that, girl, he might hit you back. And I said, well, girl, if he do, we're just gonna be tussling, bitch. We're gonna be some fighting motherfuckers out there, girl. It is what it is. Um, and then, but I knew, okay, so I knew I wanted for sure to have this conversation with Rio though. And once the Zesty situation was done and they ushered him back into the bar or whatever, I was like, girl, okay, yeah, you're not getting off scot free, girl. I need to have a conversation with you. Mind you, Markel had stopped us from having the conversation so many times, girl. And I was just like, girl, no, this is not fair, Markel. You got to show this because it's going. If he didn't show us bringing it up, it was going to look like we were okay with it, or we just didn't have nothing to say to the viewers, and that was not going to be okay with me because I was like, bitch, no, you have got to let this be seen because, girl. Ain't no way that y'all just drug Donnie for this longer and he don't get the same treatment. It don't have. That's not okay. Just because it wasn't on the show, I feel like no, we need to talk about it. And they kept telling us just bring it up at the reunion. Stop talking about it. Stop bringing it up. And girl, we kept bringing it up. No shade.
Mm.
You're trying to make sure it was on record that you said something
Yeah, like bitch,
for the
like I
history
because
books.
cause I got to make sure my people know that I bitch I stood up for my people, bitch. No, regardless, bitch, right is right and wrong is wrong. And I just never felt like the whole bringing race into to ever was okay for anybody to do. Again, this coming from somebody that's biracial who was disowned by one whole race of one side of my family, bitch, because I was a transsexual. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't want to get into like all that, bitch. If I'm gonna hit somebody below the belt, I'm not going for y'all. I'm not going for your race. Just know that I'm not going for your race.
Right.
You have to be able to read accordingly, and that's a problem I have with a lot of the gays now is that, and the whole community is like, where's the reading at? Like, and I think what it is to lack of education, lack of experiences, because reading for us, and at least for me, it's always been like historical references or funny show moments or things in music and entertainment, and you have to be a well-versed person to be able to like go toe to toe with like a real reader. And from what I'm seeing the past couple seasons, and even not just this franchise but a bunch of others, like there's a lack of reading, so the girls resort to fighting, throwing shit, or getting in their feelings and just being extra messy where certain shit just doesn't land. And I'm just like, damn, like y'all taking the fun out of it because y'all don't know how to read too good, bro. Like I love a good laugh and a good read. Like it's been a minute since someone's been able to slay me.
The other day when we was on that live with Jeff, girl, I had to go back and watch it. I had to watch it like twice because, girl, I was like, girl, what had me so heated? What got me so pissed? And I was just, I did apologize to him for how I came at him because I felt like I was like overly aggressive for some reason. I don't know. I was on one that day. I was not in a good space. Hopefully, I'm not in that same space when it comes down to reunion time. Hopefully, I'm in a good headspace when it comes to reunion. But I did feel like I kind of took it overboard. But I was like so tired of him playing, and I think what pissed me off the most was that me and him was just at Markel's birthday dinner together, and he sat right beside me, girl. And so for us to be like that, and then 2 days later you get on live and you're carrying like that, I was just like, girl, if you had an issue with me or you had a problem, you could have said it, bitch. You could have said it when we were sitting next to each other, girl, and we could have handled it then. But you hold on to this for however long you held on to it because you say you've never spoke out about it, girl, and you chose now to speak about it. It's not landing for me. And so I was over. I did.
Girl, I did not mean to do that. I look a hot mess.
What'd you do?
I actually cut my camera on by accident. I was like, "Oh, girl," I had to back
So it was uncalled for, like kind of how I was coming at him. But girl, I was just fed up. I was really fed up with the bullshit. I really was.
Let me ask you this: so, if you get a chance to come back for another season, what are you gonna do differently for yourself? Like, what now that you've had the experience with this season and you've seen a lot of, the do's and the don'ts moving forward? Like, if Markel called you back and was like, "Hey, girl, we want you to back on for another season," what would you do differently, and what could we expect to see from you?
So for me, I feel like I took a lot of hits when it came to how I looked and things of that nature. So off top, bitch, I'm on hers next from the very jump. Bitch, I'm checking hers lighting when I walk through the door. I'm seeing, bitch, what's going on, bitch? I need to see. Let me see how I look first before we even start filming the scene, bitch. I need to check. I need to know.
Okay.
But I just, to be told, I just had some things that I feel like I could have adjusted and kind of things that could be adjusted as far as how I want to be perceived. I could really give a fuck less about how anybody else thinks I should look. I'm if I'm happy with it, bitch, that's all that matters. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But this is how I look, girl. So I mean, it is what it is. But for me, if I was to come back on next season, I would want to show more of my family, like my ballroom family, in that aspect of my life. I would like to dive a little bit more into, not too far because I feel like I gave you enough of my story, but dive a little bit more into like maybe some situations that I guess happen. I don't know because I mean I don't know, bro. I
I
would
have
want
an
to.
idea for you, and this actually has nothing to do with what you can bring next season, but you could if you want to. And
Okay, what
this
is
is
it?
this is on the Vice side of things, and I'm from Florida, and there growing up, I got to see a lot of things on the streets,
Uh-huh.
and moving forward in my adulthood, watching shows on Vice and seeing how real people can get. Seeing, sensing that you're not a scary ass bitch, what about doing something that highlights that lifestyle? And it could be called The Stroll, where you interview people, you can block their faces out, whatever. You talk like a documentary style, like showing like what it is that people go through. Because I saw a lot of jokes, I see a lot of commentary, and people love throwing it in your face about your life. And even with that scene with you and the rest of the trans girls and Rachel, when y'all were sitting down talking about your experiences, I don't really think people get it. I had a couple homegirls growing up that worked the stroll, and that's all that they could really do because they weren't going to be able to get hired anywhere else. So you take on these jobs, and even younger people, because they've got kicked out of the house, at as a minor, and they have to do what they got to do to survive. And although it may be frowned upon in most, circles in life, it is the reality for most people. And I think that it's an underserved community. And I think that education and hearing these people tell their story and
Mhm.
talk about what led them there would kind of be something that people would be interested to see.
So I actually had an idea, and initially, whenever I presented it to Markel and them, it to go to the stroll, it was to try to get some girls off the stroll. That was my initial goal, and I said I wanted to create a foundation that kind of like contributed to getting the girls out of that lifestyle and kind of converting them over to like back into the office workspace and things like that. People have came up with stuff like this similar to it. I actually have a homegirl, her name is Pocahontas, who has a whole trans house where she houses trans women, and helps them build their resumes up and gets off the street, and leave that lifestyle alone. So I have connections with people to do something like that, and I definitely have brought it to their attention. I said I wanted to do something where I'll call it training talk for the longest. Um, and that's so weird that you say that. Now, I actually want to touch on something because it just struck me whenever you were talking. And I remember looking back at the comments and seeing people, and I wanted to say even you said something or somebody said something. I want to go ahead and clear it up because it was said that that they didn't understand. Oh, I know. Maybe it wasn't you. I think it was Abby and them was talking about how the whole me being on probation and this is that. Well, how did she go into it not knowing that she was gonna piss dirty? I don't think that people heard the story or heard what actually happened, and I feel like there was people just so quick to just, oh, she pissed dirty. That's not what I said though. So what actually happened was I was on probation for
No,
3.
it definitely wasn't me because remember, me and you actually had a
We had
private
okay, yeah, we had the
conversation,
conversation,
and I
right?
was already aware of your situation before it
Okay,
was revealed
perfect.
on the season.
But I would like to say this though. So, because I know some people kind of got it misconstrued. So, I was on probation for 3 years. I signed for 3 years probation and XYZ. My mom, from the time I got out of jail, because I did 7 months prior to that in jail. When I got out, my mama paid for my 3 years probation all the way up. She paid it in full from the very beginning. My mom spoils me rotten. She paid my probation up. I had did the classes I was supposed to take. I had did the community service I was supposed to do. I had donated the cans I was supposed to donate. I did everything that I was supposed to do. Now, mind you, this is during COVID, so we weren't going to. I wasn't going into like to go meet a person regularly because that just wasn't a thing. Not that wasn't a thing here at the time. And uh my probation officer that I did have, she retired. They gave me somebody else. She got fired, and so I had what they called a vacant. My paper said vacant, so that just means I didn't have nobody. So whoever was there at the time was the person that was gonna do me or see me. So I get to the very end. Mind you, this is February of 2023. I get to February 2023. This is where I'm supposed to get off of papers. And they tell me, oh, well, you pissed dirty back in September. I say, and y'all just now saying something? The month I'm supposed to get off, I paid everything, and y'all just now telling me this? And I looked at them, I said, bitch, are y'all crazy? And they said, well, we're gonna have to revoke your probation. I say, y'all got me fucked up. Mind you, I go look online and see that they revoked my probation back in December. So when I reported in December, when I reported in January, when I reported in February, I was already revoked. My probation had already been revoked. They just didn't come pull me, take me out, take me out the back and take me out yonder or whatever. So that's where my frustrations came because I'm like, bitch, I've been coming, y'all ain't saying nothing to me, and y'all just been letting me slide by, and I get to the very end, and now y'all want to say something. So I just wanted to let that be known because I don't know if people understood or if the story was kind of clipped and put together. I don't know, but I was not just oblivious to it. I knew what I was doing. I knew what was going on. I just was not expecting to get to the very end for them to throw it in my face and be like, "Hey, yeah, baby, you got to do some more time."
Well, one thing I know about the probation system is it's not designed for you to succeed. They'll
Right.
put every roadblock in your way. I studied a little bit of criminal justice in college, and I got a lot of friends on probation
My
in
grandma is the probation officer
criminal
for Denton
court.
County.
So they anything you do, like they're not trying to get you off. They want more fees. They want to put you back in jail. There's a specific goal and quota that these people got to meet because it makes them more money. It's
Yeah.
fucked up, but it makes them more money. So I would just advise people, whatever I know this is not your situation because you did everything that you were supposed to do, but like going into probation, just do every single thing the right way. Become fucking Thumbelina to the
Thanks.
bullshit. You have no choice because these people will do everything they can, and they'll even pull tricks like the one they pulled with you. They'll wait, and then even though it's their fault, I just hope and pray that the truth can be revealed onto thee, and
Yeah.
you can move past this situation. That way, you can live the rest of your life not looking over your shoulder. And that was another thing I had a question for you. Like working how you work, are you ever afraid you might get pinned up?
Yeah, all the time. I don't travel and do a lot of the, like out of town balls and stuff like that because it's so fear of just me being in a car with somebody and getting pulled over for them speeding and me getting arrested. Like I could be gone that easily. So like when I go out of town with my kids and stuff like that, I be so anal. Like I be like, bitch, don't be speeding. Like don't be doing this. And
And you do, and
it's
you
been
do
times when we
know
got
that.
pulled over. It's been times we got pulled over, and by the grace of God, it was my birthday, bitch. And by the grace of God, he did not ask me my name, and I was just like, oh my God.
And you do know too, I've noticed an uptick in stings and operations, gay clubs, even the bookstores, girl. Like because the new wave that we're in, they're trying to just pretty much destroy all of the rights given to our community, and by doing that too, they're going a step further by going back to the old ways of doing shit. By
Yeah.
trying to do stings in our operate. They just did one at a gym not too long ago that was known for cruising. They're going into these places. They're actually faking online accounts on Grindr and Jacked and all the other apps, setting up these, parties and stuff or whatever. They're really going a step above. So I'm just telling you, like,
They
just
just got like 260 people in Dallas in Texas, like that were messing with minors or something weird like that. I just seen come across my newsfeed the other day.
they should definitely be doing that. But
Well, yeah, yeah.
they go ahead and get those evil cunts. But like, our spaces where it's legit,
Oh,
but like the bookstore situation, like y'all, that's why I was afraid too of them recording and there being too many conversations because someone might watch this and you see how adamant Donnie was about wanting to get it shut down. It only takes one person a law enforcement to hear that, oh, this is a way to clean up our city. And they want brownie points for shutting down these types of operations and they will put a sting on it. So I'm just saying though, like, be
yeah, yeah.
careful with what we're recording and what we're talking about because you don't know who's seeing it and the ambition that they might have to go for it. Texas is already a full of shit state anyway with those damn Republicans and the way that they want to try to do everything over there. They're already trying to take away the THC laws and things of that nature. Thank God y'all got a governor who's up for re-election and it wants to save face, so he wants to make it recreational. But like they're already trying to come for a lot of stuff in our community and beyond that too. So just be careful, child.
I actually had a conversation with the manager of the bookstore prior to us walking through it, and I
Hmm.
had let him know because I'm cool with them. Like I've known them for years. I've been in the streets thugging since I was 17 years old, since I was 17. So I knew him or whatever, and he told me it was cool. He was like, let me run it by the owner and just make sure. But by the time I was walking through by the time I was walking through the door, I had Markel and Wendy already. And I was like, well, girl, it's time. Lights, camera, action. But they was like, girl, they was up with the cameras, girl, I was like, no, y'all can't do that. No, y'all can't do that. And I was like, girl, be a little bit more conspicuous. And so that's why you didn't catch the scene where like us were we were
Well,
walking down the
it's
hallway.
kind of too late now because we have the front building being recorded. We have the
Yeah.
conversations that was happening. And again, I'm not trying to come down on Donnie, but in our interview when he was talking about like I really wanted to call and shut that place down, like there is someone out there that has that same mind frame, but they have it because they hate us.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
so am. I don't want people to get into this mindset of this is something that I do on the regular because I'm not a part of that lifestyle no more. Like I don't be out there on the blade like that. I'm a homebody. I sit my ass at the house. I work from home. I'm one of them
No,
girls.
no. I
So,
appreciate you coming out with the story and having the conversation. And even if you don't live there anymore in that particular
but
environment, I say
I
that
know
there are
so many
people that
girls that come from there. I know so many girls
come
that
from
come from
that.
there.
They currently are in it. Some people utilize those spaces, and I know how other people may view it, but like those are coping mechanisms. Those are things, the trials, the tribute, part of the life, the journey of some people. And again, like I said to Donnie, like those spaces may seem like, filth, but at least there's a space for that filth, because if there are no spaces for the filth, that means people gonna just be doing it like Sodom and Gomorrah, girl, and that's when the angels want to come back and try to, get the kids together. We don't have
Yeah.
time for that. Like, protect these spaces because they protect these people. That way they're not out here just all willy-nilly. And I would rather someone have their freedom of expression in a dark hole somewhere versus me driving down the road, girl, in broad daylight and you doing some weird shit in the streets.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
No, I agree. I feel like there's a fine line between transparency, being transparent when you come on these shows, and oversharing. I feel like some of the things have been, especially with Chloe, I don't think anyone else or not many people in this chasing or web reality world would have gotten away with some of the things you've shared and have received virtually nothing, no backlash, from the community or anything like that. Because there's a lot of crazy people out there when you share, tens of hundreds of thousands of views and you're sharing your full 100% self.
You felt like I didn't get no backlash?
That you got backlash on, like, I think comments wise, but I don't know. What's your definition? I guess maybe you feel like you did.
I don't know. I felt like I was lashed a little bit. I mean, I feel like they hung me to the fire a little bit. I don't know. I guess I don't know what I was expecting. I kind of just went into this whole situation though, trying not to expect anything and not really.
I think what it is, I hate to cut you out. I think what it is, though, because I do observe the comments and I do watch other reviewers and other interviews and things like that. I think what it mostly is that you have it seems like a lot, but in my opinion, it's a smaller subsection of viewers and other people that have a negative perspective of the line of work that was exposed in the season from you. Mm-hmm. But I think there's more understanding and people that have been through a certain type of journey or have known people that's been through that journey. So I think there's an overwhelming number of more support just because we give grace. We're human beings and we understand even if we don't know that road, it's a road nonetheless for someone else. So
somebody had to talk about it. Somebody had to talk about it.
And it's a different perspective, but I think a lot of the other people, it was just like, there's a lack of understanding. That's why I was like trying to talk to you about that show, like, because I think that hearing these people's stories, like, there's that guy on YouTube.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
There's a guy on YouTube. He goes to talk to homeless teens and he talks to like prostitutes and he talks to like all of these different people from different drug dealers, crack addicts. Like he talks to a lot of different types of people. And I find it interesting, even though I think he does it to exploit these people because, girl, please, I've never heard a success story of where he actually helped anybody, but that's neither here nor there. The basis of what he's doing, because no one gets a chance to hear these people's stories and you get thrown out there and there's this misunderstanding like, oh, you just for the streets or you're a whore. No, so you got to do what you got to do to survive. And we can always go back to the baser instincts of man to pleasure with flesh versus anything else. And girl, the coins will come right after. So like, I think that there's something there that needs to be tapped into and it's called chasing reality. So that's someone's reality. And believe it or not, as we talk to Rachel and as we see with a lot of the trans community and even people that are not in the trans community, I ain't gonna lie, girl, my throat cut was for sale many moons ago. Okay, let me tell you something, girl. Girl, you got to do what you got to do, honey. In the words of Diamond from the Players Club, honey, you got to use what you got to get what you want, honey.
Y'all want to know something so crazy is that I feel like this whole experience was I feel like it was meant for me. Like, and I feel like everything happened at the right time. Prior to this, I've said this before, when I applied for it with Reese or whatever, I was living in a hotel room and so I went from living in a hotel room and being content with my life and, paying $90 to $120 a day to stay in a place that they could so easily throw you out of just because you look the wrong way or you slammed the door too hard or like just minuscule stuff. And I went from living that life to when I went to jail, I got out of jail, and I was like, bitch, I'm not going back to hotels. I said, I can't. And I got my first apartment. And I've been in an apartment now for the past 5 years and have never went to another hotel a day in my life. I've stayed in this apartment right now I'm in. I've been here for 3.5 years. I'm getting ready to sign my 4th year lease. And I stayed it, and I had 2 other apartments, but I stayed in one. I had outgrew it like really, really fast. I gave it to a whole bunch of trainees and let them run through it because it was in the profile. And I moved across the street something bigger because I had accumulated too much stuff. It was like too small. It was like, oh no, I can't do it. Um, but I said it to say like I'm now like at this point in my life where I just don't see myself going back to being in a hotel room. I don't see myself living that, like paying that day to day. Like I just can't do it. And I try to instill that into my kids and stuff like that. Like, y'all have to want more for yourself. You gotta want better for yourself. And if y'all settle for the bare minimum or settle for being in a hotel room and doing that, you're not gonna get nothing out of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I be wanting people to understand. Like I was once that girl. I was once that person strung out on the streets, bitch. And my mama had to come and show me that she loved me and pull me out of the gutters and was like, "Bitch, no, you gotta get it the fuck together." And no, it's gonna happen now. And I had no choice but to get it the fuck together. Like I've been there, and bitch, I don't ever want to go back. Don't ever want to go back.
That's the they're called these like pivotal moments in time, and I'll bring it on a smaller scale to our individual journey in life. These things are meant to happen to us, and as fucked up as it sounds, and I'm not bringing in God in this because I'm not on that religious shit too much, but I'm more of on the spiritual aspect of it all. And that what is meant for you to go through is meant for you to go through because it will lead you to where you're supposed to. Now the test is, how long do you live in that place? Hello. You
Hello, God.
you can't live there too long. If you live there too long, you assimilate and you become a part of that environment that you're in. And that's why I advocate for people to just sit in it for a minute, learn, and you have to assess at the end of that journey to say, okay, I'm now ready to come out of this because I learned X, Y, and Z. If you're not
Yeah.
learning from it or trying to pull yourself out of it, you will forever remain there and it will become the worst part of you. And
That is
then
so
you're
true.
Girl, I'm telling you, like, can't live there too long. So I'm glad you were
Yeah.
able to pull yourself out and see what that is. And a lot of times in life too, you have to, be at the way bottom in order to realize the only place left to go is up.
And it's crazy because I used to go to like I still would go out there and see my people because my people they be out there like bitch people I grew up with they still be out there on the streets. And so my Gigi she just passed away, God rest her soul,
Peace,
maybe
star.
6 or 7 months ago. And but she was who introduced me to the bookstore. And when she lost her apartment and she was living out there, she never left. Like she lived there. And it's to break my heart going to go see her, but I would always go check up on her to make sure she was okay. You need to come by my house, take a shower, whatever the case may be. Do whatever you need to do. And I saw her 2 days before. No, I seen her 2 days before she passed. I went up there. Something got. I got a wild hair on my ass. Was like, girl, you need to go up to the bookstore. I went to the bookstore. I seen her. We sat and talked for like 45 minutes to an hour in the hallway, and I I, I was trying to order my Uber to get home, and it would not let me request it. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, bitch, this ain't nobody God, because they wanted me to sit there and talk to her for just a little bit longer because that was my last time I was going to speak to her.
Mm.
But I
Wow.
would say that it'd be like she used to always tell me, "You gonna make it." She was like, "You're gonna make it. You're my baby. You're the baby that's gonna make it. That's gonna do something with their life and make something of themselves." She's like, "Not everybody. You can't take everybody to the top with you. You can't expect everybody to be able to go where you got to go, and you can't be that person to carry all that weight." She said, "You got to do what's best for you and soar as far as that you can soar." And I used to always say, "But girl, why would I leave my people? Like, why would I leave my friends and stuff? People that I love. Why would I leave y'all?" And I'm now understanding that bitch like she was right. Like sometimes everybody ain't meant to go to the top with you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to go by yourself and figure it out and kind of learn the ropes. And I mean, I come back and I speak and I check on everybody, but bitch, some people are okay with where they at.
And that's their own.
Prerogative.
That's their own journey.
Yep.
Something that's where, and a lot of people call me heartless, but you know what, I grew up in a time where all I had to count on was myself, because if
Mhm.
I didn't count on myself, I wasn't going to make it through. Because
Mhm.
bitches these days, for some reason, it's all about looking out for self. That whole group mentality, let me help you because I have no ulterior motive, because I'm actually a good person. Those people are very few these
Mhm.
days, and I
I'm
learned that
sure.
the way growing up, being nice and kind, and I'm still that way, but it's very limited to. And I look for energy now in reciprocation, and a lot of times that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
People have to realize that Misery truly does love company, and I'm going to say it again. It sounds so simple, and it's something we've heard a long time growing up, right? Misery loves company. The devil dwelleth in dry places. Okay, that is the truth. If you sit in a place too long, hello God, you will be met with the devil, which is not some supernatural being. It is you are being met with the darkest part of yourself. It is a
Yep.
reflection of the energy that you're giving off, and you have now manifested it in the physical form. And what that does to you, depression, anger, sadness, you end up living in these spaces. I just came out of one last year. Like I know every cycle, I feel like we go through those things. It's deeply rooted and pitted, girl, for a specific reason. And if you don't know how to like really read the room on yourself, girl, you will turn into something that you won't recognize. You will turn into something that you'll be fade literally, not like Lamont fading in the background. You will literally fade in the background of your own life. You will hover in the literal ether of your own existence. You have to find a way out. And I'm proud when I see people, especially on these shows that I review, because I love us for real. I really do. And a lot of the girls, oh, you're this and you're that. Whatever, bitch. Ultimately, I'm still here because I care about our community. I care about our representation and I care about our stories. And to see that people like you and even Donnie and I hear, Jeff, and we can talk about all these the Mexican shit and the deportation, but immigrant people, the story behind what their people went through. It's interesting. It's
I was actually,
motivational.
I was
Yeah.
upset. I was upset that I did not find out that. In truth be told, I didn't really get too deep into too many people that were on the cast lives or whatever. Because I mean, a lot of them weren't forthcoming with information or weren't just trying to blurt it out. I guess. I guess. But it was interesting to know. Like I didn't know until the end that bitch Rio was dating a drag queen. Like it was like certain things that I was like, girl, for real, like girl, it was shocking the fuck out of me. And I just wish that throughout the
See what?
experience that he dated a drag queen. His girlfriend, his boyfriend's a drag queen. He does drag.
Right now?
Yes.
Well,
Is he a reckless doll?
Yeah. And that's when it all made sense to me. I was like, oh, so that's why
hold
you're
on. Didn't I just see him do an interview or something talking about he? Never mind, girl. I'm over it.
girl. Mind you, when he was walking into the event, the drag queen that was walking right beside him with the big hair, that's his boyfriend.
I don't even remember.
Oh, okay. Well,
Same.
yeah. But it made sense. 'Cause at first, I did not understand why he was so invested into the girls. I didn't get it. I was like, "Girl, why you have a thing?" I thought maybe you have a thing for the girls. Maybe you want to be a girl. It was a couple different things that went through my
Well,
mind.
he
I
needs
didn't
to
know.
stop letting those girls play with his face with their makeup because he out here looking like the Joker.
That's
Girl,
crazy. And
but
wasn't Kelly supposed to make her debut as a
a
reckless
reckless
doll or
dog.
whatever?
Yeah,
And
but
she
she was.
wasn't even there on the season. It's
Yeah, she
so
was in
crazy.
Orlando. She was in Orlando, I think, at the time filming a show. But her boyfriend was there. He was the DJ at the event.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, he was there. He said he was there to represent, to hold it down for his girl, and he was representing Kelly.
How
So
he represent? What he finna do? Put on some speedos and slang the thing? Like
no,
what he do? Be the
he
DJ?
was he was he was hitting on the ones and twos, the ones and twos.
And when he gonna shave? Because he always looking unkept.
Them sound like questions you got to ask Kelly, girl. I don't know. I
Because,
don't
like, am
know.
I wrong? Because when we first met him, when they did their little Love Jones scene together early on in the season, I'm like, okay, girl, he looked a little. I'll give you a point for you're new. You just woke up,
I didn't
but
even know he was that was her man. When we
we
had that
saw
sit
him again.
down,
He sat down with y'all. Then we saw him again in this final season, this final episode, I believe, too, didn't we? And he just
yeah,
looked really unkept, and I was like, girl, like you need to shave, bitch. Tweezy
we
P,
didn't. I
honey.
didn't. Okay, so funny thing is when you asked about that sit down that we had with Kelly, like on the third episode or second episode, whatever it was. Now, mind you, I did not know that it was two things that happened at that sit down that I was gagging at. So I did not know the whole time that that was her man because if you clock it, it was another dude sitting in between them two. Like she had pulled a chair up for the other dude to sit in between them. So I was kind of like, girl, taking it back. I was like, girl, wait, that's your man? And then the white drag queen. I don't know what her. I think she goes by drag because she said she does drag. I don't know. Don't shoot me in the comments. I don't know.
He
But
was
the white girl,
definitely
the
giving
white girl that
thick
was sitting next
Elsa.
to me, huh?
She was definitely giving thick Elsa.
Yeah, she was sitting next to me, girl. I thought that that was Lamont's girlfriend because at the time I had not met.
Oh,
I was thinking, so when I was walking up to the scene, I was walking up to them forts walking into the building together. So I'm thinking, okay, Lamont's here with the white
girl,
girl.
I forgot Lamont was even there.
Okay.
Huh.
Girl, see, y'all just ain't gonna give him no break, girl. I'm.
Hey, I give breaks when it's deserved. He hasn't shown me anything other than what I've
I
seen.
hope he comes to this reunion on fire because bitch, he needs it. Because girl, he ain't bring the heat during the season, girl. While he talk about he the most chasing girl, chasing wood.
He said more on this last episode than anything that we've seen this whole
Girl,
season.
I feel like we had to push him to say all that,
No,
girl. We had to
honey,
hype him up.
the reason he said all of that is because that to me something.
He's fighting
I
for
don't
that
know when
relationship.
this stuff was filmed, but it's coming off very new. Like I was aware because I felt like he was responding to a lot of the shit we all had to say,
Yeah.
and
That makes sense.
Well,
especially in his confessionals.
I can't say that the last green screen confessional I filmed was maybe a week ago. It was a week ago. It was because Marquette just got back from out of town,
So
and
he's been hovering in the bushes of everyone's lives and panels and shit, and he been listening to what the fuck we had to say because the energy he was serving in his confessional was definitely giving. Okay, I'm gonna low key respond, and then if you look at
but this
how
is my
he
opportunity.
was
This is my
omitting
opportunity.
you from a
Period.
lot of the things, and I'm like, all right, he definitely not feeling Chloe right now, so he must be responding low key to what the fuck we was serving.
Yeah. And I felt like I had his back. Like I was trying to get I was the voice for him. I was trying to get his voice out there. I was because I had been pushing him for like 2 weeks, bitch. I've been trying to get him to do an interview. I was like, girl, you need to talk about it. You need to go ahead and say your piece so that people can hear your story. Girl, he want to pussyfoot around it, girl. Talk about he gonna give me a time in a week and this and I'm like, girl, it's by then, hey, the people ain't gonna be worried about it, girl. It's hot right now. They're talking about it right now, girl. This is the hottest thing that you got on the show, girl. It's hotter than the panties between your bitches pussy, bitch. You need
He
to be
said
talking
he
about
was
it.
like, he said he was under promoted, but he was on every episode with his commercial. We saw
He
him everywhere. So what's the issue?
he was. Let me tell you what it was. What the problem was with Lamont is he was in every group scene. He was there. He was present. And I told you this earlier, YB. He just did not take a stand. He didn't stand for nothing. He just
Well,
was.
girl, when you
He
hear
was
what he had to say in the last episode, he said
furniture.
that he don't be with all the gay shit.
Girl, he be with the guys.
So, so
He,
he don't want to be one of the girls, the guys, the girls. He doesn't want to be anything. He just wants to be Lamont, bland,
well,
unseasoned
go
shit.
take that. Go take that to another show because maybe that's not needed over here. It's not required or desired, and we're not here for this shit.
And my thing is this too, like at a certain point, like we have to be honest with ourselves. What is the intention? I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point because I've been yelling this since season 1 of Chasing Atlanta. Come in with a mission. If you know what it is that you got going on, like he loves to, and it's always the loudmouths that are proven wrong. I'm the biggest thing. I got the most motion. I got this, and I'm doing this. I'm the nigga in Dallas, and I'm stepping on next. Girl, you ain't stepping on nothing with your short ass. You ain't stepping on nothing, girl. Everything that we're seeing with the little bits of chase, that should have been your primary focus. If you know that you have the personality of an iguana, you need to sit there, honey, with your lizard spirit, and you need to just focus on the chasing. Bring that. Bring
So
some fine niggas with that shirtless and oiled up and cut their hair. Hello, God. Like, that's where we should have been. Not some guy who's one cheeseburger away from having roles. We don't have time for that for the Valentine's Day photo shoot. Girl,
I've got
please.
a question though. I got a question though. So, do y'all feel like it is required and desired for you to have a chase to be on this show? And
Yeah.
if you do not have a chase, do you think that they should be allowed to be on the show?
If they do not have a chase and they have good personality and they have a solid connection with some a main cast member, then you can be a friend of the show
Mother.
like Marlo was. But if you got a
Us, a mother should have been
legitimate
a friend of the
chase,
show.
I'm just saying though, like well, I can't lie. Like I have a lot of shit I've said about Mother, but looking back at this
I mean,
season,
she kind of grew on to me, girl.
we needed
I
it,
did
girl,
not
in
respect.
an aspect. We weren't getting
Yeah, we
anything
did. We
else.
did because girl, she pulled out a lot of shit. But I was like, girl, I just did not respect when it was at my expense and when it was lying. Like, bitch, I could respect it if it was like, okay, yeah, bitch, my boss is out. But girl, my boss is not out, girl. Stop lying to these people, telling them that, girl, because it's gonna piss me off, and I might have to tap you, girl. Because
Like it's crazy because like
bitch, I I've been
what's
tucking for
crazy
fucking
to me
15
is
years. Like, girl, come on now, bitch. I was
most
wearing
of
a
the
fucking
moments with
girdle.
mother, like if you sprinkle them individually, okay, I'm not for it. But when I look back at the season as a whole, it was definitely needed. Like there were,
Right.
yeah, some absurd moments, okay, whatever. But like there's a certain personality and entertainment flair, even though what she's saying might be kind of messed up or whatever, but there's a certain entertainment quality that does well for a show.
For sure.
So I'll definitely give her that. Oh shit.
Did Chloe drop?
She might need the link again. Hold on. Let me see. I'll put the link back in for you, baby.
Yeah, Mother was definitely playing telephone the whole season, but what I can respect is even from the beginning of the season, she knew that she was going to be the Sheree or the Bone Collector. Like she
Right.
self-identified. So I can only respect that. You knew what you came here to do. You weren't focused on the chase as much as, moving the drama and becoming first seat. Like, he admitted himself.
Well,
So
you can't focus on the chase when you can't fund it.
okay.
I'm just saying though, like she admitted to losing her job, so she had no choice but
Girl,
to
that was
do it,
so weird.
circle back around and say she had no choice but to circle back and say, girl, let me just go
That was so
ahead
weird.
and put a little more extra on it. But let's tell the truth, even before she lost the job, she was still putting on, and even after she lost the job, she still kept it consistent. And Mother ain't never backed out too much from it. So I'll give her props for that.
I mean, she already
Only when it
went
came to
average
me.
shopping, so it should just be sold and presented. So you could technically do it with a few dollars, but we're not gonna go there.
Well,
Do
you
with
talk about her skirt line.
Yeah.
well, to put on, you know how
So
the girls are, child. They like to do extra.com. Look at the type of venue space she was going to host at. That was going to cost a penny. Plus, I'm sure she wants some finger foods.
Oh yeah,
Definitely
definitely not.
Vienna sausage wrapped in government cheese, child. I'm sure she wants, sparkling water. I'm sure she wants to do it the right way. So I can understand,
What was it, a fashion viewing or
and I
something?
don't want nobody.
Yeah.
I'm with her. I don't want nobody putting out nothing. I don't want nobody putting out no bullshit. So I'm with her when she said like she wants her shit to be the creme de la creme when it comes down to it. I can see that for her. I just did not. I was just wasn't here for the extra shit. Like just the extra. Like everything did not deserve 10 on 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
I
I
get you.
digress. She definitely was. I think I could tell that she was a fan of the show. She definitely watched the show and she took notes. She came to the season knowing her assignment and trying to check all the boxes, bitch, to make sure that she came back again.
I think
She knew who to pick with. She knew who to have a problem with.
prior to the season finale and maybe another episode or two, like I would have, like my big three is obviously you, Jay, Jeff, and Donnie. But like I'll definitely put Mother in. If she can bring a chase, But my thing is too, even with the chase, I thought about this too yesterday. I don't know why the show is on my mind so much these days, but it's gonna be crazy, like the drama aspect. Like certain people play only.
You're not the only one that's cutting out.
They only play well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
cutting in
I
and
can
out.
hear
But okay,
you.
what'd you say?
Your screen is a little lagging, Chloe. I can see it's kind of moving.
I know. I see it. It's loopy. It looks really bad. I'm looking at it from my computer. Let me try to click on this from my computer. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Mhm. But no, I'm just gonna say what I need to say. I just think most of it is like some of these cast members, they'll play well because they have the mess. So my thing is, what if another group comes in that's not really all that messy? If you don't have no one to, if you're the messy person like Mother is, how are you going to engage? Because think about it. If you're that centerpiece, right, and no one takes the bait, you look crazy.
Yeah, you don't have any storyline because
You know?
you're dependent on everyone.
Yeah. So mm, I think people will inevitably take the bait. These shows prove that, but I do wonder, like, what if there's not a gossiping group that doesn't tell the person that you meant for this tea to get to? Like, what if no one
No
cared?
shade. I said the same thing though, and I thought to myself, what if Robert would have been on the show on the season? You wouldn't have had so much to say or been so abrasive. I don't feel like she would have been because she does a lot of, backpedaling when it comes to Robert. So having somebody with that same energy that can compete with her, she wouldn't be
Let
as
me ask you this: is Robert
motherly as
really
she
that
is.
connected in the streets? Is Robert really that connected?
It's not that he's connected. It's that this is like that. Like this is him. Like, girl, and it's like a Dallas. I feel like it's a Dallas thing. I really do. Like, I feel like
Is
he
it
is deeply
Dallas or
rooted in
just the
Dallas. He's
circle?
from like
Is it Dallas or is it just the social circles that
they.
he's a part of?
He's respected. He's respected in the social circle. Like he's respected. Everybody knows him. His family is deeply rooted here. He's one of them. He's one of the ones. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't even just saying it because my daddy. Like he is. I'm
Hmm.
But he
and
was
ain't
very
I've never
involved
really
this
just seen
season.
people. I've never seen nobody really just come back for him. I've never seen nobody come for him really like that. Mm-mm.
Other than me,
Besides like his little exes or something. Like it might be a little ex. It might be a little ex and then you, but that was it.
you know, we were kind of arguing like we had dumped each other. But girl, he should never
Girl, you
called
just
me.
want you
He
want to
should
do
have
that
never
so
called me
bad.
Homer Simpson and getting mad at my commentary. Like, girl, you know
Girl,
what I'm gonna serve.
and he told and he said that he did that because you kept picking at him, and
Yeah.
I think you came up with Roberta Dutchmaster first before the
No, I actually
did
came up
you?
with it after. No, I came up with it after.
Oh,
You see,
oh,
what
okay,
happened was when he did that live,
yeah.
someone sent me a link to the live that he did talking about me, and I clicked it. I had watched it, and I was like, "Girl, please." So I went to reading her down. That was legendary, girl. I even did a whole video talking about it and rereading everything as we were battling. And I read her into oblivion to the point where she did not even respond or acknowledge my existence ever again. And then that's when I came up with, I said, because I made a joke and I was like, girl, you're crusty Dutch master lips or something like that. And that's when I came up with it. Yeah, bitch, you're Roberta Dutchmaster. Girl, I've been reading her for a great part of a year, child, but I'm over it. It's nothing to me. Like, I get it, you know, and obviously I won that little verbal spat because I have yet to meet anybody that can read as well as I can. So I'm good to go on that end because I think she still has it up too.
Yeah, that was a wild time. But let
Yeah.
me ask you this about the reunion coming up. So do you think, I don't know, production needs like to add a clause to the contract or something so people can actually show up and it means something, especially after what happened with Sean last season?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think what needs to happen
I think there's
is
something in there.
moving forward. This is always been my argument. Excuse me if people have already heard me repeat this over and over and over again. We have to find a way to pay the cast, and they don't all have to be paid equally. It can be based on popularity, based on what they're bringing. I know you have your A cast, your B cast, your friends of the show don't need to get paid. Girl, you're just there to be there. But if you're a main cast member, there definitely needs to be some type of compensation. Once you establish that, it's added to a contract that is legally binding, not just some shit from LegalZoom, something that's actually, certifiable, hello God, verifiable, hello God, and legally binding. Like, we need to make that very clear up front. Once you establish that, those people will then take this job a lot more seriously. And once you, as executives or owners, whatever the case may be, you have established a professional relationship with the cast. That way, they feel business. They're not going to play with you like a little friend. They're going to feel, they're going to see, they're going to sense this is business. So I have to conduct myself accordingly, especially if I am going to get paid for my services. So when you establish that level of seriousness and shit that's truly legally binding, and there is an incentive for these people to want to stay in line and get with the program and not think that they're bigger than the program, then you can have bitches that will show up to that reunion. People will show up to scenes, calls,
I agree.
wherever they got to be, they're going to be there. And all this bullshit about, I'm not inviting her to this event because I don't like her. Guess what, bitch? It's a filming situation. It's on our
Deal with it.
dime. You're getting paid for this. This person's showing up. If they throw a glass of acid in your face, you have to take it, girl. We'll call you an ambulance, though. There
Now,
needs. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and I think that's the thing. That's the thing. No, that's definitely a thing. And I feel like the fact that we're required to put together one event where we are inviting majority of the cast, and we give that option. And I feel like because we get that option to exclude people is where things get really weird. Because I mean, bitch, I'm the type of bitch where I'm a shady bitch, and I can be shady to your face, to behind your back. You know, you can catch all the type of shade. You can catch shade from any direction. I've never working on a project where I can't say never, but I have not yet worked on a project where I feel like I done bit off more than I could chew, and I'm not going to the reunion. It's never been that deep for me. I think that a lot of these girls don't want to have to face the music or feel like they don't want to have to answer to people. And I feel like that might be why why they don't show up. But again, I feel like if that's the case, then they should not be on the next season. I think there's something in our contract that states that now after since Sean been released. I think there's something in the contract now.
But what's the point of the contract
yeah, I mean,
when you're not willing to sue a bitch? Like if someone breaks the contract and they're not doing what they got to do, that person's not. They don't care about breaking the contract because you're not gonna spend the money to go put in the affidavit. You're not gonna go down to the courthouse and pursue judgment against me because of what? And then what is the consequence if you violate the contract? Is there what did they say in the clause what the consequence is supposed to be?
I could go read it, but I don't know. I don't remember. I
maybe
never read
just
it. I never
not coming back like the following season. That's probably the only thing that they can do is just not bring them back.
And I don't think, and to be honest, I don't think a lot of these girls could care less about coming back anyways. Like I said, I feel like this cast, majority of them, I feel like they're bigger than the program and felt like they were becoming of the show and that they don't need to push nothing. There was no they didn't promote shit. They didn't do any interviews. They didn't come speak to the people. They did not show their presence. They did not come speak their piece. But they get in that damn group chat and when somebody sends them something that you didn't say, they be quick to question. Bitch, I ain't got time for that. Bitch, meet me at the reunion and we can see. I see you when I see you.
Well, my thing is this: you got to live. That's why another thing I always tell people: you got to live authentically in who the hell you are. And if you do that coming into these shows, you won't mind coming to a reunion. You won't mind being addressed. You won't mind people talking about it because guess what? It'll be the narrative that you want to spin. That's what people don't get. We don't know y'all. Until you get on the goddamn show, we don't know you. So whatever you show us is the narrative that we're all going to go with. So spin the narrative the right way. Like all this shit about fucking Lamont. Oh, my accolades. Girl, I still don't know who you are. I don't know you all people like that. I don't know y'all until you grace the screen of a show that I watch. I will not, and even in those moments, I won't even know who you are.
So, girl, initially, this is my reunion shoe. It was supposed to be my reunion shoe, but I didn't realize that Christian Louboutins, they run so small. They hurt my feet. I wore this to the ball the other day, and I cannot walk in them. So, girl, I had to go. I think these are like 40. Oh, yeah, these are 41s. Bitch, so I had to go get me these. They're Christian Louboutins, but they're 42s, bitch, and these are fab. These
girl, you got that kind of bread?
Yeah. Girl, I sell pussy for a living, girl. What are you talking about?
I know
I spent $800. I spent $800 on some shoes for Markel for his birthday, girl. Come on now, stop playing with me.
Girl, my birthday's in January.
Bitch, I sell good pussy, good performance.
Chloe got money.
My birthday is in January. Yeah, I got it from
what's called
I'll be 30.
But yeah, these are the ones I'm going to be wearing at the reunion, just in case I got to step on a hoe next. So y'all stay tuned. Bitch, I can't wait till y'all see what I'm wearing. Oh, I can't wait till y'all see it. It's gonna be fab.
So I don't even need to ask because it's one of my questions tomorrow. But I'm sure y'all will be filming the reunion soon.
It's coming to be.
Because Markel get married. He gets married in when? August. So y'all need to hurry this up.
Yeah, he gets married in August. Yeah, because I think it's 8/20. Yeah, we're almost. Yeah, I can. I don't know. I can't even say that, girl. We're filming within the next 2 weeks, I say.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's usually how it would go, a week or two after.
Do they typically run like? Because I don't know how this thing works. Do they do like a marathon where they run all the episodes? Like
no.
Oh, because they did one half the season, and I don't know.
No, you'll usually see that like later on down the road, like after a couple more franchises done did their thing. Maybe
Oh,
they
okay.
might do a marathon just so you can remember the time type shit. So
Okay.
So
yeah,
who
no,
who would y'all like to see come back out of this season
just
so far?
you, Jet Jeff, Donnie Moon, Mother can come back, and that's it.
Okay.
I
What
don't need
about you,
anybody.
Terho?
I guess the people I don't want to come back would be Jayla, Glenn, Rachel.
Damn, you trying
Everyone
to kill
else,
off all the black people?
oh man, no.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
Not that. But I think with this group, like, I definitely can see you guys like functioning in one room. I think when YB was talking about the cast trip earlier, I just can't imagine YB, and you can comment on that. With previous casts, even when the cast is a bit more, they have more couth, they have trouble when they go spend 2-3 nights together or some weekend. So I can't imagine like Rio, Zesty, Donnie, Lamont, you, Chloe, like in one whatever cabin for like 2-3 days. I feel like hell will break loose.
Yeah, no.
Honey, you don't have to worry about Lamont and Rachel because they would have been somewhere in the woods serving each other truth and justice, honey.
Okay.
You wouldn't have to worry about them.
I do feel like however the mesh of the castle was a little off. I think that we came into it a lot of us not knowing each other. I knew like one or two people out the group, and it just we could not ever find our groove. Like it was hard to kind of get our groove, if that made sense. Like with the in and outs, the people leaving for months at a time and then coming back trying to like stake their claim and all that.
My issue with everything is this, and it's like something I have written down to say tomorrow with my sit down with Markel.
Make sure you say everything.
I want to get into a space where I can grow with the cast.
Mm-hmm.
So I think moving forward, I think casting needs to be taken very seriously because I think that will add to the sustainability of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Because this season, this is record low numbers for Chasing Dallas.
I hate that.
And I think the reason is because that we haven't yet to really have a chance to grow with a cast. Dallas has always been the underdog. I don't know why. I think it's one of the better ones in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I just think finding cast that we can grow with, and that comes with connection and their authenticity. If the girls are not for real about a chase, if they're not for real about being genuine human beings and like really looking at this as like, because look at the Housewives. I hate to compare everything to Housewives because it's just weird, but there's a correlation there in a lot of ways, especially with creativity. So when we look at, look at Riley. She got her own. She don't know as a grown woman. We saw that girl grow up. We saw Candy from her season 2 all the way up. Even Portia's ditzy ass. Nene Leakes. We got to see these people. Kim Zolciak. That's why they were able to have their spinoffs and things of that nature because people got to grow with them. They were actually invested in these people and their lives and their journey. So I feel like we really need to push for that for moving forward with not just this, but like every other. You were too far in the game now. Season 8 or whatever of Atlanta, season 4 or 3 or whatever of LA. We're going to be moving towards season 7 with Dallas, season 2 with Orlando. I'm sure they want more cities to dominate too. So my thing is moving forward, like choosing a cast that I know we're going to have some flukes. There's going to be some people that may not work out, but in my opinion, if I was Markel, half of this cast would be cut. More than half would be cut.
I agree. I think everything has to make sense, and I think that with it being, and I told Markel this a while back, is I feel like what the show is missing is like the true, authentic Dallas natives. Like I feel like he needs to get my girls, like the girls are the girls, like bitch, like I know the people, but he keeps saying, well, they're not applying. So I'm gonna do my Sean's best girl. I'm gonna send out these applications, girl, to the girls that I know that it needs to reach and tell them, hey, y'all need to fill this out because I know it's the girls that need to be on the show.
And not just fill it out, but
and not even just my friends.
Send them a link to the show. That way they can be educated on and really like refer them to our live conversations, or you can call me, call Harviana, call TTB, call the Justice League, whoever, and we will tell you what you should. And I'm not saying it's our rule is the rule, but I'm just saying though, like, we have these conversations every single time, every season, every year with every other platform, like what's needed, required, and desired for them to really be viable and sustainable throughout their journey on these shows, like what they need to do to introduce themselves the right way and really have it. Don't be sending the applications to girls who ain't got nothing to sell. Okay.
No, I'm definitely gonna send
girls
to
who
people.
really have some shit going on that separates them from everybody else. Good personality, good everything. Like, it's too far in the game. We shouldn't and I'm not talking shit about the season. I'm just saying, like, I feel like the testing era that's been gone. Like, that broccoli has been done. We need to be already established, and not as chasing for the people go, but I'm just talking about the platform overall. Like, we need to be getting the girls that are a little bit polished, that they're not coming up. We're not holding your hand through this. Even if you're a new girl, sorry.
That's
another reason why a lot of us have not kept it cute this season, because we've been here since the beginning. Right. So a lot of times, like, to see these new girls come in, we got to hold your hand now and be polite, and this, oh, she's just figuring it out. Like, sometimes we get over that, girl. We've been there and done that. So
well, let me tell you how connected I am to this franchise. So, Gary Aubrey used to do my hair back in the day when he was on his first season of Chasing Dallas.
I loved Aubrey.
Premier's my brother. Oh, I love him too, bitch. I wish he would come back to Dallas. I think he stayed in Louisiana now because he got a shop open out there. But shout out to him. Gary Aubrey used to do my hair. Premier's my brother. Let me see Premier. So fab.
Premier, that's my man.
Dior used to do my hair. Ariel, me and Ariel used to live together. Kiki is my good go home girl. That's my sister. She was just on the phone with me just a minute ago.
Girl, you know her?
Yes, girl, bitch, we're house mothers together. Matter of fact,
girl, she worked my nerve during her.
When I first really, she's a good time. We're the Pop Up girls, but me, her, and another house mother. Her name's Moy. The house mother Nike. But actually, when I walked into the club, when I had just got my mother title, became a mother girl, Kiki was the first person to open me up to the scene, like with open arms, and was like, "Hey, girl, I'm gonna show you the ropes. I'm like, this is what you got to do, X, Y, Z." Mind you, I've been a part of the ballroom culture since 2013, but this was me fresh out of jail, coming back, and it was like, "Bitch, oh, your mother." I was like, "Girl, mother," bitch, and yeah, she was very welcoming to me, and we've been like this since then. So, yeah, I mean, I'm saying, bitch, I know the girls. I bet you
I saw a video of her getting mad at a ball, and I guess she hit somebody, and they had to drag her out the club.
Yeah, with a bottle. I hit the same bitch with a barricade.
Oh my god. Oh my god. See, so there is, and you know what? I'm not gonna lie. You said some people that I really seeing Trey Howard in this last episode. I've always loved Trey Howard. He's been one of my favorites. So I would love to see him if they could bring him back. Shit, I've always wanted Premier to come back. I don't know why he doesn't come back. Did he move? I think he moved for his job. He's
out here. I think he still stays here because I see him out every once in a while. But I don't think that he's doing his chase anymore. I think he's moved on to something else, a different field. I knew Trey Womack. Me and Trey Womack go way back, bitch. When he was dating drag queens.
Girl.
And proposed to
everybody's dating drag queens.
I'm saying.
Trey Womack.
I know how these people.
I read her for filth during her season too. You're friends with a lot of people I've read for filth, girl.
I know, girl. That's why. When I bring your name up, they be like, "Ugh." I'm like, "No, I'm just playing."
What? I wouldn't be surprised because I've definitely read Trey Womack down.
The only one that said something. The only one that said something was Robert Ray. But when I said she's really not that bad, he was like, "I'm gonna give her a chance."
And you know what's crazy is, like, one thing that I don't know if you had a chance to watch the interview I did with Robert during his time on I think it was like when he was on the retreat or right after that when he got on his first season of Dallas. I hated that show. Such a good interview. It was probably one of my best interviews, like my top 5 maybe. Him and Ariel, because I interviewed both of them, and Ariel definitely.
I gotta watch it.
I'll send you the links to both of them, but they were really, really good interviews, and like we really connected. And I always felt like I'm a hood nigga myself. It may not sound like it sometimes, but that's where I'm from. And a lot of people during his introduction never truly understood like where he was coming from, because that's not a lot of people's experiences. So I was like one of the only reviewers that was like trying to advocate for him and like translate a lot of the stuff that he would be talking about. Like, I get that shit. I understand loyalty and honor and what family represents. And, you know, I understand like all of those old school ways of thinking that a lot of people have no respect for nowadays. But, you know, we can let live, honey. If Robert is willing to come to the table of life, oiled down, shaved, honey.
I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna put the call in. You want to know something though? Is that watching Ariel on the show, I did not really resonate with her. Not on the show. Like I felt like I just did not live. I did not live.
Going through a lot though.
I could tell. I could tell she was. It just wasn't giving me like the Ariel I knew. Like, bitch, we lived together. Like, so I know, bitch, I know. We were together for like 2.5 years. So I was like, girl, but I knew that she had the image that she was trying to keep, and she wanted to be presented in a certain light, and you know, she was doing big things. So I got it. I understood it all. Yeah. I just felt like she wasn't being authentically Ariel. Ariel is somebody that I know. She'll tear up the whole motherfucking building. Bitch, like.
Did you see her spinoff? I mean, her. It wasn't a spinoff. It was a
My Life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I watched it.
It was good.
That's my granny. Actually, so her mother is my granny, Loretta. Yeah, like I said, we're connected. We all connected, girl.
Okay.
So yeah,
I would like to see Ariel back too. I've always said that, but we need her back with better energy.
I would too. They said she wasn't coming. They said that she didn't want to come back though, because I was on the show, because she thought I was gonna want to fight her or something. I don't know.
I ain't never known Ariel to be no scary bitch now.
No, she didn't want our business being aired out. I think.
Okay. I was about to say, because
no, she's not scary at all. I just hope she'll test some shit up. I just think that she was wanting to present herself in the sunlight, and she felt like I was going to come in and taint that or smear it. And I understood it. I get it. So.
Well, too, I think too. Things happen for a reason, and too many dominant personality kind of cast members. Like, I think that would have taken away from us getting to know you, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And that's why I really did not want to even dive into the whole me and Rachel thing. Like, I was just like, girl, like, that didn't happen, but that didn't happen on the show, girl. Like, I don't, and that's why I reached out to this bitch and I said, girl, we're both on the same show, girl. This is not my storyline, bitch. Like,
you were on the show. She was just playing around in the background. Like, she really didn't take none of this seriously. Like, to be in your kitchen in a used mixing bowl, barehanded, no gloves, talking to your daughter, you're crying over the product. Girl, what the fuck are you? The camera's not even panned down to see if you were even mixing anything. Like, I was just disappointed.
Did you see the scene I was telling you about for me whenever they finally showed a little bit of me making t-shirts, but you really still didn't get to see anything because, girl, it was just like right here. It was like right here.
Yeah, you didn't get a chance to see anything. So it's just, but my thing is, it's all about preparation, intention, and just like some of these camera guys, and I know some of these camera guys. I know some of these producers, you know, at least 2 or 3 of them. So I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, I know what you guys are capable of. I need y'all. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all be in my bushes too, girl. Get it together.
And what you have, let me say this though. Markel, he definitely, I feel like he did a good job for what he was given, for what he was working with. I feel like it was because the cast was so difficult.
I can tell.
Hold on, me and Rachel both missed the photo shoot. We both missed the photo shoot, bitch, because we was drunk the night before, and I don't even drink, and I got drunk the night, and I, bitch,
what photo shoot?
For our cast photo shoot, we missed it. Me and Rachel did, and so see, this is behind the scenes.
I wish Glenn did, because girl, the way he showed up looking like fucking.
Me, Rachel, and Kelly all went out that night, and we got toe up or whatever. Me and Rachel did not show up to the damn cast photo shoot, bitch. I called it like fucking. I called it like noon, and I was like, "Oh my god, Markel, my bad." He was like, "Bitch, we're wrapping it up right now. It's too late. Nope, no photos." So, bitch, I said, "Oh fuck that." I said, "No, we're not doing this." I said, "Bitch, because I will not be on the season." I said, "Girl, give me the info." So I booked the place myself, and I was so nice and gracious enough to ask Miss Thing if she wanted to join me so she could take her photos, and didn't ask her for no money or nothing. But I booked the studio myself, the same studio they shot in. I went and shot it, and Markel came and shot me and her in it. And yeah, like 2 days later, I think we did it 2 days after they did their photo shoot. But yeah, and I didn't have to do that. I was being nice.
Yeah, I wish that would have happened to Glenn, because he was dressed like Dilbert, honey. He was serving like, girl, did he just roll out of somebody's head? He could have put the shirt in the dryer or something. Something, girl. Like, when all else fails, wear black.
And I think that for it to have been 12 people that Markel was running behind, he did a phenomenal job to me, bitch. Because like, girl, he didn't miss not one of my scenes. Not one. He never called me and told me he was not gonna show up. He never called and said that he couldn't make it. Bitch, he came in the snow. He came in the ice. He came in unrecommendable weathers, bitch. Like, girl, I done seen him do it all. So I could definitely, my hat goes off to him. He did what he needed to do to pull through the season, and yeah. The cast, on the other hand, fuck y'all. Y'all can really go suck a dick, and I'm over y'all bitches. See y'all at the reunion.
But it seems like that commitment was mutual. Like he respected you because you also showed up when he needed to. Maybe the other cast members were not, they're out of state, they're out of town, they're not coming. Like Jet's event when no one showed up, I was like, this is kind of crazy. Why are we even airing this?
And that event, so okay, I know. Me and Rachel was on our way to Austin, because that was your ball, right? Yeah. San Antonio. We were on our way to San Antonio to a ball, so I knew I was gonna be able to make it. But I was trying to swing it. But when he moved the location to like an hour and a half away, I was like, oh, but there ain't no way I can make that, bitch, because I already got to go to San Antonio. It was like I was gonna barely make it from the beginning, girl. That way, couldn't do it, so I couldn't go.
Who's that?
One of my sons. My son Cameron.
Hey, how you doing?
Cam, say hey. He said hey.
Where's Dad?
He's the Dallas father of the House of Von Dutch, and he's
Where Daddy at?
Daddy, he actually stays 2 buildings over from me. He's around the way. She likes Anthony. But
I'm about to be y'all new mama, honey. Yeah, call me Mother Justice. Hello, God.
Yes, but no, we just. I feel like, to be honest, Jet. I mean, I'm trying to be nice. I just feel like he was not present to a lot of people's. Did he show up to everybody's stuff? No, he didn't show up to quite a few events, and I really feel like that's why people really didn't show up to his. Now, granted, I could say that I didn't show up because me and Rachel both went to a bar, but girl, people didn't show up to shit because he just wasn't showing up to people's shit.
Got you.
Well, you got to think too, placement-wise in the episode as a viewer, that it would have appeared to us as like what event, like what else was going on, because he had the opening scene and he was hosting stuff.
That everybody showed up to, but Donnie wasn't invited. But then Mother's event he didn't show up to, and he told Xavier that he wasn't coming to that ghetto ass shit. Then we was at the club. Oh, he was at the club. It was something else happened and he didn't come. I don't remember. But yeah, it all played out.
Well, looking at it now, I can see that there might have been some type of disconnect with the cast. But I think what that is too, like, I don't ever want things to not be authentic. So I don't really want to get in the whole like dynamic of like, okay, cast meet before they all film. Yeah. So I would say, like, when you have finalized your cast, I think it would be good to like try to get everybody in the room to introduce themselves. I don't want y'all spending too much time with each other off camera because it'll fake it, Yeah. But like, I would
walking into the room and it being that, it was like, girl,
I need there to be some type of like understanding of who each other is. That way we can build upon possible. Because I don't think the goal should ever be we're looking for separation and division. Because I think that's all we get from these shows now. So it's expected there to be like the smalls versus the talls type shit. Like, I think they don't need to always be that way. You can have disagreements and still be cordial. You can have, I can cut, like we're all here to serve for the mission. So
that's why I kind of blame the whole Rachel situation though on Robert, because Robert told Markel that me and Rachel had fought prior to the show, and Markel would not have known that. And when I walked into that pink party, girl, that was the very first thing he said to me. He's like, "Girl, Rachel finna be here, girl. What's tea?" And I was like, girl, what do you mean what's tea? Girl, what's tea? What? Ain't no tea, girl. And I'm like, very much so giving up. Like, girl, I've already had a conversation with her. Not telling him that, but I'm like, girl, I've already had a conversation with her. We're not bringing it. Like, that's not what this is. And so they kept trying to fish us to try to like get this to be a thing. And I was like, girl, I done whooped her once. I'm not going to keep talking about it. I don't got to push the issue. But it's like, girl,
Was
I'm not.
that video of y'all in the backyard somewhere?
No, that was me on that other show, the Bad Dogs, where I was play fighting with this other girl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
So my thing, when it comes to that though, that's not that much of a big deal. What it does show is that there's some type of connection that you have with one another, and it has a messy placement, so it does make for a good kind of like moment.
We had like banter, like it would be like shady things that we were saying about each other, or whatever, and it was like water under the bridge to me.
And we needed to understand that kind of dynamic between you two anyway. So
and I felt bad. I really feel bad because. Oh, I felt bad because when I watched the last episode and I saw her, like she even shouted me out, or she was like, "Yeah, Chloe's gonna make my banners and this is that and the other." And then I ended up not making her banners, girl, because we was really into it at the time.
Girl, don't apologize for moments in time. Things happen as they're supposed to.
Girl, because when she needed me to make the banners was when the whole Lamont situation was coming out.
Was
girl,
she gonna pay you because she still owes Zesty money?
No, and I definitely didn't even charge her for the logo. I did it off GP.
I'm saying though, you got to charge for your gifts, honey.
Bitch, but that's why I told her, how bitch, you better keep it cute, girl, because I own the rights to that bitch, and I'll take it right back.
You got to charge for your gifts unless it's a bitch who's going to promote you and go above and beyond marketing and all that stuff. No, you ain't doing no freebies. Okay?
I mean, what I will say though is the girls definitely shout me out whenever they post the stuff that I made for them. They always do. So I will say that though, they did a good job with that, but. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a good time. I'm coming in there with good energy. I'm gonna be looking like the T, bitch. I wish I hope would have something to say about me, bitch. Cause bitch, I'm gonna be stepping.
Are you guys already aware of who's hosting? You don't say it on here. Don't say it on here though.
No. I don't know who's hosting, girl.
Okay.
Bitch, I need to be the host. No tea, no shade. I need to be the host, girl. But no, Rob Ray's doing my nails.
Okay.
These ain't them, but yeah, it's coming to be soon. To be seen, y'all be seeing shit.
Okay.
I know. I'm gonna be looking like Portia. I'm be giving Portia, bitch. These hoes gonna be giving Nene. Wait, no, they're gonna be giving Cynthia.
Hold on, Cynthia be coming through, honey.
You thought she came through for the reunion?
Oh, I don't watch Housewives. Ever since Phaedra and Portia did that bullshit to Candy, I haven't watched it ever since.
Oh damn!
I don't fuck with Candy Cohen. I don't fuck with that brand because if I was Candy, the way I would own Bravo Network
you
right
talking
now.
about when they try to say put them charges on her, them claims.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That wasn't right.
The way that they let Portia, I'm not Portia go, but well they did that season I think. The next one she didn't do, but the one with homegirl Phaedra, how she was able to go to another platform.
She lied. I was like, girl.
And even the fact that people even want her back, and the fact that Portia's been able to steal a husband and sneak this girl, Hello God, and do all her other philandering ass shit that she's done throughout.
And then y'all throw Miss Twirl out for minuscule shit.
Yeah, like I'm good. And as Phaedra, I'm more disappointed in her because you're an attorney, girl. You know the legal implications of what the fuck it is you're saying, bitch.
Girl, and she's a criminal, bitch. Y'all talk about me being a criminal. That's a criminal.
Hello. If it wasn't for Apollo saving her ass and taking off the charges,
right behind the bars.
Because someone had to take care of the kids. Because her fat leg mama wasn't gonna be able to stand too long to watch them children.
Bitch, I didn't realize how big of a criminal she was until the people started coming out with their stories and started telling on her. And I was like, girl, wait, this lady got locked up in the feds for like 5 years behind her. And the whole little scenario, and it all made sense. It made sense. Me being a girl from the hood, a girl that do these type of things, girl. Oh yeah. It all made sense.
Yeah, I don't fool with stuff like that. So I gave up on them a long time ago.
Yeah. Do y'all have any other shows that y'all are looking forward to seeing now that Chasing Dallas is off? I know Chasing Atlanta, Chasing I've started binge watching this Game Boys thing or whatever. I just say I want to kind of get into this reviewing space. I just didn't want to review my show because I feel like that's like a little tacky to review a show that I was on. So I'm gonna try to do I'm gonna do the Kiki panel with Harvey and them for Chasing Atlanta and Orlando, and kind of get my commentary on that. But I do want to do Dior's new show. Dior's got a show called The Gang coming out, and shout out to him. That's on Wuda TV. Wuda's whatever his network is. I said I wanted
It's
to
called
review it.
Crew. It's called Crew TV
Oh,
Network.
Crew TV Network. Okay, boom.
CRW. I'm sorry, CRW.
Oh,
Network.
CRW. Yeah. Have you seen the trailer for that? It looks good.
Are
you not a Dior fan?
No, I love Dior. He actually reached out to me to review the show and potentially interview the cast. I don't really do a lot of new shit.
Mm-hmm. You let it get kind of seasoned.
I kind of only been exclusive to Chasing Reality the past, year or so, really. I did G Status for a while.
Was the show good? I keep hearing about it.
G Status was the first, and now that you can watch the whole second season together, honey. And I think I had like a little third moment. They tried to or something. I forget. It's been so long, girl. I don't remember.
You can see it because I looked it up. I couldn't find it.
Oh, you got to watch it on Tubi, I think.
Okay.
It's on there. It's not on YouTube anymore. Okay. I did watch. Woodley did have a show. The Crew, Dallas. I did watch that. I did watch something Houston.
Oh, the come up. No, I know what you're talking about.
I can't do the come up child. Them girls are too violent for me.
I was. That's what I grew up on watching. I love the come up. Yeah, I love them.
That boy Justin from New York. I just want to beat his ass.
Is that the
energy
one?
Though, huh?
Is that the tall one?
That's the light skinned like Puerto Rican boy.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the one that's really tall, who was like a big bully. He was a big bully.
I don't even
remember what his name was. But no, that was my show, bitch. The come up, bitch. I love the come up.
I can't stand Karan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, girl. I hate that he don't ever finish his shows. Like they don't ever finish.
I just don't like the aesthetic and this whole like. And now that Q is a part of that trash, him sitting over there with Oliver Twist, talking about I just love the environment because it's just so much calmer than Chasing Reality. Girl, this show is on the heels of the most violent. This is the Bad Girls Club before the Bad Girls. This is baddies before
the baddies.
Like,
yeah.
Come on now, bro. Like y'all over here talking all that shit, and everything we see is fighting, literal violence, like blood. Like you have these crazy people like Justin, even though he fine as hell, but girl, you be beating the girls up. Well, he was. I don't know the kind of man he is now because this was a long time ago. But
so question. If I was to get a spinoff, would y'all watch it, girl? And if so, girl, I think it should be called Saving Chloe, girl. And it should be them following my court case, girl, and getting me off these papers. Please get me off the papers.
Well, we'll follow, but you do know, like, there are moments.
I could get arrested.
That's what I'm saying, though. Do you want to record it?
I mean, hey, it's gonna be my life, my story, girl.
Because this may not be much of a journey. It might be one clip of, okay, girl, oh, you're who, such and such. Oh, yeah.
Time to go, baby. Lock it up.
You have the right to remain silent. There's anything to say can and will be used against you.
Don't record this. Don't record it.
Maybe you just record the process and then air it after you find the outcome, so it doesn't affect the process.
Like a little Kim, like remember when little Kim was locked up, child? She did her little special.
Didn't she? I thought she did one. So did Remy Ma.
I'm good on Remy Ma, child.
She did 8. No.
The only thing I loved about Remy Ma was her relationship, and then we found out that was all a lie. So
bitch, I was gonna say, girl, that was a lie.
That was a lie.
But yeah, Chloe definitely deserves it.
Whoever believed that Papoose was really gonna be celibate the whole fucking however long that bitch was locked up for? Like, come on, girl.
I have no idea. I'm so glad though. I did not put my relationship on the show though, because that's one thing that I said I was.
You did say something. I was gonna catch that when you were in that damn confessional. You were like, "Do I have a man or do I not have a man?" I was like, "Yeah, you got a man, bitch."
Yeah, I do. I do have a man.
Who's your man, girl?
Girl, we'll talk on the paywall, girl, behind the paywall, girl. But no, I just did not want, like, and what's so crazy is that he was going to come with me to the Valentine's Day party, but then something was in me was telling me, do not bring him, do not put him on the show. Something was just like, girl, don't do it, because girl.
Oh, you've been with him since filming.
Yeah, we've been, yeah.
For the whole season?
Yes.
Oh wow, girl. So is your man okay? So okay, hold on. So because while you're in the season, you're talking as if you're currently in the life. So is your man okay with you being in the life?
Girl, my man is in the life too.
Oh. So
It's
y'all get
different.
money together.
It's different. It's different. And I said I would never do this. I would never do this, girl. But, girl, yeah, we just in a situation. I'm in a situation right now, girl. I don't know, but
Girl, and no shade, he ain't no pimp, is he?
no, he ain't no pimp. No.
Okay.
No. But I just did not. I was not comfortable just because I just didn't know what it was gonna give, and
You don't
they
have
ate me
to.
up. They ate
The
me up. I
show
said
is
I want
about
to keep
you.
something to myself, something for myself.
It shows about you because at this moment, Jeff, brought that man on, and they're not together no more. So,
Girl, his OnlyFans hookup.
and it's no shade. I'm just telling a very real truth. Like
No,
that was disappointing. I was like, all right, girl, but it is what
He's
it
starting to
is.
act a little bit like Tedley. Now, bitch, Tedley can really hang it up. Tedley can really hang it up. And that was one thing I did want to say is that, like, girl, it was weird filming scenes with Tedley. Just because I felt like it was like a disconnect with him and the cast. Like, it just was like not. It was not.
Girl, how many times do I have to say this? It's a disconnect because he is not human, bitch.
Yeah,
This
it
man
gives
is
Skimmy
from
honor.
a different universe.
He's scammer down.
He's what?
He's a scammer. He give me old school check writer from back in the day, like how
Girl,
they
Oh my god.
Girl, he has to because if you knew his true form, you'd have to call Men in Black.
Yeah.
Girl, please. I'm telling y'all, that man is not real. Like that bitch on that white girl on the plane.
I don't have nothing against him though, personally. I just don't feel like he's just like. Meh.
He just seemed like so disconnected from you guys. Like looking at you 12, I feel like most of you would not hang out if it wasn't for the camera. None of you guys are grabbing drinks or sharing information or anything. So
Kashi host. The only people that I actually hung out with outside of doing something for the show was Kelly, Rachel, Mother, Donnie, and Jayla.
So that should have been the cast.
Jeff, I guess you can say Jeff a little bit, but I kind of feel like it was a little forced, girl. But we'll say Jeff too.
I'm actually a little disappointed in the I saw the after show yesterday, and just the way that people were giving Jayla so much grace. I'm just like, girl, all someone has to do is tell y'all a sob story, and y'all girls go to crying and clapping five like, yo, we the cast of motherfucking Waiting to Exhale, bitch.
Girl, I gotta go watch the after show. What was happening?
It was cute or whatever, but it's just like I needed to hear, like, girl, you were not present in the season. Everyone's talking about, her positivity and her Martin Luther King speeches, and that's great. I think that's wonderful for you, boo. But this is a show, and you brought nothing to the show, nothing of real value. There could have been a little bit of substance to tap into if she was willing to actually be, present for the show. But like, girl, no.
I felt bad once I found out that she had cancer and had beat cancer. And girl, in one of the confessionals or something, I called her that bald-headed girl because I didn't know her name. I felt bad too. I was like, oh my god, no, they're gonna eat me up for that. But no, it really wasn't intentional. I really didn't know her name at the time because she wasn't present. I just knew that she had a bald head.
I called her a wet seal built bitch.
Oh yeah, you did. But I would say she is super sweet. She's super cool.
I can tell. That's great. That's great.
It just I don't really feel like she's for TV though. Like it's just
she's too mature for your cast. I feel like for the mindset that you guys were in, she was very mature.
I don't need you trying to cut me in with them because baby, we are not the same.
Oh,
now I feel like you're trying to judge me. You trying to judge me now?
No, don't judge me. I was gonna say like not you, but at some of the cast, I feel like there was a level of maturity that Jayla embodied that wasn't met by some of your cast members.
And no shade, she was not giving that on what you call it on
Simone show.
Yeah, the Simone show. She was giving ratchet fish.
But I get that people change and they grow in their life, but
that's what she told me. She's like, she grew up.
But when someone comes to you and there's an idea, hey, do you want to be a part of the show? You know what the show is. You know what the show gives. You should have done your research. If not, that's on you.
Right.
If you're not going to bring any type of life, substance, or chase to this show, you need to say, you know what? I'm not going to be a part of something that someone else that actually might do better than this than me. Be honest with yourself, especially if you're that grown and mature. You know what is for you and what's not for you. So all of the different, I'm getting up and they filming her walking out looking like Jackie Christie girl. That's fine. But at the end of the day, I'm going to need you to do something for the show. Solidify your spot. Even if you don't come back for another season or you find out later that this isn't what you want to do, still see it through. Don't be getting these applications, honey, and then y'all just applying to apply because it's some gay shit or something that you want to do real quick. Do it because you're really going to see it through and do something. I don't want to see a chase later on down the road in the season. I don't want to see a chase after the season's over. I don't want to see what could have been or be. I'm tired of doing these reviews where I'm trying to be nice, so I try to tap into what your potential could be.
Have you ever?
Why the fuck am I doing that for you? You should be doing that.
As an interviewer, have you ever put yourself on the other side of the field?
Yes, you know why? That's why I come up with these anecdotes that I come up with, because I know I review and I talk the shit that I do, because if I was on the other side, I would know what to do. I would know what to do coming in.
It's hard,
really
bitch. Like, it's
hard. You know what's difficult though?
Dealing with the truth. This is like people holding a mirror to you, and you're like, bitch, come on, look at the mirror. Come on, look.
But see, it's difficult because those are the people that don't look at the mirror. I'm a person that I'm constantly in the mirror. That's why I talk the shit that I talk. And trust and believe, I only give the advice and say the things that I say in the perspective that I have because I've lived, I've walked, and I continue to go through my own challenges where I'm forced to see myself all the time. But I'm real enough and authentic enough to be real with myself about that very harsh truth that I may or may not want to admit. That's what makes human beings almost whole in a way. A lot of these girls are hollow because they're not trusting. They lack trust. They got a lot of trauma they're dealing with. So they don't want to come on these shows and bear all. I get that. I understand that. But my thing is, you have to do something. If you're doing I've watched these shows enough to know that tomorrow, if someone casted me as a cast member, I know what to do.
Girl, I gagged when we got through the whole season. Girl, I said, damn, was me and Donnie the only two people that shared our actual like life stories? Girl, but nobody else gonna tap into nothing. Girl, it kind of pissed me off a little bit, and I was like, damn, we just let them exploit us like that. But what I will say is to the reviewers, I do appreciate y'all for all that y'all do. Shout out to YB, shout out to AB Reviews, shout out to Hariana, all the girls, bitch. The only one that really could kick rocks and I really just don't care for is El Teddy, girl. He's a fucking dick, and he really is a dick. God. But everybody else, thank you for y'all's reviewing your honest opinion or for giving us some type of grace. I was skeptical at first. I didn't know about YB and I did not know about Kat. For some reason, are y'all homegirls?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, I could tell. Because I was like, girl, because as soon as you swayed onto my side, girl, she swayed too. I said, okay, girl. I thought I was gonna have to get
no, because it's also too seeing. You know, we're home. We're best friends, but we have different ways.
Y'all stay in the same state?
Huh?
Y'all stay in the same state?
No, Kat actually is from Houston.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's cool. I'm getting into her now, like a little bit more, and I was like, okay, she's actually cool. Like,
yeah, she's real cool. She just has a no nonsense kind of vibe, like I have. Like, you know, and we play well off of each other.
To it, girl, and I'd be like, girl, come on now, can you put a little something on it, bitch? Give it to us raw like that.
Yeah, she's funny though. She means well, and too, like, you know, we bounce well off of each other. So sometimes he might say something that may make me think differently, and then I might say something that might make him think differently. Like, okay, and that's what friendships and what a lot of this stuff is really about, is like connecting and communicating and having those types of relationships with people that where, like, I forget what, like when I interviewed him and he told me that he had a conversation with like you and Mother, and I think someone else was like, hey bitch, you need to and Jayla, hey girl, check yourself.
It was sassy.
You know, and then like, hey bitch, like, you know, get therapy or whatever. Then she started going to therapy, and like, if that's the kind of human being I can appreciate, like, okay, wow, these people care enough about me. I'm not going to take offense to it. Well, he did say in the beginning he did, but then he thought about it. Like, I can deal with those kinds of people. That's why Donnie was able to grow on me too. Like, if I see your progression and you're trying and the human side of you, because let's just tell the truth, people will remember what you say versus a lot of what you do. But what you say is indicative of action in action in life. So when we look back on history and Chasing Dallas, you want to be looked at a certain way. And I think for me, I go to the human points of a person. And when you're vulnerable and you're able to say, hey, I fucked up, I made a mistake. That's what I was looking for with Rachel, with this whole like bullshit with Lamont and with Lamont himself as well. Like, hey, you know what? I fucked up. I messed up. I see that a lot in our community as human beings, period, though. We don't have that in us. And I think it's because the world has become so cold and nasty itself that people are scared to really just be real about themselves. And these girls live in what I hate about the delusions of grandeur, and I always talk about that in our community specifically, is that what that does is that's hiding you from being able. So if you look at people like Lamont, right? You're 37, bro. You still live in a delusional world. That's not okay. That means that as you walk through your journey of life, no one ever took the time to bring you down to earth and to tell you to touch some fucking grass and to be real with yourself. And that goes to people like Oliver Twix. You got a lot of these girls that possess these delusional qualities that are just like, girl, Q, you're a fuel homeless man trying to read people. Girl, what the fuck are you doing? What delusional world are you living in? You got a lot of these girls that come on here and that portray this life and portray these things. And then when girls like me read them for that or call those things out, you want to get mad. No, live in your truth. The same way you were able to try to read this motherfucker over here for whatever, you need to read yourself. So they're not always met with that. So I'm never surprised, one, when people get mad at me for my reviews, because maybe I said some things that are true. They may not be all the time because I don't know y'all and I'm not a therapist. I don't claim to be, but I've lived life. I understand what the bulk of this shit actually means out here. And to see these girls all these years later, my fucking age, or girls pushing my age, like Tedley, girl, what? This show, yes, is entertainment quality, but it also should be a representation of who you really are as a person. So if I watch this show, and I'm going to be led to believe that's who you are off the camera as well.
Right.
So I have no choice but to not even like you sometimes or read you for filth in these moments, because that's not what I want to see. That's not who I would want in my friend group. And I think cast members also need to see, we expect and love the difference of personalities and outlooks on life, because that'll resonate with individuals across whoever watches the platform.
I say
so we need to be mindful of that too. Like, okay, you coming on here, be yourself. Please do, but also remember, people are watching you, and they're gonna like you based on, do you resonate with me as a person or not?
And that's one of the things that people were saying about me. Like, they was like, "Oh, girl, I think." Well, some people made the comment saying I said too much, or I kind of divulged too much of myself to the world, and I was just like, it's. I mean, granted, I could have went without saying a couple things, but I mean, I am who I am because of what I went through, and the only way that you're gonna get to know me and know my story is if you hear it, and then it resonates with you, or you have an opinion about it, and then you feel connected to me. So that's why I was so willing and open to share how it was.
I appreciate it, and I always like people to. That's why I always refer people to like interviews that I've done or other things that I've done outside of my reviews, because like I can see how. I can come off sometimes, but I really do it because I have a love for us. And I really want to see everyone come on here and win and become their best selves. So when I see something that shows, like if you keep doing the same thing in a consistent pattern, I have no choice but to believe that's how you really are. So when these bitches get on here talking about some tacos los trios, and they talking about Mexican people, and they saying certain shit, or their transphobia is exuding from them, or their self-hating homophobia is Lamont Helagarn is exuding from them, I'm gonna call it out.
Right.
I'm gonna call it out, and they need to be aware of that, and they'll be okay. And I don't like, oh, well, maybe that is, because the pattern of behavior is everything. And I always talk about that on here. Like, that shows me who you really are outside the camera. And that's a person I may or may not be able to fuck with, depending on what you show me. And, and it may be wrong, because I know people yell too in their defense, oh, you only get to see clips. You only get to see a moment of our time. That's true. But then again, I always go back to, you're an adult. You're an individual. You have the power to push whatever narrative you want. And the narrative most of these girls decide to go to is the bad shit, the negative stuff.
Oh, but no shade. I was a victim of that a little bit this season, girl, and I didn't realize how true that statement was until it hit me, bitch. The whole it's the editing, it's the edit. Which you can't blame everything on edits, but it do be the edit sometimes.
No, I get that part. I do get it, but if one, and I get there are messy moments, but that's like you have the power to change the narrative by letting us know, like, hey, not saying you guys have to do interviews,
right?
But that is a great way for you guys to get out the right way to say things.
Right.
And also,
like when I felt like my story wasn't told correctly or it was pieced together because of time, bitch, I had to get out here and clear it up. And I was like, hold on, wait, because that's it. It looked and sounded completely, and I don't need y'all misconstruing anything. Like, granted, I hated that even the car situation was even brought up because it had nothing to do with me, and it made me look really, really bad in a lot of people's eyes. And I was just like, girl, bitch, like that's my reputation that I had to relive yet again. Bitch, not only was I blasted and exposed on Facebook, but I had to relive it again when it was put on here. I was just like, girl. It was a little much.
And I do think too, I get like we want those suspenseful like tea moments, drop mic moments for the girls, like, oh wow. But I do feel like it's when we're talking about like potential criminal charges or something that is alleged by way of criminal activity, we need to be doing our due diligence before we get in scenes and talk about what this person's involved. Because if once Mother brought it up, I'm like, damn, bro, like I don't know the order of sequence, but that's for a viewer, that's where we heard that from.
Right. So, and I had filmed the scene later on that day. Markel came and shot me doing something. I don't remember what it was, but his husband had pulled me to the side and was like, girl, Mother and Teddy had a conversation about you in this car situation earlier today. And I was like, what? Girl, I was like, girl, what? Like, girl. So here we go.
And they're only like scratching the surface with your stories, whether it's like your line of work or car, anything like that. I feel like they're just dumping it and not exploring it fully. You don't get to explain the whole context.
I don't feel like it was explaining this entirely. I felt like it was kind of left kind of open ended. Like, bitch, like it was so many things they could have put on there. Like when I just got unbanned from the club and they just released a statement saying how I had nothing to do with anything. This is that other girl. Why was that not posted? Girl, I sent that to Markel. Girl, why was that not shown?
No, I hear you on that.
Yeah. But it's just I understand it's a lot, and it'd be a lot trying to get the shit in. I know, and Markel be texting me on the back end and like, what's this person's name? Like when they was editing the video, like me and my daddy, he's like, well, what was his name again? And, needing like little things like that. So I know that it'd be a lot probably going through his head and like trying to process, like, oh, she sent me this screenshot of this and this. It'd be a lot.
I'm gonna go. Okay, I need his contact info too.
Yeah, who, my daddy? I'm gonna send it to you.
How old is he?
Girl, he's like your age, girl.
I'm 37.
He's 37.
He got what is he like? Top?
He's probably Anthony probably about 30. He probably about 35. He claims he a top, but girl, I know he versed, but he claims top. He versed, but he claimed top, but they say he got a really, really big strong. I ain't never seen a girl, but I'm finna see his info.
I'm like a verse too. I prefer bottoming. I'm not gonna lie. I like topping, but I do prefer. I know
he likes to get head a lot. He loves to get head.
I'm the GOAT, baby. I'm the GOAT, baby. Where he from? He from Dallas?
No, he is from New York.
Oh,
he's from New York.
Rachel.
He's from Virginia. I keep saying that. But no, I think he's from New York. He's either from New York or from Atlanta. One of them two. I think he's New York though. But he's by way of Atlanta. He moves around a lot.
What's his name?
His name's Anthony West.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So okay, is he in the ball scene or is he just?
Yeah, bitch. He's like $10,000 face girl. Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show you a little one too. He's actually he's like one of the icons, the legends girl, one of the girls. He's one of them, huh?
Nola, baby. If I'm not telling nothing, baby. I'm sorry, girl. Nola said if I crack that, I got to do a Pleasure Points video about it. Baby, honey, no, ma'am. I don't. Certain niggas you don't kiss and tell, baby. I'm what Rachel was supposed to be, girl. I'm an NDA kind of.
That's what, bitch. And girl, she don't know the definition of NDA because girl, she got an epic fail, bitch. Because if you sign an NDA and you was going around telling everybody, bitch, you.
Girl, this season, I can't wait to do my live review tomorrow. Well, today technically for me because it's after 12. But I cannot wait to read her for filth. The way that she was acting in this episode, girl, like, oh, I don't kiss and tell, or I don't do this, or I know my position. I'm like, girl.
Yeah, it wasn't giving it.
the way I would like, and she better not. You better tell Anthony West that, honey, that YB speaks truth in serving justice, honey. Better not go nowhere near that old bitch.
See, that's him. That's him. Doing Facebook. That's him against Exotic. That's Exotic. That's Exotic from Houston, and then that's him right there.
That's who?
That's Anthony West, my daddy.
Oh, girl, I done saw the femininity now.
I know. Oh my
You just
God.
stole it, girl. When I saw Roberta Dutchmaster dressed in dragon, I lost all feelings.
Yes, I know. But no, he's really cool. Oh, girl, and yeah, my daddy used to do drag. No shade. Yeah, he's one of
Girl,
those.
yeah, I mean, I'm grown now. If this was a couple years ago, I've been like hell now. But I've been playing in different fields lately, so I'm okay with that. Just as long as when you're with me, you know, you serving whatever. Then again, I don't mind.
No shade though. Like on the street, you would think he's just a real hood, clean cut, put together nigga with some big teeth. He got really big
Well,
teeth.
he had in the scene he was with. He had me when he was saying he played Fortnite. I love a video game.
Oh, he loved Fortnite. Yeah, he's always on Fortnite. Get on my nerves. He type of daughter, get on Fortnite. I don't want to get on Fortnite with you. You're not no good.
Is he into like superhero shit too, like Marvel?
Yeah, he loved all that. He loved
Who
all
he
that.
live with? Who he stay with?
He stayed by himself.
By himself? Okay.
Yeah, he stayed by himself. He
Does he
said
have
like,
a 9 to 5?
he is a scammer.
Oh, okay. Okay, man. I'm from Florida, and I lived in Atlanta for 5 years. I know about them.
I mean,
and I
he's
used to
a
be
scammer.
one myself.
He what you call, and then he's a host on Bigo. Like he make money off Bigo. Him and his best friend. Like,
Okay,
so,
messy.
yeah, he's one of them. So you know, Dre Baby. Dre Baby's one of the biggest biggest Bigo hosts or whatever. Dre Baby is in King James's or was in King James's group.
I don't know about the Bigo girls like that. I know a few names, just by way of having. I had no choice but to go over there one time because I went viral over there for my.
Did you?
On my commentary on Jason Lee and Armand Wiggins, so I didn't know it until later on. So when I went over there,
are you not a fan of them?
TTB and them had me on a live up there, and we got introduced to several certain people. But it's that's not my thing. Like
Yeah,
I
it's
can
different.
roast the gas, but I'm not into that. And plus, you can't smoke while you're on there. So, girl, please.
Yeah, girl, it's different over there.
Bigo has a lot of rules to their shit, so I'm good. And I'm good. That's not my little world. It's cute. It was cute back then when I used to watch the clips, but like, I'm good. That's not really my thing. Like, I don't have time for that. But hey, God bless the girls who do.
Hello.
But is he messy though? Is that how he is? What's his sign?
He messy and he fight. He's like me. He like to fight.
What's his sign?
I don't know what his sign. I'm not an astrology person. I'm not big on astrology.
When's his birthday?
Hold on, let me tell you. Hold on one second.
Girl, you don't know your dad's birthday, girl?
Hell no, girl. Just my gay daddy, girl. Just gay daddy, girl. Girl, I low-key wanted him to be my gay daddy, girl, because I was lusting after him at first, girl. But then, girl, you can't be my daddy, girl.
Hey.
Okay, right here. Anthony West, his birthday is. Oh, bitch. Okay, I lied. He's from North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
So he's a country boy.
Country. No wonder it's big.
September 27th. So he's a
Libra.
A Libra? Is he?
Is he a Libra? I think he's a Libra.
He was born in 86. What year you were born?
Girl, I was born in 88.
So he's 2 years younger.
So he's older than me.
Oh, 2 years older. Okay, boom.
So he's 40. Well, he's about to be 40.
Yeah, he's been.
So
been on.
Hold on. Girl, Libra. Is he really a Libra? Can someone confirm? Is he a Libra?
Can we get a confirmation? Is Anthony West a Libra? I think he is. Let me call him and ask him.
Because my sister, put him on the air, honey. Let's ask these questions up front. Because I can't do Libras, baby. I had to I had to get rid of Libras, girl. I cannot deal with a Libra.
Damn, are they liars?
Girl, liars. They are habitual liars.
Hey, Daddy, what you doing? You sleep? Oh, my bad. Okay, well, we on the panel. We was talking about you, girl. They was trying to find out, are you really a Libra? Is that really your birthday?
It's not gonna work. I'm sorry.
Okay, go back to sleep. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll suck his dick though.
Okay, bye.
I'll suck his dick, but that's about as far as that goes.
Yeah, they're liars. He is a little bit on the lying side, girl. No shade. He's a liar.
Yeah, they manufacture lies for another lie, girl, and for no reason. Like, and I'm a Capricorn, so I don't stand for lies.
Oh, but I got somebody. Okay, I got somebody that could put you down with though, girl, because I know the voice. You know, I got the voice. I got it.
Yeah, honey. I can't deal. Ooh, girl, because my people, they know the Libra I'm talking about, huh? That little jail bitch. Girl, ooh, no, man, I will never go back to that. And plus that, I know a couple other Libras, and
I can't say I know too many Libras. Libras, I don't come across them like that.
Girl, thank
But
you.
I also tell you,
You're
I'm
blessed.
not a science person. I don't even know my sign, bitch. I'm an Aquarius, so.
Well, that explains a lot about who you are. Then you got to get into the things, honey. Yeah, Libra, Aquariuses are very like grounded. I think y'all are air signs, right? So
Yeah, we are. But for some reason, I always thought I was water, bitch. I felt like I was the mermaid, but bitch, I guess they say we're air signs. I don't be understanding it, girl. I just
February is
know that
what?
when I read this stuff, it be aligning with what be going on.
You got to get into the deep dive of the true nature. Like, I forget what website it is, but they even got books in the library on it, child, where you can get into it'll really like get into who you are. And I did that years ago. One of my homegirls at the time, she was some gothic cunt, honey, and she was into that witchcraft shit. So one time I was so drunk, child, spending the night at her house. And she read my little things to me, and every single thing was like on point. But she did it all the way down to like your birth date, like
the time
when you were born, all that shit, like what your moon is, what your planets are, like all of that shit does coincide with who we are. It's kind of weird how it's on the nose.
Yeah.
And that got me into doing tarot readings. I do tarot readings every now and again.
Oh wow!
I haven't done them in a while, but them shits be on point too, child.
I had a homegirl who used to do mine, bitch, and I used to gag every time, bitch. I believe in tears, bitch. I'd be like, girl, you know me. This ain't fair. But hold on. So I had somebody. I sung a song at karaoke. This is so weird. I sung a song at karaoke one day at Marty's, and the next day I get a weird message from some random girl who said, you know, I really needed to reach out to you. She said I had to find out who you was. I was not gonna go to sleep until I figured out who you was. She said, you know, I just needed to talk to you and whatever. And it kind of spooked me a little bit because I was like, girl, how'd you find my page? Girl, she from New Orleans, girl. I was like, girl, okay, girl, she's like a voodoo priestess, girl. Anyways, so this girl, she's like, she said, when you sung that song last night, she said, I instantly connected with you and we locked eyes for a brief second. And she said she saw into the depths of my soul. And I was like, and I kept feeling like, girl, bitch, I remember when I was singing that song, bitch, and I remember looking at somebody, bitch, and I was like connected. I felt like connected with this person. Bitch, I tell you, she got off work and she called my phone. She was like, "Can I read your cards to you?" She read my cards, bitch. This woman told me my life story from the beginning to the very end, and I said, "Bitch."
You know what's crazy is that when I was a teenager, I lived at this group home, and all the boys in the group home, they used to give me their girlfriend's name. I would never even meet these bitches, and I'll be able to tell them exactly what kind of person she is, and they would be just freaked the fuck out. I used to have a real gift back then when I was younger. Girl, the way, and that's probably why I have a connection with the cars the way I do. There's like some kind of, but some lady prophesied that to me in my early years. She said I had a really powerful gift, and she was a whole Christian bitch.
I've never been able to pick up off of it, bitch. I had the Book of Shadows growing up, girl, but that's what I did.
The Charm book, girl.
I had the
Charm. That's my show, and my all-time favorite show.
Mine too. I was always Paige and Piper.
Girl, I love Piper. Was always my favorite.
Mm-hmm. And I did like Prue, but I just felt like she had a nasty attitude.
That's Shannon Doherty for you. May she rest in peace.
Rest in peace, girl. Rest in peace, Shannon Doherty. Mind you, one of my all-time favorite movies, and the movie I kind of lost my virginity to off of watching, girl, was Fear with Mark Wahlberg and Reese Witherspoon. I think back in the day she was like young, and then it had Alyssa from Charmed. What was her name? Phoebe. It had Phoebe in the movie.
Oh, Alyssa Milano.
Alyssa Milano. Yep. It's a good ass movie called Fear. It was so good. Oh,
I used to love me some Mark Wahlberg back then. Back before I knew he was a racist piece of shit.
Is he?
Girl, that's what they say.
No, he can't. I say he can murder this pussy bitch, but no, ma'am, ain't gonna kill me.
He's still fine, but that's that Hollywood makeup. Them white men, them white men ain't still looking good no more.
Right.
Girl, yeah, that's my little thing, girl. So I believe when people tell me certain stuff, you know. So walk with that. And some people might be more sensitive to, the other dimensions in this life, because I do believe that there are other dimensions that we cannot see. And the way that I prove that, I know there might be some skeptics in the building, but the way that I prove that is by cats and dogs and certain animals. If you ever notice a cat that's looking into thin air, they're not looking at nothing, honey. They're looking at the other, because they have the sight to be able to see through the other dimensions. So do dogs.
Mm.
And so do other animals like birds and other shit. So I'm trying to tell people, honey, be mindful, girl.
Period.
And don't always write people off as crazy nut jobs because we forget what used to live here before us.
Hello, God.
Yeah. Period.
Well, girl, I think I'm finna go to the club real quick, girl. I think I'm gonna go make my rounds, girl. I think I'm gonna go stop by.
Thing. Yeah, I've been on here almost 3 hours actually. Oh wow, just talking.
Girl, we hit it.
Well, I
feel like we wasn't talking that long. Bitch, it's something natural.
Well, because it is. Hello, God.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. Thank you, Here Ho, for coming on. I
Yes,
appreciate
bye,
you.
Here Ho. Bye, YB. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This was my first time on your channel, YB.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I feel like
actually,
I've
'cause I'll
heard
be
your
tuned
voice.
in.
You be over there with TTB, and I have heard your voice.
Probably Harviana's channel.
Harviana, okay.
My girl Harviana, yeah.
Okay, you got a nice voice. Where are you from?
You may know me from Afghanistan.
Oh,
yes,
for real?
Yes. Not really, but for the internet.
Afghanistan?
Yeah. Oh, it's a running joke. You see, it's more so, I guess, a Harviana thing, but
Afghanistan.
Are you looking it up right now?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to ask. Like, what is that? You're not from Afghanistan?
No.
Where are you from?
I'm here. What'd you say?
Detroit?
Oh, not Detroit.
Don't they call it Chirac or some shit?
I was like, not Detroit. No, I've been to Detroit though a few times.
You were in the military or something?
Oh no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not like the queen.
You said you're not like a queen?
I said I'm not like the queen in the army.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've been like enjoying your interviews like the past couple of weeks with the Chasing Girls, and really getting into the live review and obviously like previous seasons of Dallas and stuff like that. So I definitely like your channel, your perspective, and how you give it up to these girls. And I enjoy watching your commentary. So I wanted to come up and participate for tonight.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Are you new to the space or you've been around?
Just in the comments, nothing impactful like you guys, like reviewing or interacting with these girlies.
One of my longtime supporters and friend commented in here earlier that you were a troll. Is that true?
I just saw that. I was like, I don't know what they're talking about. I've been pretty nice and civilized in these streets for the past, few years, but
were you ever a troll?
I was about to say, I was like, I get their perspective. I can see where they're coming from.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the time I just like come up here and ask questions. It's nothing serious for me. When I get off, we're all living our lives, and then when we're on here, we're just kikiing. At least on my end. Yeah.
I love to hear other people's perspectives and things, and you definitely added a lot of great value. And I've heard you before, like I said, on Harviana's platform too. So
yeah, you were interviewing with her like a few times, and yeah.
Okay. Well, we appreciate all of us. I don't know if anybody's told you, but we appreciate the support and the love. And anytime we do things like this and the link is dropped, please feel free to come on and add some spice of life to it if you want.
No, I got you. Yeah, I'll be happy to. Thanks for sharing your space.
No problem. Thank you for joining it. We appreciate it. All right.
Are
you in the community? Are you part of the LGBTQ?
Well, you're cutting up. What did you say?
Are you part of the community?
It depends on who you ask.
What do you mean? Like, so?
No, I'm joking. Yeah.
You identify, like gay?
No, I wouldn't put it in a box like that.
Okay.
I'd say I'm pretty like new to the space, sort of just exploring, nothing too serious.
Okay, that's what's up. Do you feel like that what drew you to these spaces is trying to, figure it all out for yourself? Maybe you might find something that resonates with you.
I don't know if I find anything that's like that I look for inspiration or anything. It's just more so You know, just for the kiki, the gags, the funny.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if they told you I'm Barbara Walters. I'll interview anybody.
I was about to say, I was like, oh, are we getting into the things of the things of the things?
I thought this was for Chloe, bitch. No,
Child,
honey,
I was about to.
we will extend the love, honey. I just like to get to know people here and there. That's all, nothing too much. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I got you. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
You too. You better hurry up and run before I ask my questions.
Okay. Bye now.
All right, bye. Take care. All right, y'all. That was cute. Shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Hear Ho, honey. I know that's right. Could y'all blame me though? He has a really nice voice. Hello, God. But nice voices have been taken for granted in the past, child. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Shout out to everybody that came through. I appreciate y'all. Commenters, the girls hovering in the ether of life. I appreciate it. Nonetheless, please tap that notification. Girl, tap the like button, honey, and the notification bell if you haven't already. Like, comment, subscribe, all the things. Okay, follow me on Instagram. And be sure to join us tomorrow. Hello, God. For some of y'all, it'll be tomorrow. For the girls on the East Coast, hello, God. Oh, Chirac is Chicago. Child, forgive me. I apologize. I apologize. But he said Afghanistan, and he said I'm not in on that joke, so I didn't know what that meant. And when I hear Afghanistan, I'm like, okay, were you in the military? So, I apologize. I feel like Donald Trump. I'm just misnaming everything. Yes, honey. Okay, Patches, let me tell you something. Now, Patches, I've heard you talk. You have a radio voice. I'm scared of that. You be talking the draws off the girls. Okay. Actually, Patches, are you still here? I'm going to share the link again. If y'all are in a space to be able to come up. I want to hear some voice. Hello, God. Let's get to these voices, girl. The voice. Click that link, honey. Hello, God. Because, Patches, you've been making your presence be known in these streets. I heard you on that live last night, the after show. I also you've been getting your rounds in, honey. You be supporting all the platforms. I know that's right. I won't be on here too much longer though, but definitely because I don't think I've ever had a conversation with you before. Hello.
Yo, what's up, YB? Can you hear me?
What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm 13 hours ahead of you all, so sometimes the connection may be a little
Damn, where you
I
at?
don't like right now. They got me working over the waters right now. That's all I can really say. But I'm trying to make it back to the States eventually.
Well, you be safe, honey.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I enjoyed the casual conversation tonight. It was enjoyable.
Yeah, I
This
feel like
morning, it's morning over here, but
No, I feel you. I appreciate you for tuning in. Yeah, I don't get a chance to do these often, and I slept all day, and I was like, you know what? Let me just come on here and talk some shit and get with the people, honey, and do what it do. And it turned out to be what it was. So I always appreciate it.
But you know what, YB? I think that more content creators need to have moments like this because I think it gives people an opportunity to get to see the human side, a more humanized side of a perspective rather of the creators, so that when you all do the things that you do as far as how you deliver your opinions and so forth, it helps provide some clarity. So I think so many times content creators get a bad rep based off of just what people see, almost like some of these reality TV shows, right? When we only can go off what we see, it
Right.
oftentimes makes us miss some perspectives, and just a little bit of context changes so much, you know.
I were you speaking to me as as just a individual creator, or like the people I have on the platform?
You just as creators in general, because when you do things like this where you have a more intimate style, I guess, conversation,
Mm-hmm.
it gives people an opportunity to get a different perspective, because oftentimes what happens that I've noticed is that when people that I support and I follow, and I try my best to try to support everybody equally, and share the love, if you will, because in a world where there's so many challenges out there already, the worst thing you need to do is fight within yourself, fight within your own communities and things like that. There's just no strength in that. And so when there's opportunities where it's not a formal interview or it's not a
Mm.
topical discussion, when it's the more of an, I guess for lack of better words, an open panel where it's just an opportunity for people to have conversations, we learn so much more about people. And so oftentimes it garners more respect for that individual that's sharing of themselves, because it's not a plan to it. Like tonight, there wasn't a plan. You just know, hey, let's just have a conversation, and it was just kind of cool because there was no script, there was no nothing. There was just an
Right.
opportunity to observe and participate within the comments, or like even right now. As a matter of fact, I think this is the first time I've ever actually been clicked the link on your platform. I've been following you for a minute.
Yeah, you
I've been
have.
for a minute.
Yeah, you have.
I jump in and out, and what I love that I've been seeing, like people like Chloe for an opportunity. Chloe is hungering to be for people to understand who she is and her perspectives and so forth. And just the fact that you allow such a great intimate style conversation to go on your channel, it was refreshing, and I definitely was enjoying it. I definitely was enjoying it.
Thank you. I used to do these a lot back then. I kind of like lost my love for doing lives and just being like so involved, because it was just at the time everything was just so convoluted, and I guess I was going through my own little stuff during that moment, whether I wanted to admit it or not. But like I kind of like lost it, but I'm glad I'm slowly getting it back and engaging and all the things, because like I don't know, were you around for my Guest God Roundtable moments?
Oh yeah, I remember all of those. But you know what, I think too, you got to think about it though. Things got really chaotic at one point too. So even you may have had, like, there were things going on in your personal life, but also a lot of the lack of better, I'm always trying to choose my words. They say I be reading people for filth and all that, and I really don't be trying to read anybody. I'm just giving my perspective when I say whatever I say.
Okay.
I really don't be trying to drag them. You know, uh, I think that at one point though, a lot of these
Hello, hello.
self-created
Hey.
stars. Hey, ooh, what's going on? There's a lot of these celebrities in their own rights. They got to the point to where they were it was like hostile territory, and I kind of understood why you kind of backed away a little bit, because it's crazy when people want to come after you and then or just say all these negative things. They get on a show, people will allow people into their lives on these shows, realizing that you have no control of how you're being perceived or how you're going to be edited and so forth, because of storyboards or lack of storyboards, you know. But
Hmm.
they want to come after creators when you're coming on what you see, and then they want to become
Exactly.
so aggressive and be so ugly about it when you got up on there. You said, "Hey, I'm going to let cameras follow me. I'm going to let them, you know, represent me however they want to, because this gives me an opportunity to be introduced to the world." And then you want to come after the content creators when they do it. And it was just, it was crazy because I even pulled back. I pulled back for probably about a year and a half to 2 years. I wasn't as heavily involved in a lot of the spaces. Now with Jason, I've always been there since day one with Jason, because that's just always been my liquor of choice, if you will. Jason has always just been there for me. So I've been there since the very first episode of Chasing Atlanta, and so I've been around a while. But I respect what you all do, and I like it sometimes when, as content creators, you have an opinion that's completely different from mine, because that keeps things interesting. If we all thought the same, it would just be boring. But it's good to hear a different perspective. But you do be letting the girls have it sometime. I will give it to you. When you serving justice, you serve that shit with a side of vodka straight to the head. You know, it's yeah.
Well, no one
You bring
likes a boring bitch. I choose to come down on certain people for a reason. Like, if I see like outright ugly behavior, like how I was coming down on Donnie in the beginning, right? I'm just like, damn, bro. Like, I looked at that as an opportunity. Like, if I know it comes off a little extra, but like I look at that like this is how a normal person viewing you would think of you. So
right.
I take that as a moment to be that mirror for them a little bit. And a lot of times, like them cussing me out and everything, like, and being in their feelings about situations, like, that's just them. A lot of times I look at it as them like trying to deal with that very harsh truth themselves. So of course they're gonna, you know, lash out. Of course they're gonna be in their feelings. But I also tell people this too. At their expense, as fucked up as it sounds, I can't be a boring bitch. And sometimes the reads write themselves based on who I'm reading. And you gave me that for free by acting how you acted. So I'm going to go ahead and play on that a little bit, as well as try to give you a little bit of a, you know, self-analysis, so to
And
speak.
some of them definitely write themselves. Just not to pick on someone who I feel is just, you know, I don't know if there's anything else anybody can say about them, but for example, Rachel. Uh, if anybody who wants to try to come after people or get an attitude, and for someone who likes to, lack of better words, she likes to fight and she likes to do things. If you're the type of person that you use Chat GBT and you speak into it and it's translated as phenomena because it doesn't understand what you just said, you can't get mad at people when they drag you, you know, because you know, you're not able to articulate what it is that you're trying to, you know, bring across. You know, it's just some of these things do just write themselves. And
Girl,
I
she
look,
definitely serving I am Groot, honey.
oh,
Especially when she
absolutely.
say, when she be putting that accent on and then she say, and everything. Like, girl, what? I don't understand that you just saying.
Nola
Girl,
knows and everything. So I'd be like, no, and everything. What is everything? Shit, we still trying to keep up with what you said in the first place.
Child, she gets so tired of her conversations. You know what I mean? I'm like, girl, you that exhausted trying to explain yourself? You got to just yell it out. You know what I mean? No, bitch, we don't know what you mean.
YB, I promise. I was like when Rachel wears orange, she's so beautiful when she wears that orange and stuff like that. You know how you just have some people you just would rather them just don't speak. Just
Yeah.
text me. We could be
Just
sitting right here. Just text me so you don't
don't
fuck
even
up the
text
illusion.
me, girl. If you can't speak well, I don't have confidence that you can write well.
Nola, quit laughing. I'm being serious. It's
No,
just
I'm
like
joked out over
just
here. Why BB having me joked out?
I,
YB be cutting up, you know, and it'd be so funny to me because I'd be like,
and she is a
wow.
pretty girl, but like, I just feel
No,
bad.
she is though. You can't take that from her.
Well, I appreciate it. She's pretty. I'll give her that. I always said she was pretty, but girl, when I saw her in that live, in that bed, in that bonnet with no makeup on, I said, "Girl, who is this?" Girl, I said, "Who was this girl?" Like, it's not ET phoning home, girl. She definitely was. I was like, "All right, well, I guess, but maybe pick different times to go live, baby. Like, you don't have to respond to everything. You can actually hit an icon on IG Live, and it won't show you."
Right.
Like how we're doing here, like the same thing can be done on other social media platforms. I don't know why people just decide. Like tonight, I look a hot mess. I'm not coming on here, girl, please. I don't even feel like getting myself together. I didn't even really plan for this live. I just was like, girl, fuck it, let's go. And I'm sitting in my walking
So
around the house, outside, smoking cigarettes while I'm talking to y'all.
you may have already addressed this, but I may have talked about it because I have to find a good signal over here where we at right now. And sometimes it's hard to get a good signal. But so did your truck driver ever do a U-turn and come back through the other night, or did
No, I didn't even call him. Let me tell you what I did. Um, it's crazy because I ended up getting in touch with one of my usuals, and he ended up coming through real quick. But child, I should have. So you know those spirits that just say, "Go to bed," and you defy that spirit that told you to go to bed. And even though we're used to having good rendezvous, it was a horrible rendezvous. I ain't gonna lie, child.
You don't
I'm
think it
talking.
was because
This
it
live is
wasn't
on.
because of what you call it though, right? You know how sometimes you were talking about your your truck driver. Now if plan B wasn't up to the standard of plan A, could it be that the rendezvous was just kind of not what you wanted it to be because she was
Can
already
I?
kind of setting the
Well,
bar high?
not really.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be transparent with y'all because I'm a grown bitch and I stand in my stuff. I don't know if you remember that live I mentioned I had 2 slices of pizza.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say I regret, I regret, girl. I regret, honey. This is, and the reason I'm being transparent and honest like this and putting myself out is because there's a lot of bottoms that think that they're just supreme beings, girl.
They know their body.
And I know that I said plenty of times that I was a supreme being too, but even we're at fault. We're not gods, girl. Okay, we falter sometimes too, honey. Okay, and honey, and that pizza was literally 4 hours before, and I'm like Ted Lee. Sometimes I know my body, but I'm also not built like a stick figure either. So, girl, yeah, that pizza said no, ma'am, and I said, no, ma'am. And I didn't shit on anybody. When I was serving Throka, hello God. I was in a, I felt it, and I was like, "Girl, this ain't gonna work out." Yeah, that pizza said, and I have acid reflux, so that tomato sauce, a girl, now. Because once I started deep throating, I felt the acid reflux take hold, and I was like, "This is literally 4 hours prior. I already did a little 1-2, buckle my shoe, 3-4, be a hoe, that type of shit." Girl, child, no, it just wasn't feeling my stomach. Once I feel my stomach bubble, it's time to go. It's time to go. It didn't go how I wanted it to go. It wasn't serving true. I should just went to bed. Yeah. So that's advice for everybody. Don't trust. You think you know your body until your body says "fuck you."
Not the pizza.
And he was a little drunk too, and he wasn't really. I was like, "Why did you even come then?" Like, I don't got time for that. I've been trying to tell people, drunk people, it may make you feel horny, but your third limb is not going to be able to receive that information the right way. Stop drinking so much.
I've never had intoxicated interactions in any capacity, so I always wonder why people even attempt it because I am very much I like to know exactly what I'm doing, and I like to make sure that I set the bar high each time. And so I definitely like to be in control of knowing exactly what's happening.
Okay.
I found interacting in situations where it's kind of like this probably would have gone better if you were more cognitive. So I guess I give you a pass. But then I think about it and I'd be like, no, this is probably going to be trash either way. So sometimes, yeah, I like to definitely be able to give a very thorough perspective and an after action report, if you will. Did this go like I thought it was going to go, and why didn't it?
Yeah. Well, do you talk him through it too?
Oh, I have no problem with hey,
You have
there's nothing
to wait
wrong with
for it.
coaching if you
Why don't you
need
take
to, right?
advantage of that? The girls love
Oh,
it.
absolutely. My friend, one of my best friends in the world told me you should just be like one of these dominatrix type peoples where you just, you give commands and you do
Come on,
things
Nola,
like
you
that.
hear it?
And I have, I guess you could say I have ventured into some of those spaces just to try to see. I wonder if this makes sense. Would I do this if I were to do it? So I'm very big on research. So I thought, all right, well, you know what? I'm gonna try this and let's just see. And it was comical, but I'm like,
You shouldn't be
what the
laughing
hell?
while you're beating a slave.
Oh, but now here YB go. Now you know what? Now, if I'm going
So
to be in
I
character,
love to
I'll
be
be
the
in
mischief.
character.
I love to be the master. I love all of those positions for what I'm going into it for. But like, I'm
Mhm.
not laughing, honey. I'm serious. When these niggas want me to slap the shit out of them, I do it. Hold on.
you
Man.
No, you need to read an erotic book or something
You know what?
so I can listen
Actually,
to it
I've
because
done that.
the
You
voice
know, I've
got me ready.
what is it, Nicole Ray? Nicole Ray. Nicole Ray got me into doing like audibles and things like that. That's our channel. That's an area I never thought I would venture into. But she was on a live one time and she gave me a shout out. And someone watching her live reached out to me, and I've been doing like orientation manuals, and then I've also gotten to where now they did me audio. There's a lady that she's got a book coming up now, and I actually will be voicing her audible for her book.
Nice.
Oh wow!
I didn't know how spicy the book was until after I got kind of like to chapter 4, and then it turned into something totally different. And I just remember smiling and going, "I will never live this down." But I have to
Read that
live my
book.
life.
Honey, when you are called, you gotta answer the call.
I know that's right.
And so we, when you're doing audibles, it's kind of interesting because when you do these voice readings, and they want you to really bring it home, I guess, if you will. When I got to this particular chapter and I sent it back, and I was like, okay, so tell me if this is what you want. And she responded back and said that the editors said that they were taking fans and putting on them. And I was like, well, what does that mean? She said one of them said he got, he relieved himself. He was so enthralled in what was happening. And I was like, wait a minute now. I'm not trying to be like Girl 6 or something. I'm like, what just happened? I need to figure out what this is. And so I played the audio file for some of my closer friends. And I told them, say, so I'm reading this chapter and y'all tell me what we're doing. They looked at it and they said, yeah, you might need to go ahead and start a channel where you just read books. And I was like,
No, for real.
absolutely no.
So can you channel other personality traits? Like if I wanted,
absolutely.
So can you give us a little nasty piece of thug trade? Like how would you? You know how you watch my channel. You know how
I love a piece of thug trade.
Give me a little piece of. You know how I like to be talked to. I'm a.
I think it's so funny because them. So this book is actually an urban book, and that's what made me laugh when you said that. So
yeah, I was about to say. I was gonna say it's like Zane Girl. Is it giving?
It's gonna be very it's very it's Zane with a twist because it's got very much majority of the people in this book are pansexual. So it's a lot of space. It's a lot of creativity to play around with because it's very it's very interesting. But there's this particular scene in the book where this professor, he's very much into rough trade, if you will, and he ventures out and because his circles are so different, but he travels to a city that's not far from him on the weekends, and he just likes to be he likes an aggressive yeah. And,
sounds like my old life.
But what it's so funny because and I'm pulling this book out right quick. I'm just gonna give you just a tenth of what it says, and it just kills me.
Girl, this video hasn't been marked for monetization about 2 hours ago. So go ahead, honey.
I'm gonna do it from the perspective of the character that's.
Let me get my Vaseline. Hold on.
I'm weak.
I'm just playing, girl. I don't use Vaseline.
Listen, I was about to turn over and get the yellow vibrator. What's going on?
Wait we gotta stop the madness. So you drove this far to come see me. Now you sitting up there being so uptight. I need you to loosen up, or you need to leave. If the dick is what you wanted, then you need to get on this dick. You need to get on it now. No, don't close your eyes. I want to look at you. I want to see the struggle as you swallow this dick. Come on. No, don't turn away. What are you doing? That's it. Matter of fact, let me drive. No, don't fight me. What are you fighting me for? Look at y'all got too quiet.
We tuned in.
Bravo performance, honey.
Let me tell you, it's And then as they're getting more into it, so the professor is very demure, and wants to run. You didn't drive all the way this far just to run from this dick. It's my pussy, give it to me. If it's my pussy. What no, you gonna get all of this dick. That's it.
Oh, okay. I was waiting
Make
for
it
more.
wet.
Okay.
Make it wet. Make it
Oh,
wet. There you go.
oh.
I don't mind things getting messy.
Mm,
There you go. No, we're not stopping. We stop when I say stop.
mm,
That's what you came here for.
mm-hmm.
Get it?
That's
He's
what I
so
came for, baby.
stupid. Yeah. And see,
Oh, that's it? Okay.
I'm making sure I don't give away these character names because when the book hits with White Bee, I'm gonna make sure you get a copy of this book because this Oliver Parker, you're gonna be dying laughing.
Child, I'm gonna have to do a live review.
And what's so crazy, YB, is so it's five voice characters that are interacting. So what happens is that we read individually, and then for the final, then we all come together and read, and we're actually having a dialogue that's going back to back. But the dude that's the professor, he won't stop laughing because he just starts laughing while we're doing the banter back and forth, and I'm like, bro, you can't be laughing because we're supposed to be in this moment of intimacy. You can't laugh. And he's just like, wait, you're making me nervous. And I'm like, what are we getting nervous? I'm like, well, do we need to just act it out as we're doing it? Do we need to do like some,
Oh,
do we need to enact what we're doing
child, you
so
think you
that you can
slick.
get out of
That's exactly how I would lure Trey. Don't play games, Patrick. That's the
Why do you
oldest
hear
trick
you
in the
though?
book. I helped write the book, honey. I helped write that book. Don't stop. Don't play around. I know that book. I don't know the book
Why
you
be
reading, but I know the play you trying to make, honey. I know how that works.
that's
Next thing y'all get to wrestling, those dicks get hard. You're like, yes, no, we don't have time for that. Stop it.
Oh, it don't take wrestling for that to happen. I mean,
Oh.
we already there once we started, so
See, I don't know. Like, I like that when I'm the bottom in that situation, but like I gotta really be like, I don't know. I like a bitch to start me off and then get me there. Like, prove your worth, bitch. Can you really suck and serve? Like, but when I'm not gonna lie, I do prefer because let's tell the truth. You got some guys that are growers, not showers. So you got to give. I'm happy. I gave a little toppy first and let it grow because I was definitely about to let people know they can where the door is. But I'm glad you got to let those guys take their time to kind of like get there. So I don't really dismiss anybody if they're not hard when they first come around because
no, YB, that's so generous of you.
You never know.
No, see, my thing is this. So, and I think that's admirable, but I ain't there yet.
I never used to be. When I was younger, I was not there. I was like, oh no, girl, if it's not already standing to attention, I don't want no parts of it. Because
It just seems like you got to work that hard to get something moving.
Well, not hard, like maybe a couple of sucks, and then it starts to unfocus. Some people, they react to touch or feeling. Like they can't just be off thought alone. And I get that. You got some that are like that and some that don't operate that way. I know I don't often, like when I got a bottom coming around or whatever, I'm about to go slay some throat and puss myself. I am not all the time immediately ready, but as soon as they touch me, like, okay, yeah, it's gonna get there. But like, I don't really, fault nobody. Because like I said, honey, there were some dudes I've had in my life who I would have gave the door to, but thank God I didn't, honey. They turned into a goddamn, I'm a motherfucking monster. Like, yes, honey. And I said, I would love a time-lapse video of that growth process because the girls would never believe me.
Well, I like to feel that in so many ways I'm not trying to annihilate anybody, but I'm definitely going to leave an impression that you will know that I was there. I'll tell people oftentimes if my presence agitates you, then my absence is gonna completely irritate you because you're gonna miss me. You're gonna want more. And so
You're toxic, I can tell.
Wow.
You're
You know what?
toxic.
You
I
say
can tell.
toxic. Not
You're
toxic.
toxic. I can tell the voice. It sounds way. If anything sounds too good to be true, it usually is, and I can
No,
tell
I can
you're
promise you,
toxic.
I'm not toxic. I'm not toxic, but cause I'm very much a
There's levels to
I
toxic.
love a good conversation. I guess that's why you know what? Now the more I think about it, that may be why I don't feel like I need to do all this. If I'm going to get in the car should be ready. I'm not getting there and trying to start the car and it's not cranking and all these other
What's
kind
your
of things
sign?
because you know, somehow I knew you was gonna say that. What do you think my sign is?
I would say Capricorn, but you're giving me like
Mm.
Sagittarius vibes. Are you a
I'm definitely,
Sagittarius?
I'm definitely not a Sagittarius, but most of my friends are, so that may be
Mhm.
why. I'm definitely not a Sagittarius. Nola, what do you think my sign is?
Oh shit, she left.
Oh,
Hold on.
Nola left.
Hold
You
on.
know, I wouldn't even. Did Nola leave?
You
Where'd
there?
she go? I didn't see Nola
Yeah, I'm
leave.
here, my babe.
Oh no. Oh, what you over there doing, Nola?
Caressing my puppy.
Oh my.
Bow wow. Hello, God.
No, I don't know. Tell us what your sign is. I'm a Pisces.
You got me over here smiling. You say she caressing her puppy. I don't know if you know. Why be up here talking about? He already said you know, he could tell I'm one of them toxic ones. You know, you got the
Are you a
you got
Libra?
you got the right one right here because this is definitely a party that I could attend because you know I'm very open.
Are you a Libra?
So why Libra?
I don't know. I'm referring to the comment section earlier. I know that wasn't you, but
No, that was my friend Jay. That was Uncle Jay that was going on and on about those Libras. Jay is crazy. No, I'm definitely not a Libra. I'm a more commanding sign. If you get into the zodiac signs, I'm more of one that gets very yeah,
Taurus?
I'm very much a charge.
You a
No,
Taurus?
I may have some bull like tendencies that can be very
The only
despicable.
zodiac that's in charge of the girls is the Capricorn.
That's what everybody says, but it's
Because I'm a
definitely true.
Capricorn and we know that to be true. Thank you very much.
Hmm. No, yeah, no. Capricorns like to think that they're in charge, but that's because they're mostly submissive. Most Capricorns they like to come across all
Do you
hard
know,
and in
not
charge,
only
but
do we
they do submit.
symbolize the beginning and the end, we are all things in between. So you have the
Hmm.
Capricorn December, January. So we are literally the beginning. We the rulers of the front and the back.
So the rulers are the front and the back, but most of the time they run from the front, and they not. There are a lot of times they spend less time on their back because they can't take it and they run. So most
Well, I'm
Capricorns I know
definitely
run
not that Capricorn, baby.
back. I knew you were
This
gonna
back is worn, honey. Okay. Bitch, let me tell you something. The North remembers, honey. Okay. The North remembers, honey. Let me tell you.
Let me
You
say
better ask Jon Snow about this pussy.
this Capricorn is definitely one that is true to the sauce. Then I assume. No, I'm a Leo.
You know what? I wanted to say Leo or Gemini.
Are you an
No,
August Leo?
no, July Leo.
Okay. My
I'm
cat's a Leo.
Yeah, you know, Leos are loyal. They're very protective. So if there's something I feel like is mine,
But
then
y'all are
I'm going to
crazy
make
as
sure
fuck too, though.
you know. But when you get a Leo, you get some Leos they can be real crazy, but then you got those Leos that actually know what it means to take care of their harem, if you will. So if you're a part of the harem, you don't have to worry about anything
I
because you
think
got
Tramel and Carl are Leos too.
you. Hmm.
Yeah, so that's definitely true. They be taking care of their group. I swear to God, I can't wait to go to Atlanta and meet everybody in person because I just know they're a good time.
I love me some Carl and I love me some Jamel, and Carl is funny. Carl is Carl is funny, but a lot of people don't. I guess Leos because I think from a Leo perspective, if you're going to go into the zodiac world, those true Leos, they're not as vocal about a lot of things because they're always watching everything and they are very protective.
That's
And
definitely Tramel.
And so I know that I'm one of those that I'll observe everything and I'll watch. And when I speak, I like to speak from a place of authority, and I like to speak from a place of based off of facts. So if I'm saying something, I'm saying what, because I know for me, one of the
Based off
reasons
of
I
what?
take a break based
Based
off of
off.
the facts,
Oh, I
you
thought you said
know.
fucks. I was about to say okay.
Yeah, YB, there you go. YB. This is what, but you know what? No, this is the part I've always liked about YB, because YB, as I have been following YB for a while now, and YB always makes me laugh because he will take a normal moment and turn it into something, and then you like, am I supposed to be excited right now? What am I doing right now? Because he'll just start talking about, he could be talking about a banana pudding recipe, and you tend up here thinking, why are we supposed to be fucking?
I mean, it would be the sound, when you're mixing stuff. Like when I was making macaroni and cheese one day, I got horny. I was like, girl, just the mixing. Like, maybe I need to probably talk to somebody about that, but whatever.
You know what? Sometimes food can be very sensual. People don't
It can
realize that.
be, but it's so weird. When I eat, I don't like to, either top or bottom. I don't like to eat when I know that I'm about to have sex. Like I don't like feeling full. I like feeling empty. I even douche as a top. When I'm topping, I even douche because I know there's some nigga gonna eat this ass. Just period, girl. So I just like to keep it clean anyway. You never know. I might run into a verse. You know what I'm saying? I might feel versy in the moment. So
Well,
yeah.
cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say. And
Sure.
I feel you on that because I don't know. I think I think people who really enjoy their interactions do that. I think people who just random, they may not, but I mean, I know I'm not really putting in no work on no full stomach. You know, if I've eaten, eating can make you draggy, especially if you eat like a lot of bread or something like that. If I know
Mm.
I'm about to put some work in, I'm not gonna be tired. I want to be my best version of myself. You know, if you put me to sleep, I want you to actually be the one that put me to sleep, and not that burger I had before you got here.
And plus, like I said, I've lived my whole life up until the last 2 years as a solely bottom. So like I have it programmed in my head. Like even when I was just about to serve some head back, I would be dishing anyway because niggas change their mind in the heat of the moment. So I want to be one of those people that's prepared because if daddy asks, because of what you won't get, someone else will provide. So I'm a big believer in that too. Might as well make sure that daddy is pleased in all aspects. If he chooses to change his mind, I need to be prepared for the call. Okay, hello God.
You know what? I respect that because I'm very much the type of person that if one thing is going well, then I'm definitely probably wanting to go and get a little bit more experimental. And so if I'm gonna
What
have
is
to go
that?
exploring,
Oh, girl, what is
because
that? Snake?
you want to be experimental, and see some things. You start one way, and then things change up. I know that especially with women, and from the women perspective, because most oftentimes women have a tendency to move at a little slower pace sometimes than the men do, and so you have to leave yourself open. I don't believe in thinking that, hey, we're going to do this one thing. We're probably not going to just do this one thing because I'm not an Uber ride. I'm an actual cruise. We're gonna get on the water and we're gonna see what happens.
My cigarette, bitch.
I don't believe in I don't believe in short trips. I believe that an experience is an experience, and we need to you know see how we can conduct ourselves in all seasons and not just one. So yeah, I don't like quick
I
rides.
talk about. I know you probably watch some of my pleasure point videos, but I always talk about that. Like even if it's a random situation, I'm always gonna come with top tier energy and enthusiasm in what I'm doing because like people love to talk about and people just be giving themselves away. I don't do that. I give my all away. That way you remember. Even if it's a one night stand, like I feel like I always want to leave an impression on somebody and I always think people do the same thing in reciprocation. Like people be coming through, child, you be like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you all night. And next thing you know, girl, it's only 50 minutes. They getting on their clothes. Girl, bye, have a good day. Like you lie through. Like so when I turned into a top, like and do a top shit, I made it my business to make sure that I lean on what my complaints were for tops and make sure that I adjust accordingly to the bottoms that I encounter. And like,
Mm.
and even most of them are disappointing, to be honest with you, because they have been used to forever with the same problem that I was having. So they don't expect you to do a good job because of all the other fuckers that they've been with. So when you finally do put in that work and give them everything they need, oh my God, I've had dudes that are like in their 40s that are bottoming for me tell me that's the best I've ever had. I said, that's a shame. You're in your fucking 40s, dude, and you've never been fucked like that before. And I'm only 2 years into the game of toppery. That's shameful behavior that you're in your 40s and no one has done you this way. That's
That's
crazy.
the game of toppery.
That's what I call it. Toppery.
That just took me out. You
And
think
even
that
as the bottom, people be telling me, this is not me advertising my wonderfulness. This is me just being real and honest. Even as the bottom, I get these dudes my age and older. I've never had anything like that before. I'm like, because these girls, y'all be just sucking dick. Let's tell the truth. It's not about just sucking. You have to take him into your being, honey. You have to engorge, hello God. You have to allow yourself to be limitless in the advancement of sexual pleasure. The buildup, the come is gonna come, honey, regardless. You gotta work for that buildup. And that is what's going to leave the everlasting impression. Like, damn, you did that? Shawty able to do all that? That's what I
you know
want to,
you
even if you don't ever see me again in this life, because I am a picky bitch. You might be a good fuck, but I might be like, girl, I'm not being, I don't even want to talk to you no more. Like this trade from last night, I will never talk to him. He was good, but girl, whatever. I won't talk to him.
You're
But
not
he'll
gonna talk to
remember
him ever
me,
again.
because he calling me now. He called me earlier. Girl, I'm not answering the phone. Fuck you. It just
So do
wasn't
you think that
compatible.
you know what I think that a lot of times people, you know, I mean, you've been sharing your life for a while, so we know that you actually have a recipe for all of the different type of situations that you be in. So
Hello.
we know that you're not just talking, you're not just talking ish. You stand on your truths and you share that and you be transparent when it's good is good. If something was off, you always share that with everybody. So it's one of those things that's respectable. But you have some people that they talk a good game and they'll holler about, oh, I'm a ball in this and I'm this and I'm that and so forth like that. But people don't realize that whether it's top, bottom, in the middle, whatever you're doing, you should be doing it well. And a position is not what makes you great at it. It's how you play your position. So
Hello.
if you just gonna get there and lay there and then be like, oh, I'm a bottom, and you kick these legs back and you sitting there and you thinking that, oh, your job is just to receive and not respond, then you've already messed up and you've already lost my interest.
Girl, where is the Tamarine players, girl? Because we are having some sex church tonight, honey. Hello, God. Stand up, honey. Come to the altar, bitch,
Yeah.
to be prayed over, honey, so we can teach these girls how to serve truth and justice the right way.
You want more food?
Because
I'm about to.
I mean, it's just a reality, and that goes, Chops. If you out there and and that's your claim to fame. I hate people who have a claim to fame and you can't find any cards on them. There's nothing out there that shows it. You think you just did something because you showed up and you just did, you did to do. But if you didn't leave a lasting impression, then what did you
Let me
really
tell
do?
you about this guy last night. He really, and this is someone that I've messed with a couple of times, right? The only thing good about him is he has a big old dick. And my issue with that is like sometimes these dudes, they have all that and they've been dealing with lesser life form ass bitches. And what they do is they think all they got to do is stick it in. When I tell you this bitch, and I gave him chance after chance because the dick is nice and it is something that I do enjoy, but like his lack of physical interaction while fucking me pisses me off. Oh, he wants me to do all the work. I'm doggy style, right? How can you tell me all the time, oh, reach back and spread your cheeks? How about you spread my cheeks since you have easier access to this? I'm a big girl. I'm not going to be holding down the fort, girl. My chest is on the bed, bitch. And you got me doing all this shit. It's hot as a motherfucker, girl. I'm not going to be doing all of that. So what I need, and I got to be able to hit my poppers. Okay, hello, God. Like, I can't do that if I don't have my hands. So it's pissing me and my homegirls off because you're sitting here not trying to like touch me or anything. And I told him about that over and over and over again. And I just last night was my straw with him. I was like, bitch, I'm not a pillow princess or nothing. I engage too. But when I'm inserting, when you're doggy style, you mostly expect the top to do most of the work. So if you want to switch positions where I can do some things too, then that's fine. But you never request that. So it's always doggy style. And that's fine. That's my favorite position anyway, because I don't like to do a lot of work. I just like to sit there and feel good. Hello, fill me up. Hello, God,
Oh
honey.
my goodness.
That's what I live for. So you don't lack of interaction, and you want me to. And he likes verbal shit. I'm not a verbal ass bitch. The verbalist I get is a good moan and a grunt bitch, depending on how good you make me feel. I'm not really into all that dirty talk. That shit's lame to me personally. No offense to anybody that likes that verbal shit. Talk in my ear, that's fine. But he just be saying random dumb shit, and it's just like, girl, who's your daddy, girl? I don't even know my daddy, but for this moment. I'll call you my daddy, but I'm not gonna say it 10,000 fucking times.
People still respond to the whole daddy thing. Who's your daddy and all that kind of stuff.
I'll be over, honey, because let me tell you something about poppers. After halfway in of doing some poppers, you become numb to the bullshit. You want to get down to business, and I'm trying to get there. You already have this big old thing that's inside of me, making me feel all my goodness, but like you lack the certain energy that I look for to make me feel good. So I'm one of those people that it sounds heartless, and I'll cut it off right there. If it's not serving me, bye. You got to go. Oh, I'm not even done yet. It's not about you, bitch. It's about us. In the words of Brandy, what about us?
Not you putting them out.
You got to go. You have to go. Get your shit and go. Because me and my dildo could do bad by myself. Bitch, you got time for that.
And you are always talking about these things on poppers. These poppers. So how did you first start your experience in the world of poppers and all of this? What brought that on and made you realize, you know what, this is a part of my experience?
Actually, when I started topping, roughly almost 2 years ago, not a year and a half, 2 years ago, I think it is. I think this December will be a full 2 years. I was dealing with the bottom when I first was, in the toppery aspect of it all. This bottom was like, you want to hit some power? I was like, what the fuck is that? And he explained it to me, and I was like, all right, I'll just whatever. So I did it, and I kind of was like, damn. It made me feel like, I'm not gonna lie, when I go into sex, I don't need to be drunk or high or anything like that, but there's a certain hazy feeling that I like to have going into sex, because it kind of like knocks down your wall a little bit, not your physical wall, but like that. It kind of like puts me in the mind frame and the feeling of, you never felt that like with sex, or you didn't have it like one drink or whatever,
more freeing. It's like
like your inhibitions are released a little bit more. So I was like, damn, I kind of like this in that feeling as a top. So I was talking to a friend of mine that is a bottom, and he does them. And I was talking to him. I was like, do you know about this? He's like, yeah, child, I do that all the time. So he was educating me on, the use for it. Really, it's tops can use them, but you can't use them much. I learned that the hard way because, honey, if you're a top, don't do a lot of poppers in the session, because your dick will go limp as fuck. But
I was gonna say, it seems like it will mess with your performance.
Yeah, it will. It definitely messed up mine if you overdo it too much. But take a couple of hits as a top, you're good to go. But don't fall into it. But as a bottom, when you take them, it's more like it relaxes your muscles. Like it makes you more open, more susceptible to being open. So, and it brings that euphoric feeling of like, okay, like it makes you more horny. For me, it does. And that's what a lot of other people say too. So I prefer it more as a bottom. It does make the sex a little easier. And I do prefer bigger things. And although I've been taking bigger things my whole life, I'm noticing as I'm getting older, I don't want to struggle. Bitch, I'm not even lying. Even while poppers and before poppers, I had got a dildo that was like 9 inches. It was an average size of what I kind of like in a man, and the thickness. And even when I got a dude coming through, I use that a couple times before the dude gets there, because a lot of people don't respect that process. And of when you first insert, you got to take your time for the first couple of minutes on a tight bitch like me. Hello, God. And a lot of people don't respect that. And plus, even if they do respect that, I'm getting too old to be playing games. You come in here, I want you to at least be able to get in there without hurting me. So I like to be prepped up a little bit, and the poppers kind of aid in that. get a little assistance never hurt nobody.
I think people fail to realize there's a difference between sensation and demolition. You going in there trying to demo, you trying to tear somebody up and thinking I walk away feeling affirmed because you beat it up. I think that's because people contextually don't understand phrases. If you say you beat it up, you're not literally beating it, but you leave a sensation that leaves them wanting more. And if you put somebody's body through that kind of damage, you walk away feeling proud of yourself. But what did you really do? If you can't get them where they need to get without damaging them and doing stuff like that, then I don't like thoughtless sex. I think thoughtless sex is it's boring to me. Because if it's gonna be thoughtless, then I can just do me myself and then I can do whatever I want to just move on if it's not gonna have any value. So yeah, as someone who I'm not entering in anybody that it's not gonna be a good experience. It's got to be a good experience because if I'm going to leave my mark, I want it to be a mark that's gonna be talked about and discussed times afterwards, not of being inconsistent or being inconsiderate, because I know people that they just go in and they get in there and it's just like, well, why would you do that though? You know, they be bragging. I beat it up. I did this. You know, I did this, and I'm like, what was sexy about that though? That's not something. What about the person that you was entering them and you was doing all these things and
That's
no,
why.
they like that. They like that. That's not true. That's not true. That they may sometimes. So that's why I don't like the being kind of I don't like having any substances necessarily because sometimes it also backfires on the person that's, you know, if the person that's topping you is doing it, they're thinking they really doing something and they don't realize that they're being damaging
Well, that's
and
the
they're
fault
doing
of the person it being done to, because you should never be ashamed to tell somebody that, hey, you're hurting me. This doesn't feel comfortable.
exactly.
Because good sex is when both parties are enjoying themselves. So for the top, if you want to enjoy yourself even more, then you need to make sure that I'm good. Because if I'm good, we're both going to be amazing once we get into our rhythm. Like, don't be hurting me. And I used to let shit slide back in the day, but things happen when you change your process as you get older in life. I just got tired of being met with that level of disrespect. Like, if I'm giving myself to you, I want to feel good. I don't care if I just met you down to the bar. I don't care about that.
You go.
I want a good moment. I don't care about that. I need to know that you know that I'm feeling good so that I can make you feel good. So we both can feel good. It makes no sense
Right.
I've had most of them. I met one time this guy when I was staying in Atlanta, 19 years old. I'll never forget. I was a young, dumb bitch. And dude had a big old thing, honey. And daddy came through and honey, I told him that shit hurt. I talked about that publicly before. I'm not ashamed of it. I told him to stop. He did not stop. He shoved my face into the damn couch and I was so stunned, but that shit hurt so bad, bro. It hurt so I was bleeding and everything. And I was just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I was a dumb bitch. I definitely could have taken him on though, but I was just kind of shocked that actually happened to me. But like I was just like, damn, like if he was if he just would have took his time and like listened to what I had to say, it would have been pleasure on both ends. But if you walking around here with these big old tree trunks, this is booty hole. Even if it's pussy, you need to be mindful of your process in the beginning. Like, if you want this thing to grip and be moist and be good to you, you need to do what you can to make sure you put it in a way that's comfortable. And because you're extra large, you know that. So take your time. Be mindful about that. Like,
Well, you would think people know that, but I try to explain to people all the time. When it comes down to sex, it should be an experience, and even planes don't just automatically take to the sky. They have to go down their runway before they take off, and things have to align. And once you get off the ground and you get going, the ride becomes a lot smoother. You got to go through the processes, and you got to make sure that the person that you're adopting is giving them what they need. Don't be going to bed, Nola. Get your ass back up. Look at her. She's gonna try to go to sleep. Don't be going to sleep now. You're over there hugging what she said, hugging her bear. Now she's going to sleep on us.
you're welcome.
Yeah,
You have a good night, boo. Thank you for coming up.
But yeah, I totally get that, YB, because I think, and see, conversations like this is some conversations sometimes people don't want to have because they don't know how to have it. But it's just the reality of it
And
is
that's why they have bad sex.
that's why they have bad sex, because they don't talk about those things, and then they're not educating people. How you gonna have sex and then totally disregard the person that you're having sex with, and you walk away feeling affirmed? That's you're not affirmed in
Well,
anything.
they feel like they got their nut, so that's what the bulk was. And I think it comes with educating, like you said, having these conversations to educate people more. And I talk about this a lot too. The tops, they of these bottoms have sat here and let them do this for so long. They don't take the time to stop them in their tracks. They feel like, oh, I got the piece of trade, so I'm gonna go ahead and deal with whatever they got to give, even if it means suffering through a bad session. And these dudes, they have this already self-inflated sense of, ego and shit. So what do? Like they continue to walk around like Big Dick Harry, thinking that they can just do what they want to do. They're thinking about the nut as being the prize, when in actuality, what I talked about earlier, it's the process that people should really be caring about. How you fucked me is how I'll remember you. The nut is inevitable. That's what comes after all of that. We know that that's going to come if I let you. Hello, God. But at the end of the day, you need to be thinking about the process. I'm going to always remember how you made me feel. If it was good, if it was bad. If it was bad, I don't want to see you again. You shouldn't be affirmed in yourself as a top if you know, and you know in your heart how this person responded to you, even afterwards. I'm not saying I do surveys afterwards, but you could tell by body language how receptive someone was, by how they were receiving what you're giving them, and vice versa. So I think a lot of these tops feel like, oh, I got my nut, or this person didn't tell me to stop, or they didn't say they were uncomfortable. I must have did my thing. No, what did you do in the process? Like, care about that a lot more than busting your nut. When you can achieve that, you know, then you're a great man.
Well,
Until
I try to tell them that you have to remember that there's a difference between someone moaning and someone groaning.
Mm,
Groan is normally a sign of pain and discomfort.
mm.
Moan
Well, I
is a
mean, it's
sign of
booty
pleasure.
hole. There's going to be some pain shocks because unless you're lacing your asshole like Dre Simber with cocaine to desensitize your pain receptors, honey, it's
I
going to be
am.
it's going to be difficult. You're going to feel it. They're going to be, especially if they switch up the angle or they got a pretty nice sized dick or they get into that second hole, hello God, and they tap in that prostate the right way. Like you're going to feel some type of pain, but it should be pain wrapped up in pleasure, is what you should be feeling.
Yeah, it should still be enjoyable.
You should
It
be able
should
to
still be
take it and love
enjoyable.
it and want more of it, even though it hurts.
Well, as someone who thoroughly wants to make sure that whatever's being engaged in is enjoyable on both sides, I'm watching body language the whole time. And I
Mhm.
think there's a difference between a playful running from me and a versus a trying to get away from me because of discomfort and lack of attentiveness. And I think that that's why people have become so immune to good sex, and they go into an area of just randomized, let's just bust and get it over with and move on. And they're not humanized anymore. Everything is just so robotic. Okay, yeah, all right, you ready? All right, I'm getting here, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. And then, all right, well, I got mine, did you get yours? Well, it's too late now.
Mhm.
There's just no
I
communication
bet.
type stuff. You gotta sex is definitely, it's just like anything else. It should be a flow to it. There should be a rhythm. There
Mhm.
should be an understanding in every situation that, okay, it should never just be about you. You should always be in tune. Because what's the point of what's the point of engaging in sex if it's one sided and there's no connecting of the minds, if you will. There should be a spiritual, something spiritual is happening while the physical is happening. If that didn't happen, then it's probably not good sex.
Well, it's definitely going to be a topic of discussion on my Patreon whenever I start that. Because
Yeah, when are you gonna do? When are you gonna do your Patreon? I know you keep alluding to it, but when is that gonna
I got a
happen?
couple things coming up, and I would be remiss if I didn't attempt to bring back the roundtable. Because that's
Oh
definitely, I
yeah,
mean, I definitely I know everybody's schedule's been flying off the wall this past year. So I definitely want to bring that back out. in addition to my Patreon. So I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm not as of ready yet, and I need to do more studying on the Patreon. I've never been on that platform before, so I just need to do my research real quick and get it together. And I want to do it the right way. I really want to have things more planned out
Right.
and written out. That way I can stay on topic and really give better commentary and, conversation pieces on these things. Because I don't want to just be a silly run-of-the-mill conversation like I kind of do in the car. I want it to be like a real, I want people to take away
Right.
from these stories and the information that I'm giving, because like here tonight, it's important. Like I don't like seeing people. Sex is a beautiful thing, and I think a lot of people miss out on what the real meaning of it is because they've normalized just the randomness of it, and they've
Right.
desensitized what they're supposed to actually be feeling in those moments based on the popular shit that's been going on the past 10, 20 years, like hitting quits and, quickies. Like, you know how many niggas, oh, you want to do a quickie? I don't believe in no quickie, bitch. If I dish for an hour, you better fuck me for an hour, period. Like, the way of thinking, and I know people are much younger now are engaging in sexual activities way younger than what we did growing up. So it's just like there's more, it's like created, it's like callous now. There's no feeling or meaning to it. Oh, I just got some head. You just got some head. Like that bitch shouldn't blow your mind. Huh, bitch. You're that bitch. You don't
Right.
want to marry that bitch. I've had niggas want to, oh man, I can't let you do no one else like that. I need that. Like if you don't have bitches talking like that, then you ain't doing shit. It's just some normal shit. What's the point of it then?
Quantity versus quality. And I think with a lot of mess up, and I would love to see you like have like a podcast type thing because your personality, just the charisma that you bring, and I think that it would work because I remember there was a time at one point, it would rub people the wrong way sometimes your delivery because it came across so strong. But then when you people who hang around realize, oh, when you're serving justice and you're
Hello.
serving justice, that's almost like a character. It's a character trait. It's part of your platform. You're known to go and get justice and truth, and it can be misconstrued as coming across entitled or you know I'm here when I'm really not here. I'm right here, but it's not. It's a character trait, and I think what people fail to realize, and anybody who may go back and watch this, when it comes down to sex, you're not good at sex because you have a body count. Quantity does make you good. It's the quality of it, and when the quality is right, it'll quantify itself. So people just need to know that.
Honey, they sure do. They definitely need to take notes, people, because it'll truly
Once you,
change your life.
yeah. And once you start your Patreon and stuff, of course, I will be supporting just like I've always supported. I definitely support it, but if you want to have open conversations, sometimes I'm very open to helping educate the people and make sure they understand and have those conversations. I'm more than happy to provide a perspective that comes from different areas, and as someone who doesn't create boxes for themselves and is very open to ideals and opportunities. I love having those type of conversations because oftentimes people want to give just one perspective, but when you're well rounded, you can give a perspective from different angles. But I like conversations like this because I think there's a lot that you can gain from them. I think if people spent less time pretending and more time being honest, they would improve. They just don't want to.
Or kind of like what Chloe was kind of talking about earlier. Like some people just get stuck in a certain place and they're comfortable with that. And
Hmm.
but my thing is like, experiences only happen in how I look at it for the bold. Are you bold enough to step outside of your comfort zone? And the reason I advocate that so much now versus then is because back then my experiences were limited. So my judgment, my opinions, and perspectives were limited to what I was feeling and what I was familiar with. When I stepped
Right.
outside of myself, I had more experiences and I allowed things to happen. Like I had this whole thing about like I don't like femininity, but when I started doing the toppery shit, like I found myself laying down with cross dressers and trans women and feminine bottoms and like, exploring the versatile aspect and like doing different things that I normally have condemned in the past. So I say that from experience, like you have to not be limited by
You
your
you
continuous
stunt your growth.
failure experience. You stunt your growth. Exactly.
You stunt your growth, and I think that people, a lot of times, I know some of these podcasts that I've done with friends that are like doing different podcasts and stuff. We were on a podcast just recently, and I was telling, we were talking about how we can become complacent, and I told them, when you plant a seed and you put that seed in the dirt, not all seeds germinate at the same time.
True.
But the reality of it is, though, if they never germinate, they never grow into what they could be. They're still just going to be a seed. So when we become complacent, we're just that seed, and we stopped wherever we stopped it. We need to continue to grow, and sometimes growth is uncomfortable. We only in our minds we may believe that when that seed finally starts to germinate and it starts to grow, that it automatically just bursts through the ground. But different climates are different. Some soil is not loosely piled on top. You got some plants that grow through terrain that's desert and hard, and it has to really work to break through there. If it didn't put in the work to break it through something new, you would never see what it could become. And so we have to quit allowing ourselves to imprison our own selves, create these boxes just for us, and because I'm comfortable here, so I'm just going to sit right here when there's a whole world out there to be experienced and to be able to have something that you can be proud of. When you become complacent, it's not that you're proud, you're lazy, and you don't have a desire to grow because you're afraid to step out beyond what you know.
Hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with stepping out. It's don't be reckless when you step though. Step with a plan. Make sure you got structure. Make sure that you're anchored to something so that when you do step out, you're able to step out knowing that, okay, I may not be able to go 5 miles, but I know I got a good 3 miles in me. So I'm going to test myself. And once I max out being comfortable going 3 miles, now I'm going to go for 3.5 miles. And just keep growing, because the more we allow ourselves to grow, we truly live, and we're not just existing. So I think that's probably my biggest thing is I don't like for people to just exist. And when we're complacent, you're just existing. Live, enjoy life, live it to the fullest. Take risk, go out there, challenge yourself. Don't become stagnant. Stagnant water is not even good for the animals. They won't even touch it. It's just going to sit there and have bacteria and all those funguses and things like that. So if you're a stagnant type of hoe, then don't be mad because you get left behind. You want to grow. You got to keep that water moving.
I think too, a lot of people I attribute to most of that like how people are raised, and I don't know, this goes into like a whole bunch of like socioeconomic statuses, and
Yeah.
more specifically in the Black communities, we see that a lot. Poverty, and it limits one's ability to not just explore and be different, but you're so socially conditioned to accept
Right.
your current environment, and there's no drive or motivation to seek things out past your city limits, so to speak. And what that does is that dumbs you down to the point where you don't even want to venture outside into the unknown, or have the strength to be bold and carefree enough to say, I'm going to go ahead and step out into something new, whatever that looks like for people, whether that's traveling, whether that's, we see that heavy religious bitches in this Bible belts. They love the Lord so much they feel like they can't be anything other than what the church calls them to be. So you have a lot of people that are conditioned to just stay imprisoned in themselves. And those are the people that end up judging people like us because we lack it. But let those people experience that, whether it's public or private, because Lord knows they do it more private than anything. And then it becomes public later because they got comfortable in their foolishness, but whatever. Like, I just feel like people need to stop that. Like, you're meant to grow and become. This is a big ass world. Life. I love to watch like documentaries on people's lives and see how other people
Right.
lived and where they've traveled, the things that they've done, the things that they've seen. That's why I was really sad for like Barbara Walters, because you've accomplished all these great things in your life and you don't remember shit, and then you died.
Yeah, to go
You
through something
know?
like that, that has to be horrible. And I think that I just couldn't fathom not being able to bask in my memories and be able to recall things and be able to celebrate that. And I think a lot of these people that, they don't challenge themselves because of all those things that you just stated. That's why it's so important to find you a tribe and then grow within it. get people that can help hold you accountable to help you not become
And
complacent.
also, too, this sounds very Disney, but like I think one of the things that gave me a creative alternate way of thinking was I grew up watching a lot of movies and shows and things that lied in fiction, and also the nonfiction too. As a book reader when I was growing up, I think when we can have an imagination of strong creativity, it will give you the extra edge that you need to kind of like boldly go where no man has gone before. On top of that,
Absolutely.
when I would be doing research projects in high school and in college on people, places, and things I knew nothing about, it broadened my interest. And I think people take reading for granted and they think it's just some bullshit. No, read these adventures about these people, read these books from these people. If it's nonfiction, fiction, like get into that bag of books, literally, and it will like make you, as long as it can pique your interest into something that's not familiar to you, you might have a chance of being able to grow into a better type of person.
Right. It's power in reading.
Yeah.
And and then I think that if people would just open their minds up and just realize that your situation now should not equate what your destination is going to be later. Don't let your current situation stop you from making decisions and allow to imprison you, but realize that things don't have to stay this way. And just because one of the things I really hate YB is when someone goes, I've always been this way. When you just acknowledged it, you realize that you've always been this way and it hasn't been working. So why stay the same? Why
Well,
would you
too,
want to
a
not
lot of
challenge yourself?
times, that's why I tell parents you have to be careful with how you're raising your kids. And I know a lot of people love that traditional sense of growing up, but people need to look back on their life and realize that you were actually traumatized as children because of that traditional growing up. A
Right.
lot of parents, that whole shielding, and again, it goes into socioeconomic status. I think a lot of parents never want to admit that their lack of finances is why they raise their kids with shitty attitudes, because they were mad at their circumstance and mad at the burden of having children because they lack finances and the ability to do what they saw other people with money do. And and that's a social, issue on a much grander scale, but it does play a part into a lot of the mindsets a lot of parents, especially parents back then, when things weren't as accessible then as they are now for people to make
Right.
money, the different platforms we have now, technology, things of that nature. So back then, resources were limited, the pay was much lower, especially for people that look like us. So I get it and I understand, but I think a lot of those parents never really understood like the attitude in which you raised your children in. It really stunted their growth and their potential to become better people or to be otherworldly thinkers. They were just so traumatized by being in the moment and being in survival mode. They never,
Right.
and they lacked the guidance or the person to come. Why do you think people always say, oh, the gay uncle is the favorite? Because we're the ones that add personality and joy and happiness and motivation. Every time you look at one of us talking to a niece or a nephew, we're uplifting them, we're giving the advice to go boldly beyond what your past family circumstances may or may not have allowed you to do. Like we be advocating for them to like break the mold and be different. You got a lot of people that advocate, oh, and that's why a lot of moms get mad at their kids, dads get mad at their kids a lot, because you're not falling in line with how they had to fall in line. And it's just like you don't realize all that falling in line is why this person is limited in their experience. They're afraid to step out because they're not aware that they can step out. And if they do step out, you done told them all the restrictions and the limitations and the consequences of what could happen, that they say they're just so afraid to even try to be on their own and do things for themselves or experience something totally different. Like all of this, oh, that's a sin. Oh, this is negative, or that's the devil. Or, child, I remember I was living with this foster family, heavy religious. I had a book report to do on Dracula. She threw the book out because she said I was reading about the devil. Girl, it's a book project. Get over it. We're not doing a seance to raise Lucifer, bitch. So it's just like certain ways of thinking. Like you wonder why. Oh, why you never told me you were gay, or why you never told me you like this? Because like, look at how y'all raised me. Look at how y'all think. y'all, anything that's different than your own experience, you fear it or you don't want nothing to do with it because you don't understand it. Because again, transgenerational trauma, all things lead back to the parents of those parents. So like how you were raised, you think it was good, but really like things have to change for every generation. And if you're not willing to do that, you are inevitably traumatizing your kids in some aspect.
And they don't get it, and they don't realize that, I think one of the biggest mistakes that I have observed in my training and just my career and doing things is that oftentimes what happens is that you get these parents, and now parents that you get these generational parents that you have now, they're so caught up in redoing the same things that worked for them or it didn't work for them, but that's what they know. But you don't get to know your children as who they are, but you're trying to frame your children and make them who you want them to be. And that creates such a disconnect, listening to actually hear and acknowledge who your child is and know their likes and their dislikes. What are their aspirations? How are they aligning themselves in life and allowing them to reach their potential based off of what it is that they are designed to be, not based off of your ideology of what you want them to be. And most parents now, they spend so much time trying to shape their children into what their ideal life would be that the kids don't have a relationship with them. So they don't talk to them about things. They don't want to talk to them. They want to get out the house as fast as possible. And then now it's like a newborn being put out to fend for themselves. Yes, they may be 18 when they leave the house, but when it comes to life, they're a toddler because they haven't experienced things. They haven't figured out things because they've had to live two totally different worlds. And now they're out there running blindly, making reckless decisions and not able to function because you didn't allow them to grow in love for who they actually were versus I need you to like this. Who says boys have to like blue and girls have to like pink? Who why do we have to force that on people?
I saw a
Boys
video
play
on
outside,
TikTok.
girls play dolls, Okay, what if that boy wants dolls? That boy wants dolls, he wants dolls. Why deny him that and take that? If a doll brings him happiness, then why take that from him? Why? Well, because you don't feel that it's appropriate. Those are conversations I wish people would have more of. YB, but most people run for these type of conversations.
They're stuck in the old way of thinking. I remember seeing a video recently on TikTok. This lady, her son, she took him backpack shopping. I guess the kid's in like preschool or some shit. And her son pointed out a pink backpack. And that's what he wanted. And that's what she got him. The backlash and what people were saying about her and her son was the obvious, backlash that people get in those moments. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, do you not realize that those are social constructs? Like, y'all have really fucked up life and the fun that we're really supposed to have based on these fucking created gender norms. Like, girl, please. Like, he's a fucking baby. He's not even thinking about what's gay or what's straight or what's for a girl or what's for a boy. He's looking at a bright color that attracts his senses. Let the boy have it. If a backpack makes you gay, girl, please. I'm just, like I'll be trying to tell people like, no, that doesn't mean anything. And the more y'all argue, if you ever notice how life and nature is, the more you fight against something, the more it becomes the thing you fear the most. So if you notice, a lot of the church be up in arms because all the cousins damn near gay. Everybody got a trans person in the family now. Everything's been turning the tide. So it's just like, y'all notice if it didn't work, you pled the blood of Jesus for how many seasons, girl? And your child still came out a fairy godmother? Like, come on now. Like, y'all really need to get out of your head and stop with this bullshit because all that does is add to the slave mentality. People don't realize it, but it does. It has a lot to do with that shit. The reason why our community is the way that it is and the way that we approach and respond to situations are all transgenerational trauma responses based on a lot of the things that happened to our ancestors and the people that preceded us. We have to make sure that we're emotionally intelligent enough and stable enough mentally, because let's tell the truth, like, we're nutballs. There's a lot of nutball Sally shit going on in the Black community, and it's just like, girl, the things that y'all will believe in and love and turn into tradition, no matter how traumatizing it is, hello God, y'all will do all those things, but as soon as something is gay, now it's the biggest sin in the world and it's a problem. But we have to knock that out. It does not emasculate anybody. It does not tear down our community. It does not do any of those things that people claim that it's been doing.
I
What
literally just
fucks up
watched
our
it.
community is
Somebody,
drugs. They don't want to talk about the crackheads in the family, but you want to talk about the gays in the family. Come on now, get it together.
right? I just observed at a function that I was at, and they were giving away clothing and stuff to people in need, and this father, the son, like the kid looked like he couldn't have been no more than maybe like 7 or 8, but he picked up he picked up a blanket, and he wanted this blanket, and the blanket had flowers on it, and it was a very springish, very vibrant blanket and so forth. And he wanted the blanket, and then his daddy told him, no, get this one. He gave him like a camouflage looking blanket with some like tree forestry and things like that on it. And his son was like, but Dad, I don't want that one. I want this one. And he told him, no son of mine is gonna walk around with a flowery blanket. We're not gonna do that. And one of the ladies that was at the venue said, well, if he wants it, he can have it. I mean, he said, no kid of mine is gonna be walking around with no flowery blanket. He's gonna take this one. He's gonna be cold. So he's gonna take this one, or he'll be cold, because these are people that these are people that are in a need situation. I hate using the term homeless, but it's a shelter type situation, right?
Right.
So they're people in need. But instead of allowing him to have the blanket of his choice, because you think that blanket automatically is going to determine his
You worried about the
sexuality.
wrong shit right now, Daddy.
You worry about the wrong thing. He wanted the blanket so that at night, because it's so
So what
cool
if
at
that
the
was the
shelter
only
where he
choice?
said.
What if that was the only choice? You gonna let the child go
Exactly.
cold? That's so crazy to me.
To say that he'll just be cold, and then he saw me looking at him, and he looked at me. He said, "You have a problem with what I just said?" And I said, "Absolutely, I do." I said, "So you would rather your kid be cold and possibly get sick and face all of the elements based off of a blanket because he wants a blanket that has flowers on
Mm.
it?" And he said to me, no one's gonna make my son less of a man.
And no one
He's
can
gonna
do
know what it
that
means to
but
be a
you.
man.
Doing that right now because a real man
And
provides no matter what that means.
it's
You're
so funny, YB, because I literally told him, I said, so it's okay for you to devalue your son and teach him to be someone he's not, and to just automatically just take all of his desires and his aspirations and just table them as long as his dad is approving of it,
and
versus
that's where the
allowing
trauma
him to
comes the most because it's coming from someone you know and trust and love the most.
exactly, he's like, so you would be okay with your son having a flowery blanket? I said, if that's the blanket that he chose. I said, he's a kid.
And guess
That's
what?
what he
I'll
chose.
buy another flower blanket so we can match and frolic through the streets of life.
Right,
Dare for any bitch to say something.
right. And I told him, I said, I think that he said, well, you've probably never been homeless. And I told him, I said, well, we're not here to talk about me right now. We're
And
talking
even
about
if I was, I wouldn't be turning down free
you.
blankets for my cold ass.
I told him, I said, you're allowing your situation, you're admitting that you're living at the shelter right now. And yet, even at the shelter, with life hitting you as hard as it is, something as trivial as a blanket that's bringing your kid joy and giving your kid a sense of some form of happiness in this dire situation, you
Yeah.
would deny him that opportunity because of your bias. I said, you don't see how that's harmful for him. He may not be able to express what it's like to be in the shelter because he may not understand what it meant to not be in a home. But what will remember is how you made him feel when his eyes lit up when he saw that blanket and he chose it, and you denied him that. That's worse than you being homeless right now. You're
Right.
denying him something that was going to bring him a sense of happiness and comfort during this dire situation. So when you get out of that situation, which is the goal, because at this particular shelter, the goal is to help you get reacclimated to society. Why not let him enjoy this experience and see moments so that in life, if he has challenges that comes up later in life, he can be reminded that even in the worst of times, there's still a level of comfort that can be accomplished. And that just because things are bad don't mean that that dictates every experience is going to be a bad one. Well, it's easy to say because again, you're not homeless. I say no, it's easy for you to respond that way because you're not allowing your mind to think beyond what you know.
And let's
It's
tell
that
the truth. I noticed people, even if he wasn't a homophobe or whatever, and it wasn't about that, I noticed that people, and I talked about this before too, like people that are in their situation and it's really down for them, they're just bitter bitches anyway. So anything that
hmm
comes across that they can just be mad at and fight at air for, that makes them feel a little bit better. And that's
right.
horrible.
And you
So
can't be better if you're bitter. And you cannot be better if you're bitter. So if you constantly drinking from that bitter cup, that's all your ass gonna produce.
exactly. So yeah, that's like Roll On and a lot of other girls. They just mad at the world child, so they get on these platforms and spew their hatred and their filth and their bile, and they want everybody else to be as miserable as they are. And it's like, girl, touch grass, go get a dollar cone from McDonald's, girl, and sit on a cliff and enjoy the sunrise, bitch. Like, get your life together. Like, life's already difficult. Why pile it on there with your bad thoughts? Like, come on now.
Well, what's in the future for YB? So you've been doing this for a while. You took a break. You know, you could tell you took that break, and you took a break at a time when you were actually really growing your platform. And then I know with real life things happening, and just the challenges of just everyday life, as well as some of the craziness that would be like the YouTube world and things like that. But as you're rebranding and kind of growing into a refined version of YB Speaks, what does that look like as far as what would be your ideal platform you launch out? I know you mentioned earlier, thinking about the Patreon and things like that, but
Hmm.
what would take you to that next level that's attainable and that would bring you happiness and enjoyment back into doing the content?
Um, I guess I had to first realize I did so much. You mentioned at the height of like when I really could have took it to that next level, and I decided to just bow out for a moment and deal with life, right? I
hmm
think what it was is I did so much, and I'm one of those people that I get overstimulated sometimes, and between work and personal shit, and I was taking care of my nephew for a while. Like I really kind of fell out of love with it, but like getting back into the interview space, I've always loved connecting with people and talking to people that I found interesting, that had a story to tell, and just getting people out and just recognizing. What brought me back was recognizing like all the comments I got in the DMs about like, girl, where the hell you at? Like, what's going on? Like, we miss you over here. Like, your voice is needed, required, and desired. And I didn't realize how many people really, leaned on me for my perspective.
Right.
So I had to realize too that when you start something like this, and especially at the height of when I was doing it, you kind of let the people down. Like you kind of, it may not be hundreds of thousands of people, whatever. I have a cute little support system over here on the platform, and I definitely appreciate everyone that comes through. I had to just realize to get out of my own way and realize I'm not doing it just for me. But if I am going to do it, I don't want to do something just to satisfy other people. I want to do it to where I love it, to where I can do it. So it took me a minute to, okay, the live reviews with certain cast members, or like, doing things like that with this season of Chasing. Um, I was like, okay, I can see myself doing that. And there are a few people on this cast that I felt like I could really pull from how I like to do my Barbara Walters shit. Because you're not going to get on here. We're not going to be superficial. We're not going to, me. I like to tear down those walls, girl, and get into the things. Like let's get real life. Um,
Right.
so falling back in love with that, and I'm not gonna lie too. One of the reasons I decided to like not do this, because I actually was not gonna come back at all, was because I was tired of giving commentary on other things that I was passionate about, like social justice issues and things that are happening around the world and politics, and just diving into the minutiae of the actual reality that we all live. And I feel like I always brought a good perspective. I was tired of being just known for YB web reality reviewer. I wanted more, and if you noticed, I kind of went that way right a little bit right after that. And it's just like it kills me that I don't really get that level of support when I'm doing a regular conversation style video in my car, or having a political conversation, or having a supernatural conversation, or just having anything that's relating to what I find interesting and how I can give a balanced third eye comedic perspective on. Because I like to think I'm funny. People say I'm funny, but I'm also informative. So how can I wrap up educating people along with making them laugh? Because let's tell the truth, it's a boring bitch, but people also don't like talking about these very real things that are in our, are hovering over our lives right now. I get it. It's the great escape. So I had to learn, like, you know what, let me just come back to what people are missing me for. Let's continue to do this thing that I've been doing, but let's jazz it up a little bit better and bring a different type of energy. And I'm one of those people too, I don't like doing the same thing over and over again. I get bored easy. So I like to do things that are a bit different the next time around. So I feel like this season of Dallas, my reviews are a little bit different. My style of doing them, especially incorporating the lives and having the guests come on. What's next? Honestly, I never actually got into this space at all to become some great commentator. I never got in this expecting or wanting to be signed to a network or whatever. I know a lot of girls have those dreams, and that's great.
Right.
I just wanted to be a voice in a space where there are few voices. Tons of people, but few voices. And I feel like I wanted to be I want to be an interpretator for people that misinterpret what the fuck it is that we represent in this life. And I felt like web series is still that way. It's still like the overall like closest representation that we have for us. Outside, you got the other girls that are on these major networks. That's not us. They're not like us. We're it's the glitz and glam, and it's cute, but we're in the real plane of existence. And I want to kind of take that, and like I was talking with Chloe about, like, having that documentary. She took it on a whole other level, but for me, I was talking about something different, like really get into the minutiae of people. So my interviews will continue on. I have in my mind, I have the Patreon I'm going to be doing on top of, once I get my computer, child, I'm going to start writing my book, Blade in the Midnight Hour, which is what the title of the Patreon will be called too. And after I can get through that process, because that'll be an easy book to write, I want to write another book, something that I've had in my head forever. But shout out to Scotty by Nature too, because him talking about his book and his process kind of motivated me again to like get back into that. So shout out to him for that, because I definitely was tabling that forever. But knowing that he also tabled it forever, what's up, Domi? How you doing? He tabled that forever, and he's finally bringing it to fruition all these years later. Lets me know that, girl, as long as you try, you can do anything. So I got those things in the back of my mind. I still need to do a foster care series, because I know a lot of people are still interested in a little bit of what I've gone through in my life. That might be something I still end up doing. It's just when I was, sometimes you have to face your past in order, when I'm writing these things out and I'm looking at these pictures and shit, and I'm like planning on the commentary for it, and I'm just like, damn, like, I don't think I'm ready to. Certain things memories I ended up unlocking in that self-discovery moment a couple months ago. And I was like, holy shit, like, I'm not ready for that right now. So I tabled that for a minute. I have no real ultimate goal, though. To be honest, I just want to. I just want my voice to be heard, um, and I see it needs to be heard. It's just I know that truth seekers, truth tellers, were often muted. People don't want to hear that. People don't want to face that. People don't want to. And again, I look at it too a lack of I'm not calling people stupid, but I have ran into a vast number of idiots, and it's because they don't. Again, like we talked about with limited experiences, people don't want to talk about things that they don't have any experience in. They don't want to think about that kind of shit because they're not educated in it. So when I have other outside of the box conversations, it's just like there's no receptiveness there. So my biggest challenge would be to broaden my audience. And at one point, I thought the cure for that would be creating another channel, but it was already difficult for me. I've been doing this since 2017. I've been a 2,000 subscriber holder on and off for a couple of years now. And I know some people celebrated me recently for reaching 2,000. I'm like, girl, I've been there and done that already. It goes after the chasings are done and my reviews are done, those people unsubscribe.
You know, that's so interesting that you made that statement because I heard somebody celebrating that recently, and I was like, wait a minute, I thought YB was already at over 2,000
Been there and
subscribers.
done that, honey.
And so that's so interesting that you should say that because I just remember a quick thought bubble, but I didn't make a comment because one thing I don't do, I'm never going to make a comment that can be misconstrued or to take away from something. But in my mind, I was thinking, but YB already had 2,000 subscribers. So that makes sense when the stuff dies down. Have you ever considered doing shorts though? You know, the shorts, you know, that's the new version of things. And maybe to get that extra audience that you're chasing as far as you know, giving yourself a voice to be able to reach people that welcome those sides. Because like for me, I enjoy when you go political and you talk about real life experiences because you do it with a certain flavor that takes on those conversations. So I guess I'm on that spectrum of more of the intellectual, more okay, let's talk about something other than the web world, right? I think that shows some that you're just not one dimensional. Some content creators like to just kind of they would rather not talk about the real world stuff because people want to have a good time. People do like to have a good time, but it can be reckless when you're only focused on the good time and you're not able to appreciate the good times because you don't want to dive into what happens when things aren't good though. Because life is not always going to be a good time. There are going to be
It isn't.
challenges and there are going to be things that's going to happen. And if we only focus on the fun stuff and we don't spend a moment to at least be acclimated to a society where we know that, hey, what happens when the camera is off and things aren't what I enjoy? Does that mean I just go into existing? I just stop living. I'm just existing now until something comfortable comes along. And now I'm going to live for a moment and then go back into my cave until it's not able to, you know.
Well, I
And so
think too, I think it's important that people take breaks from the mess and entertainment of life to actually realize that if you listen to a person, it doesn't just have to be me, it can be anybody who's talking about some real shit. You'll be surprised, like the multitudes of people that you can share things in common with, or a thought process, or a situation. Because again, it's not all political. I could talk about just a regular life
Mhm.
struggle, and I'm just like, people be trying to go for all the mess and entertainment, but like I think the reason people do that is because they themselves don't feel comfortable
Mhm.
publicly talking about or having their feelings like I'm going through this, because they think they're the only ones going through it. So, but if they were to open their ears and their eyes and be like, okay, I'm not the only one. That's why I like relatable content. That's why I like people who I can, you know, gravitate towards, who like I listen to Rodney the Voice all the time. He's funny, he's entertainment, he's messy, but one thing about it, he'll dive in some pieces of his life or his perspectives on life. And
Right.
you have other
I
people
love
that do,
Rodney.
yeah, you know, Funky Dineva. I have my little quirks with that bitch, but that bitch, we grew up with that bitch. That bitch talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you feel a connection with these people who are not scared to boldly go and be vulnerable, or just be like, girl, like I talked about today, I'm not the only bottom who has struggled with, eating a pizza 4 hours before trade comes. Like, I'm quite sure a lot of the girls like to act like they're the perfect bottom, but girl, things happen. So I think that those kinds of moments not are just funny, but they're relatable in nature, and it lets people realize that life doesn't have to be this serious thing where you're putting on a facade or a persona all the time to be grand. Like, we make mistakes, we fall. We're gonna when I laugh, sometimes I have the little pig noise. Like, those moments are funny and quirky and relatable. I just be wanting people to get out of the bag sometimes, like, and just in realize. That's what I loved about the round table. That's why that will be coming back, because that was a space for us to have those conversations and really highlight all the things that we thought made us different actually make us similar. And we can relate to those things in our community if we just have these conversations with one another. And I'm not trying to talk to people who come from the same way of life. Let's talk to people who come from different aspects of life. You could talk to one of the gay dudes on the panel. One of them will tell you they have a great relationship with their mother and father, or the other person has a shitty relationship with their mother and father. Or a person may don't know what certain struggle or poverty is. That's good. You know why? Because the bitch that knows what struggle and poverty is needs you to motivate them to get out of their struggle and poverty. Does that make sense? Or maybe the person of struggle and poverty can teach the person that's watching, or a panel member, whoever that has a silver spoon, hello God, they can learn about life in another person and what they've experienced, and that might humble them as well. So I love the differences, and I think if people realize, because even with G Status, I had a big conversation about that a long time ago. Like, when you open up in these group settings and like the therapy moments that they always try to give us with the girls come together in Kumbaya, you then realize y'all are more alike than you are different. Why the fuck were you fighting to begin with? It's because
Why were you fighting? Yes.
Because now y'all the sister in struggle Christ. You realize it now. You come from the same shit. So, I like that. And I want to continue pushing on that. And I just want to be one of the people, like, I don't want to relate to Funky Dineva, but that's all we really have in this space. Like, I just want to be a voice. I think Funky wants the whole entertainment life network shit. That's cute. But ultimately, he stayed true to himself when it comes to giving commentary and being a voice for a community in such a way that is intellectual, but also very based in reality. And he does give the fence that I try to give to people on both sides and be unbiased, but also pull from your real experience to add a little bit of nuance to a conversation. So that's kind of like where I see myself. I just want to be a voice. I love that people do look to me for perspective. I don't have all the fucking answers, okay? But I will definitely try to give what needs to be given depending on the moment.
Well, the reason I asked that question is because I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about it the other day. I think when you were on, I think you was up. Maybe it was Harvey. I don't know. It may have been when you. No, it was the night that you won. The night you went up with the chasing panel, and I was sitting there and I was listening, and I was thinking, okay, YB was out there and he was going. It looks like you're getting back into it, but I heard you mention a little while ago that you even considered maybe starting a different channel. But with these YouTube shorts, I know that a lot of people have grown their platforms to broaden their audience by utilizing the shorts. And a lot of times, YB, you say some profound things that don't take a whole lot of time to say.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
true.
when you have those random thoughts, those random tidbits of wisdom, maybe just hit the camera real quick and record it. And
It's
just put it
crazy
out
you
there.
say that, because that happens to me a lot. And transparent moment, I talk to myself. Hello God. And I'll be like, damn, that was good. I should have wrote that down, or I should have recorded that. And that was kind of the mindset I had trying to do TikTok. But now they've gone into this whole censorship shit, and I don't have time for that. And that's what I got tired of too over here. Every time I would have important conversations, I'd be flagged. I'll be striked. They won't monetize the video. So I'm just like, damn, like, And I definitely hate the one. I don't really care about monetization so much, but if it's a video I've done research on, I have written down commentary, I'm doing the legwork, I'm giving what needs to be given. Like when I was doing those murder mystery shits a while back, like I was pissed as hell at those. I put a lot of work into that shit. So a lot of research went into it, a lot of voiceover work and editing and things of that nature. So when I see like my work being shadow banned or partially blocked, it just like it makes me lose motivation to want to do shit. But also learning the shorts, I did do those when I had started Tika Naturals. I didn't know that was when they first started doing shorts, so they uploaded differently. But there was a thought that came to mind because I've been like trying to do better and read about how to get myself out there more, and that was one of the things that did come up. Thumbnails, titles, hashtags, all that shit. The usual shit came up, as well as doing shorts. So it's just me, like, I'm not gonna lie, not that I'm lazy, but like the timing, you know, back then I used to do clips all the time and post them to Instagram.
Right, right.
I didn't realize the time and effort it took to just get those little sound bites and to edit them the right way and to do what I needed to do to make them be seen. So like I'm not saying it's a lot of work, but it's more time than I normally have time to do like that. But if I do understand, if I want to grow the way I want to, I'm going to have no choice but to, you know, do some things that might take a little bit of time because it might pay off later.
Well, why not be not, you know, it's a passion. What I hear you saying is it's a passion that you do have to get your voice out there and to be a voice for the people and to be able to bring and share your experiences. Then just like we make time for so many other things that we
You're
enjoy,
right. I'm a
you know,
whore. I make time to be
why
a
not?
whore.
Well,
I
then
can.
why not make some dedicated time just for that? That way it doesn't overwhelm you, right? It doesn't become like it shouldn't be work unless that's going to be something that you want to use as a supplemental income or something like that. But if it's to just be a voice and to be able to just be that to inspire, if it's just one person that gets inspired by you sharing your story or whatever, you know, if the goal is to be a voice and get it out there, then why not table out time? Even if it's just one day out of the week where, okay, for these 2 hours, I'm just really just going to work on some content and block that time off. And then once the bell rings, okay, now next week I'll work on this. But by being intentional about it, so those things can come to fruition. So they're just not ideas, but now they're actually realities. It's just a
I
thought.
did make a calendar for myself recently. I got some time coming off from work soon that I'm going to be doing. I've made a plan in my head though that I at least want to do 3 upload videos a week and go live at least once or twice a week. And to just do that, because that consistency will bring viewership and will bring a different type of audience too, the more you're present. So I do have, you know, things that I have planned that I'm going to do the best I can to put into action. And I say it that way because I have been known to say a bunch of shit and never follow through. So I don't want to gas the world up and it doesn't really whatever. But that is my plan because if you've noticed, I have made more of an effort these past couple months. So
You have you're definitely doing it, and this is how I view things. If you support people, you follow, and you want to see them be successful, then you also you want to encourage and
mhm.
have something of value to say. And I guess that's why I'll jump in when I'm led. If I'm led from the heart to say something, then I'm going to say it. And I was just led to say that to you before we got off here. That hey, you do have an audience out there that values your inputs and enjoys your content, and that way, when chasing is not on, the channel doesn't go mute. You can keep things going by having a broader perspective on it. You hit some other topics and just doing things. And I thought about those shorts because one thing about a short, you don't have to have anything special. You don't have to worry about a thumbnail for your short. It's just a short. Whatever you were
Right.
doing at the time, it captures you. It's there. But the best part is that someone clicks on it, they get an opportunity to see within that 1 minute, 2 minute, or 3 minute short, or whatever it's going to be.
You know
Just when
what?
that short comes up,
Another
it,
trend
it gets out there.
I've been seeing another trend. I know we got to go. It's almost 5 hours, child. Um, Another trend I've been seeing people do. I'm not a fan of. I know everybody got to get their money. I'm okay with it. But when people do like this live right here is almost 5 hours. If there was a lot in here that was like buzzworthy or popular conversation, some people
Chop
would
it up.
chop it up and turn it in. And I get that Funky Dineva does it. I know TTV does it. And again, get your money, get your things. And I know maybe like you said too, an audience may not want to listen to a 5 hour live. So break that bitch up later. And that is true. And I respect people that do that. It's just, again, the timing and to find those right moments. Like when I used to do that shit, oh my God, it just was a lot. And I was just like, girl, I do a lot of things, but moving forward, I'm gonna do my best to become
Be more
different.
intentional, YB. We're
Yeah.
gonna hold you accountable.
Yeah.
We're gonna hold you accountable.
I
Bitch,
appreciate
where is this content? we're gonna hold you accountable. Not Bando came and slid his ass up in here this time tonight. Look at that. Leave it to Bando. You see that Bando is slid up in here.
Bando, where you coming home from drunk, listening to me on your way home?
Look at him.
How you doing, boo? I'm actually gonna be interviewing Bando soon, so
I will definitely be looking forward to that interview.
yeah, I gotta watch that show he was on. I like to do my little research first before I really get involved because I know he has a story to tell. So that'll be coming up shortly. And
watch Bando lose his shit. When you get ready to interview Bando, we gonna talk YB. I watched the show from beginning to end. I would love to give you a perspective other than the one you're gonna have when you watch it, so we can really highlight Bando's experience on the show.
Okay, definitely. I have it queued up in my watch later list. I'm gonna try to watch it. I'm off until Tuesday, so I really wanted to get all the chasing stuff out of the way first. That way I don't have to split my focus too much because I've been consuming lately. But once we get that,
be intentional. Be intentional,
Mhm.
and pick one of those things and just start to pick from that, and then work on it. Because what I do notice as someone who's been watching you for a while now is that you do get in those spirals, and I think you said it best. You get bored easily, so pick something, set a short-term goal versus a long-term goal, so you can see your growth and you
Yeah.
can see it, and it'll help motivate you, cultivate a different change of perspective on it because you do have a voice and you do say things that people need to hear. They need to hear it from your perspective because your delivery, your charisma, the way you deliver the things when you do capture your audience, the way you deliver it is a very unique style. Is it similar? Absolutely, because there's so many people out there, but you do have a certain flavor that you bring to what you put out, and it's kind of a disservice to yourself to box yourself in and not spread your wings and kind of throw it out there. And just like you make time for your what you say, your trade, your quick calls and your so forth, just like you make time for that. And those moments come and go, though they come and then they leave, but your content can be out there forever. And so maybe look at it from the perspective that you make time for something that's going to be so it's a one and done. It's done and it's over with, and it's not necessarily something that's lasting. But that's private time for you to enjoy. But then those things that are important to you, like bringing forth content and doing it and being a voice, well, your ass needs to start making time for that too, even if
That
it's one
voice
day
so
out of the week.
soothing. It's so soothing.
Oh, here we
You what?
go, Lord Jesus.
What's
That
up,
voice
Bando?
is that voice is
That damn, you didn't let Bando up in the house. Jesus Christ.
I couldn't even hear what he said. Something about your voice. He talking about your voice.
You know, telling what Bando's saying. What did
Bando.
you say, Bando?
I think he driving home drunk, child. You think you should be
Can you hear
on
me
the
now?
live? Now I
Oh
can.
yeah,
How you
we hear
doing?
you now.
I was saying the voice is soothing. That's it. That's all.
Oh, it's definitely Susan.
Hey,
I
why
just
be watch this?
he
Oh,
didn't
Bando,
realize it, but I just came twice.
and Bando, I didn't mean to turn you on.
I'm fucking fucking
No,
weak.
shit, I'm just grateful. I'm the lightest voice on this panel tonight. I appreciate it. Hell,
Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Not the
well,
lightest.
other than Chloe.
He
Why
said
be
it's the
funny?
lightest voice. YB is a key. I've enjoyed myself talking about YB tonight.
Yeah, Bando, we've been on here for 5 hours, child.
It's a
Where you
5 hour
coming
live.
from, Bando?
That matter.
Yeah, I've been 5 hours.
You been making content tonight, Bando?
That's a
What you
long
been
time.
doing?
My guys come from the club.
Why you had to whisper that?
Yeah, I didn't wish my AirPods keep going in and out, but I think they're dying. But I'm coming from the club though.
Oh, okay. Did any
He did.
fun? What's at the club?
I don't know why, but he did sound like he was whispering, like he really didn't want nobody to hear that, didn't he?
Patches, please, please.
Anybody interesting you met tonight
Nah, I mean nobody that dull as hell.
at the hotel?
As hell.
No, you was at the, yeah. I know he said dull as hell, but I like your perspective better. You say at the hotel.
Oh, that's what I thought I said.
See, that's what y'all want. That's what y'all want to say. No, hell. I said dull, motherfucker, dull.
Well, I could. I mean, that's why I don't go out no more. I'm a very isolated person anyway, so I don't bash anybody. I used to have my going out days, child. Is the Cave still in Atlanta? I used to love the Cave, child.
I don't even know what that is, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie
It's
to you.
a hood straight club in Decatur.
No, I don't know that.
I used to
Listen,
love
but
that place.
if you
Real
don't,
Cave.
go ahead and send the Addy though. If you know it,
Oh, I
send the
thought you were
Addy.
talking about my address. I was going to say, bitch, I'm in Florida, and I don't get down like that. Girl, please. Oh, but you
I'm
talk
talking
about
about.
the Cave.
I'm talking about the club. Decatur wears greater. Fuck me.
Honey, you're off limits, honey. I'm sorry. Loyalty runneth within my blood. Okay. I'm not Rachel, bitch. I am not Rachel, bitch. Okay.
Well, we know you're not Rachel A because we can understand what the fuck you saying. So
Let me see. Is that club even still open? Let me Google it real quick. If it's still open, I'll shoot you the Addy now. Honey. It's a good. It was cute. It was a long time ago, child. I was like 22 at the time. Child, I'm 37 now. Honey, that was the club. I went on there on my birthday, girl. Ooh, I had so much fun. So much fun.
Well, YB, let me ask you this. So, how you feel about like when you already knew the Rachel and Lamont shit, but then watching the season finale and her saying like in the scene, my man, my man, my man, like
It just coincides with what I was saying early on about her having more feelings for him than than they were trying to let on. This wasn't just some sucky in a car like Chloe told us earlier in the live. This wasn't some one night stand. The bitch, either she's one of those delusional cunts who sit around there and fall in love with every piece of
I
trade,
am weak.
whatever, you know. But I just feel
Wasn't
like it coincides with feelings, and you weren't scared to let that be known this particular episode. It was very pick me energy, and it was kind of like depressing because not nowhere in this whole season Lamont never claimed you to be anything. He actually never even claimed you to really be a friend. He said you were a Facebook friend, bitch.
and then and then on top of that, like I ain't know. I thought Rachel did a little sucky, but I heard he did a little sucky too.
I mean, Rachel did state early on that she was pansexual, so Mama's, she likes what she likes, and I'm not surprised. And I've heard a bunch of the T girls, they live for getting serviced too. So I'm not so look at T.S. Madison, child, okay? Like
Jesus.
I am kind of surprised, but also too, I don't think he probably wanted that out either because now it takes away from his whole, identity that he's trying to perpetuate in the streets of life. When really you're one of the girls, honey. It's okay to be one of the girls. This is a gay community.
No, when he said the only man on the show, I hollered.
I
Like,
hollered too.
I hollered.
I said, girl, you're
What's so crazy is because I literally like just seen him in XOXO and the person he was with. I'm like, he got to be bending him over. Like, there's
no, they closed it.
There is no way, baby.
They closed it. It's permanently closed. I'm sorry, Bando.
Nobody believed that about Lamont. Nobody believed that whole bisexual.
I'm like, nigga, gay. Gay.
He graduated. Summa cum bottom from Pleasure U, and
Bottom
graduated
Academy.
from Pleasure U, and to get up there and try to come across it. You know what? I wish they would just normalize people just being who they are and quit trying to have an image. Because you try to project these images and then you can't sustain that shit and it just comes across, it comes across
And it's
not
better
working in your
now. A
favor.
lot of this shit is acceptable now. You got a lot of these femme girls dating other femme girls. You got a lot, like, look at Rachel, pansexual trans girl. Like, you have Chloe, she's a trans top. Like, you got a lot of there. We are now starting to normalize a lot
Not
of
a
the
press up.
community. So I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you want what you want,
I'm
be what.
weak. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I ain't in that deep, but I ain't heard that before. Not a trans
Heard
top.
what?
Not a
She
trans top
says it
chat.
all the time.
I
Look at
mean,
Bando.
I have to believe what people tell me. That's what she said. So yeah, it's interesting. It's different from my experience and what I know about trans girls because obviously our mind goes to, okay, you're dressing in the feminine, you're living as a woman, you're a woman. Obviously, you begin
Now
to
she
think
digging
that
them down.
they're only. She said she 8 inches too, child. So she really digging them down. Now the question
Jesus.
is it thick or is it skinny? Because I don't want no 8 inch skinny dick. I need a
Balls to the wall.
child. I don't skinny. Let me tell you something about pointy long
Falling
dicks. They hurt, girl. I don't have time for hurting. That's
You
not
said point. You said you said pointy long.
pointy, honey. I had one of those ones because that's
Oh,
when I had to
we.
realize I prefer a thick dick versus a long dick like that because them long dicks they hurt. Trying to suck them and getting fucked by them, no, ma'am. I'm
So
good.
you're not a fan of the alien finger. You don't want
No,
the
I'm
alien.
good.
It's
Actually,
go.
I told you one of
It's
those
gonna be this right
people.
here where this car is right here. Make a left right here. Right here. Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
dropping you off?
I'm in my Uber chat.
Oh,
And y'all got
okay.
y'all got my Uber gagging, bitch.
Get him home safely, child.
Hold on.
You
I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
get Bando home safely.
Where do
We
you
like
live in
Bando.
Atlanta? You live in Atlanta, Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm in the hood, baby.
Where in
You
the
in the hood
hood?
now, baby.
What hood you
Come
stay
straight.
in?
I'm in the west end. West side.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That ain't no hood.
I used to stay over there by damn, what's that road?
Not Bando calling that the
Damn,
hood.
what's that road?
What you say, Patches?
Fuck, I forgot.
Not you calling that the
I used to go to Atlanta Tech. Is that the side of the west side you live on?
Yeah.
By Atlanta
Yeah.
Tech. Okay, I used to go to school out there. And I used to fuck with a couple pieces of trade out there in the West End, child. Ooh, them big ass dicks.
Not the trade.
Honey, Atlanta is exactly what people say. I lived there for 5 years. It was a smorgasbord, honey. Okay, it was a buffet of life. Okay, like, and I went there as a big girl. I was 350 pounds when I got up there, and there was no. The trade was they could smell the new cunt in the building, honey. I tell
Nothing
you.
cunt. I was like 260 when I came over here.
Oh wow, it'll have you lose weight. I lost a lot of weight being there
I
because
was a big nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you.
well, for me, it was different. I was bottoming a lot because I never got that kind of attention, really, like, because in Florida, everything's about beach body. You know, you go to Atlanta, them niggas don't give a fuck. As long as they fuck, they don't give a shit what you look like,
I'm
bitch.
weak.
And honey, I ain't gonna lie, I was a depressed whore when I was up there. And then niggas brought life to me with dick. And I was like, all right, girl. So I lost a lot of weight because I was, dushing more and watching what I ate. And then I'm not gonna lie either. I didn't have a car for a long period of time. So I was walking every fucking where.
You was just and dangerous.
Girl, dush dangerous and walking in the cold and the motherfucking heat in the summers, bitch, and getting on them damn crazy MARTAs and shit and them damn train stations.
But you only just like Monday through Thursday, right?
Actually, I had
oh,
two,
all right.
for 3 years straight, I had two niggas that were like my boyfriends. So I was always ready when it was commanded to be so.
No, I'm just asking because today is Saturday, so
Oh,
Mon-
that was yesterday, child.
Monday through Thursday.
You you missed our whole conversation earlier, honey. I was ready yesterday. It wasn't worth the goddamn. I'm over, honey. I went and got me a large pizza from 7-Eleven.
I'm fucking weak.
Fuck these niggas.
I'm
I'm done. And I think too,
screaming.
though, like I'm done. I don't know if it's because I've consumed a lot in the past couple of years, but like getting fucked now, I don't know, maybe it's just my top energy taking over these days, but I'm just not. These niggas ain't worthy. Like I don't even want it anymore. Like the douching process, I don't even want nothing in my ass anymore. Like I'm done. I'm done with niggas on a level. I'm going on a cleanse soon. I'm peering myself.
Just curious, like how long would it take you to dish? Just curious. Just want to know.
Can I tell you the truth?
Ballpark figure.
Mando's so kinky. Look,
I have
look,
a process.
Mando's showing how kinky he is. He
I
want
have
to
a
know the
process. You
Listen.
know, I'm professional.
Patches, please.
I'm professional fish Monday through Friday. Okay. When Friday comes, I don't eat anything after 9 p.m. I work at night. I get off Saturday morning at 7 a.m. What I do is at night on my shift, I eat nothing but drink lemon water with cucumber. I eat fruits that are high in fiber. Well, all fruits are damn near high in fiber, and vegetables too.
Because
So
that because the ass tastes better, or like you know the you know the exit is cleaner.
all the above. I don't like, we discussed this earlier too. It's crazy. I don't like to feel
I love
full
white meat.
I don't like feeling full when I'm in sex. So I like to eat lighter. I like to feel good, because eating all of that good stuff does make you feel better. And also when you're releasing all of it, because a lot of people don't realize, depending on what you've eaten, it may take a day or 2 or even 3, depending on what you eat, for things to properly digest. So what I do is I take my Pure for Men. I do my cleansing Friday night. Saturday, I'll have a light piece of fruit, because I don't do shit until the nighttime comes. I'm like Whitney Houston. When the night falls, honey, okay?
Oh my goodness.
And when
weak.
I dish, so it probably takes me about an hour. And just for me to be assured, because a lot of people don't realize how dishing goes, that water sits in you sometimes, and she'll have a time release, girl, and no one has time for that. So I like to have double assurance. So I probably overdo it, but I make sure that nothing, at least well after an hour, 32 hours, nothing is coming out. And right up until when Trey is about to be on his way and lets me know that he's coming, I'll do another reassurance. Hello, God. Shower up real good. Put on all the things I need to put on cosmetically. Hello, God. And just to smell good and all that. And then do what I got to do. Like, I really take it personally, because I don't want to shit on anybody.
Gotcha.
I don't. That's especially if I know that it's gonna be good. And I normally go above and beyond even more for niggas I have a history with, because the reason we have a history is because our history is clean, pun intended. Like, that's why he fucks with me, and that's a compliment I always get. Especially my little Trey that's been locked up for 2 months. Free him, bitch. He's the only one that understands my body. And for him, child, he said, man, that shit out clean. I mean, fucking
Not the one that's been locked up for 2 months. Is the only one that understands your body. I know that's right.
Because we've been dealing with each other for like a year, and he views sex the way I do. So when you have that mutual agreement on like what sex should be, it makes the process better. So everything we talked about earlier, Pat, that's what that man is sexually in the bed. Like, I'm a full bottom for him. He's a full top child. Like, that man knows what he's doing. He knows how to please. And we're talking about hours on hours with flowers. Okay. So I love people that have passion, and I like longer sex than most people do. So you got to be disingenuous for a long process, because some of these bottoms will fool your ass. What they do, they'll dish clean almost that first hole, but they don't expect the second round or for a nigga to dig into that second hole. So what happens?
Yeah, they don't expect that second hole.
They don't. And what happens is, and now that I got y'all here, you can probably attest to this. Most bottoms shit on you in that moment.
What's a good fuck session? Like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, hour? Like what you working with?
The first hour is me sucking dick.
The first hour is you.
First hour, probably longer, because I enjoy
60 minutes.
Huh?
You sucking dick.
Oh, I love for the first hour, and then you better fuck me for as long or longer than what I sucked you for. So if I suck for an hour, you better fuck me for at least an hour. That's
so
how
a good 2-hour session is like tops. Like,
yeah, and that's what I also give as a top. When I'm topping, I want my dick sucked for a good hour, and then when I'm fucking you, I'm gonna fuck you for about an hour.
Oh, you a nasty motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. The longest session I ever had was 4 hours. As a topping, as a topping, and as a bottom. And I'm talking about as a top, multiple, like, because I'm sorry, girl, I'm finna nut in the first hour. I'm sorry. But, bitch, after that, if you kept my attention, I'm finna give you some more pleasure. As a bottom,
I'm definitely nutting in the first hour.
Yeah, like, and I'm with that because if you
Screaming.
wait too long, you'll give yourself blue balls, and that shit hurts like a motherfucker. Like that build
Mm-mm.
up. If you wait any longer after, come when you need to come or when you're about to stand it because
You better
your dick
get
will hurt.
yours because I'm gonna get mine.
But as a bottom, I'm not gonna lie. I like at least 2 rounds, but I would like 3. And that depends on how good you slayed it in the beginning. Because as bottoms, if you're a real bottom, like I like to take my role very seriously. I don't want you to touch me. I'm not touching myself. I don't even want to come. Because if I come, you're leaving the house. So, but
Damn right.
I want the feeling. So because if I go to beating off honey and I come, then honey, the ride is over with. So you better hurry up and get yours in
I
that long.
think a good session for me is good. A little 30 to 45 minutes. That's probably
No.
that's what you're getting.
But
That's
see,
for
Oh,
sure.
that's not.
absolutely not. I don't want no damn appetizer. If I'm gonna get an appetizer, I want the whole meal of that 30, 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Like I
This-
start getting into you in 45 minutes like that. Like I start really like things start revving up after 30. Like I said too, like sucking a dick. If you're telling me, Bando, and this is not none of that. This is just me talking.
I went go
You broke up, honey. I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I've been longer, but 45 minutes is like
So
majority.
just getting head.
I get, head about 10, 15, 10, 15,
What?
something like 10, 15, something like that. Depends. It depends on the night. It really
So
depends.
can you control your nut?
Sometimes.
I can see. I
That's
won't
a
stop for 2
that
years.
would be a
Not let me
no.
come out here and embarrass you like this. I can
YB,
control my
I'm
nut.
taking notes. I'm taking notes. YB, that was a no to that question. Go ahead, then.
No, I can't majority of the time for sure.
But you just said 15 minutes. So my thing, Charles, y'all must be dealing with some weak ass service providers because
Maybe
I cannot 15 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes, like head.
How old are you?
We talking about sexual.
No, how old are you in age?
I'm 37.
You're my age, and you're telling me that the height of pleasure for you is 15 minutes.
No, I didn't say that. I said head. Head be like 15 minutes, and then rest would be like 45 minutes. Type shit.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant you can come after 15 minutes ahead.
Oh no.
Oh, because I was about to reach into this screen and grab you by the throat. Because damn well your
this is the
ass
craziest
I was about to say
conversation
either
ever.
you got a bottom that's really
Oh my
putting it down on you, or you're just a quickie.
Nah.
But you
We're different.
only 15 minutes ahead though. I can't do. I start getting into the things, honey.
Well, I'm not saying like it's always 15 minutes. It can be more. It can be less. I'm saying like 15, 20 minutes ahead. You know what I'm saying? 20, 25,
Do you
30
ever
minutes.
let
It's
a
okay.
bottom just do what they want to do for however long they want to do it?
If I can last so long, yeah.
What do you mean if you can last that long? You got to control your nut, nigga.
Wait a minute. He said if I can last that long.
Okay, let me give you this advice.
It depends. Like it depends. Like if that shit hitting real good, I might nut a little faster than what I usually do. But you know what I'm saying? If it's a little, if it's a little loose, a little looser goose, don't get me started.
Okay, let me. I want to give you a little bit. I don't know if you watch my other stuff, but I talk about this a lot too. Take this into consideration. Train yourself. Like do a test. It doesn't hurt to try something new that I might bring to your attention. Right? It doesn't hurt. So whenever you have the time, the energy, the motivation, just think about what I'm telling you in this moment. Switch up your diet. Eat more fruits, preferably things that are red. Red is heart and blood health, right? So when we clear out our blood of all the fat, the acid, the toxicity of it all, we allow for a free flowing bloodstream, which also can affect our erections. And it can affect all of the time frame too. You'll have better erections, you'll have longer, longer stamina. So exercising, preferably, lifting weights, doing a treadmill, walking, running, any form of that, plus with eating a
I
little
do
bit
all
better.
that. I do all that. This dick be hard. Hard than a motherfucker.
And let me tell you though, when I'm having self-pleasure moments, I can do anything I want on command, right? But when I'm
Especially
having
when I get at the gym, when I get at that gym, woo. I tell
But
you.
45 minutes is not, honey. I need, you know how long it takes for the Power Rangers to finally get to their final form? Like, that's
Not the
what,
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, nigga.
how they,
I'm saying like, I'm just saying like, 45 minutes might be like the minimum, type shit. You know what I'm saying? But I go longer all the time. I'm just saying like 45 minutes. Give or take.
child, I don't know. But do you think, and the bottoms are okay with that?
Hour tops type shit. The
You
bottoms are the bottoms are satisfied when in 45 minutes they
Well,
is.
I
I ain't
guess
gonna
it
lie.
is possible to really do the things if you really are in it to win it, I guess.
In 45 minutes, the bottoms are satisfied. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, as long as you know they're satisfied, I guess that's what matters. I
Hmm
guess I'm being biased because of what I prefer. And it's not about me, I guess.
I
But
mean, you like to go 2-3 hours. That's you.
I'm setting the scene. Let me tell you
You know what I'm
something.
saying? Like, we
Experience.
accept that.
You gotta set the scene. Like, if you're coming to my shit, the music will be going. I need time to find the right playlist. Shout out to SZA and Summer Walker.
Why I had a bottom one time? They talking about I had the whole ambiance set up, the
We
whole
need that.
motherfucker. I had the music playing. He talking about the music distract him. Bitch, what?
Maybe it was too loud. You gotta like, it can't be too loud. It has to be like the right volume to where it can be looked at as background music, but I can still feel.
Mm-mm.
Because
It
let me
wasn't
tell you
loud because
something.
I had to make sure it wasn't loud like that. But it wasn't loud like that. I'm like, nigga,
Set the scene,
not the
smell
music distract you.
good.
Bitch, what?
Set the scene, smell good. Like, maybe the right type of music too. Like, when you're dealing with bottoms, you got to kind of like put on that extra. And even when I'm dealing with trades, sometimes I do kind of play the slower jams. But depending if I'm having a hood nigga, I play the hood music. I ain't gonna lie,
No,
Future.
I like to play like hood shit, but if some slow jams do come on, I don't change it. But I'm just saying, like, to
But
start
that's
out, like
make
I
the
play
button feel
but
sensual,
my,
huh?
my 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 playlist is gonna be like hood type shit. Like
I normally go to that too because the type of niggas I deal with when I'm being a bottom, like I don't want to ever send the wrong message because I believe people interpret things differently. So when I know I got a hood nigga coming over just for some fucking and we ain't gonna do all the extra shit and I don't have that type of relationship with you, I'll play
right.
hood music because that signifies okay, this ain't nothing serious. But if I put on that Summer Walker, just know we finna be here for a while and I'm finna put on a whole show for your motherfucking ass and you better take
I'm
every last
fucking weak.
being served.
That Summer
Period.
Walker.
We gonna be here for not summer, SZA, anything sensual. And for my niggas my age, because sometimes the YNs, child, I gotta play the shit that they're into. They don't like our music. But if I got a nigga my age or older, I'll throw on some Keith Sweat, some old school R&B jams, some Usher and shit.
What's your favorite Keith Sweat song? Let me see what you're talking about.
The go-to everybody goes to. Who
Not
gonna fuck
Twisted.
you like me? Nobody. Who
Not
gonna give
nobody. My favorite one is the one with him and Snoop Dogg. That's my favorite Keith Sweat song. It's called Come what's it? Come Get With Me.
Come Get With Me?
Favorite Keith Sweat, him and Snoop Dogg. That is the shit, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know
Them.
Keith Sweat on that level, but that is the one song I do know that he has. He has a couple others. I know he has that song with Mariah Carey and I'ma need you night after night too. Baby, 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 baby.
That one
Make it last forever. That's what that song is.
oh man, yeah, of course that one.
That
You know what
one's
I'm saying? But the
jokes.
underground shit, like Come Get With Me with Snoop Dogg, listen to that, bro. That is that shit.
Okay.
Like stop playing. That's my shit
Yeah,
right
I
there.
listen to all my people, huh? Joe. I'll throw some Joe, some Genuine. You can't go wrong with old school Genuine, honey. Cause and especially when
Yeah,
I have a friend come over, like a secret trader, ain't none of your friends' business, and they be listening to like, okay, I'm like, yeah. Or I'll
Ain't
play
none of your friends' business. Ain't none of
You're
your
My
friends' business
Little
whether you get dick
Secret.
tonight.
I
Hey.
play I play a bunch of old school shit. Should I even throw some Bone Thugs and Harmony because bitch, they be a vibe too.
What about Do or Die?
Do or Die.
If you know Bone Thugs and Harmony, you gotta know Do or Die. Stop playing.
Well, I may not know the songs by title, but if you play it, I'll probably fuck with it because I was a big
Let
listener.
me play with your emotions. You on the bed?
I know the melody, but I don't know the song.
Ooh, that was that shit back in the day. What's PIMP? biology, but logically we learn these hoes biology. What nigga that wait, do or die, nigga? That they is that nigga. Good player.
And then if I'm feeling nasty, I'll throw on some Little Kim bitch from
Yeah.
Hardcore album, honey. And I'm like, nigga, what? I used to be scared for the dick. Now I throw these lips at that shit. Bitch, I be listening to everybody. My playlist be fucked up. Bitch, I be having some motherfucking Tupac playing, bitch. I be having some Biggie. And more so the vibey tunes, not like all the hardcore shit, because some of them rappers, they do have like a good vibe to their melody sometimes. Like people like Gunna, I even play him sometimes because his beats and his vibe and his ride on the beat, it's very vibey. So I can fuck with that. Like if I want a rap, but not the hardcore shit, I'll turn on some Gunna, some Future, some of his shit, not all of it.
If you could have a good like sex playlist, who's your top 3 R&B?
Who's the man? Because again, you have to think about. I don't have a set kind of man that I go for. So Jail Trade, for instance, the one that's in jail right now, he's my age. Well, actually, no, he's 33. I'm 37. He listens to dance hall. He listens to some of that Caribbean rap shit or whatever.
Oh,
Like that's cool. Like I'll let
that's
them
your trade. How long you been locked down?
for like 2, 3 months. 2, 3 months. Actually, it's going into the third month, but
Not you got now you got a fresh one.
no, we've been dealing with like a year now. Like a year, I guess you could say he's new, but he's been like a year now. But
How many conjugal visits?
oh no, he's in jail, not in prison. I
Oh.
have to go visit him. No, he's trying to battle this little drug case. Right? He's a drug dealer, honey. So
This man said conjugal visits. I
he's been
am
trying to battle this drug case, but
Like
now he's
what's it give?
huh? Huh?
I'm screaming. His
What'd you say?
AirPod probably died. Sounded like he said, "What's
Uh
it giving?"
what's it
Hilarious.
giving when you go to visit a nigga? Like what's going on?
Oh, I
Like
don't go visit him at all. We don't have that kind of relationship. It's purely sex.
that's what I'm saying. Like when you go visit, you don't be like,
Go
fucking
to
and shit on a visit.
on a visit. I don't go visit him. We don't
Oh.
we don't have that kind of relationship. He's just
Oh,
not.
okay. Oh, my bad. My bad. Don't
No,
kill me. No,
we don't
I'm
love
just
each
saying.
other. We don't love these hoes. No, honey. We don't love these hoes. No,
Lord
man,
Oh, fucking
God.
weak.
No, honey. When I say trade, that long term, like we just have, you got some people that respect having long term sexual relationships with people because, like the same thing me and him tell each other all the time. I can't find someone like you, and you can't find someone like me. So, I'll be the one to turn to when it's that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we're good on that. He's actually he's not gay, but he does prefer men, and he's kind of open with it. He got kids and shit. He cool. He cool. He cool. We're cool, but never. It would never be anything beyond the sexual. Mm-mm. I'm not even on the market for
Got you.
nobody. I don't even give a fuck. I'm on a fuck these niggas type of spree. I don't really care. Just please me and keep it fucking moving. We can chill and chop it up because that's the nigga in me. But I don't really care to have a relationship with anybody, and I don't want one. Not right now. Not until at least I'm 40. I'm good for right now. I got to get me together.
I felt that.
And plus,
got you.
I don't believe in monogamy like that. Child, that's a longer discussion for another time, I guess. But I don't really believe in that whole. One day I probably will, but as of the past couple of years, hell no. People show you who they are, believe them. And I think men, we fight against our better nature. And we have to realize too, we talked about traditions earlier in this live, and I think that's another tradition that people be trying to hold on to. But if it's not working, the evidence shows men
The
specifically,
evidence shows for sure.
the majority, not all, but the majority of men don't really do well in relationships. They get in them for security purposes and for some type of emotional stability, but they don't really get involved in shit like that because they want forever with you. Like, no, they do it for other reasons outside. They just won't be honest about it. Or they don't know how to identify what that feeling actually is. So they
What was your longest relationship if you had one?
I'm gonna be honest with you. For me in my life, I've had to categorize things differently than other people do. So I haven't actually been in a real relationship. The dudes I was fucking with in Georgia, we were together for 3 years, but it was purely just sex.
Oh,
One of
3.
them,
Damn.
one of them was kind of one, but I had to face the truth. He was an idiot. It was never going to work out. And then the childhood friend that I had that we turned into lovers, but he was just on some prison ass talk shit and ended up kind of using me on that level. So I can't really categorize that as a real relationship because to me, a real relationship is y'all loving each other. It's reciprocal. Y'all going out on dates. Y'all loving each other. Y'all planning your life together. I've never had a moment in time with anybody like that before.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
fact that you said like 3 years kind of like hit for me because that's been like the only number like for real. Like I had like I may have had like but 2 or 3 other relationships in my life, but they all literally like lasted within like under 3 years. Like
Oh, I didn't even check the chat. I'm just talking. What's up, Jamar? And who is this? Well, we're not answering that question upside your head. We're not answering that question. Thank
damn, I
you.
ain't see no
I
comments.
thought you've been watching. I figured you didn't see it. I said something to Jamar, but you know you were in the middle of escapades, and you probably just didn't hear it because you know you were.
Yeah, no, I didn't even look at my phone until just now. But yeah,
Yeah,
we
you were stimulating the audience with your top tier bottoming and so forth.
Op, op,
well, I just think,
ops upside your head. I'm screaming, bro. Like why? Child.
that is their business. If Scotty was folded like a pretzel by Bando, that is their business.
And that is
Child.
That is
why
their
why B can frame something that way.
Ops upside your head, baby.
Well, no,
Listen.
I just think too, like you got people like I've never really met a match up until now, and my way of thinking is different. And I'm not gonna lie, I actually had this conversation. We established I talked to myself earlier, and I was trying to rationalize something in my head without facing my real truth. I'm not gonna lie, this may sound kind of like hoish or whatever. I like dicks, and I like experiences with different dicks. Does that make sense? Because dick intrigues me. Like you have the thickness, you have everybody uses it differently.
YB
And
said dick is a beautiful thing.
there it is. And it sounds so. I'm 37 and I still have that mindset. Other things about me have changed in how I think, but that remains the same. And I just want to tell my truth. Like I really like the nigga I had last night. I just talked about this earlier. He had a big old dick, couldn't fuck me for shit. Like, girl, get your ass out of here. We don't have time for this.
Wait, so
So
wait, it couldn't say hard or like up?
it did, but he just was not interactive contact wise. Like we were doggy style, right? And this bitch kept asking me to stop hitting my poppers so that I can spread my cheeks for him. But he wasn't doing anything with his hands. You can spread my motherfucking cheeks, bitch. I actually like when people are touching me and like, it's crazy. Feelings are different for people, but I know this sounds like TMI, but whatever. Y'all know the rest of my bullshit. I like the feeling of someone spreading my cheeks for me. And I like when you grab my neck from the back or you're pulling my hair, not aggressively, but just sensually. I like when you hold my hips when you're demanding my arch. Hello, God, honey. I need you to grip this waist, and I'm doing all these things, and I feel nothing but dick inside of me.
You are aggressive about him.
I'm not really aggressive, but like I have a need to feel a certain way and I get irritated. My mind rivals my feeling for horniness a lot and it'll overrule my body. And I'll just, like I did last night, bitch, you got to go. There's no nut for you tonight, bitch, because I was out of it. I did not feel it anymore. You were not giving me what I needed. I've already given this dude too many chances anyway. And I'm a vocal. I tell people what they could do better next time, especially big dick niggas who have this self-inflated ego. Honey, no one has time for that. Like, I'll let you know, hey, was that the bomb did? He always says, is this daddy dick? Actually, no, it's not, honey. Let me tell you how you could do better. Like, let's sit down and digest this and, let's talk about this. That way you can, even if you're not performing it for me, your next lover will be happy that you did take my advice.
YB, are you a moaner?
If you can, I'm not a fake ass moan. I'm not a fake bitch. So if I moan, that's because you've made me moan. I'm not gonna moan to moan, and it's not happening. But I will if my body says yes. If you make my body say yes, I will say, I'll give you some things. But I'm not a vocal. I'm not. Make me feel it. Earn that moan. I want
If
you
I
to.
if I give you a good head voice, can you give me a good sex voice? Like how you be like when you be getting like fucked down on the weekends.
Lord,
So
Bando
you
then
want to
pulled his
hear
dick out.
my reaction
Put your
to being
dick up,
fucked,
Bando.
basically.
You know what? I give you a good head voice if you give me a good like sex voice. Like let's play like voice for voice.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I guess you can go first.
Headphones went out, but it's your platform, so you go first.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, is that I
I
thought you were
thought
quiet.
that was it. I was
I was
like,
like,
oh
is
yeah. I'm
that
like,
your?
that's
You're
a
silent.
mess.
Okay. If it's good, like I'll give you one of these old nasty pieces right here.
Yeah. I'm hitting that pussy, daddy. What's up? Yeah, baby. Yeah, I'm hitting that shit. Yeah, yeah. Arch that back.
Yes. I'll give you one of those old nasty. Now I bend my voice. Now I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm fucking
Let me
weak.
let me tell the truth. I bend my voice to either go more feminine depending on the kind of guy I'm with. If I'm with just regular trade that only really fucks women like that, I'll go more feminine and more light like I just did. But if I'm with if I'm with a nigga who is used to fucking booty cheeks and he's used to being with niggas and he doesn't give a fuck about all that, I'll go ahead and I'll give it more of a, oh yeah, nigga, hit that shit, nigga. Oh yeah, nigga, hit that shit.
Yeah,
I'll give
hit
him
that shit.
hella
Throw that shit back.
yeah, give me that dick, nigga. That's what I'm
Open
talking
that
about.
hole.
Hit that
Throw that
hole,
shit
daddy.
back.
I'll give it
Yeah.
like that. But if I know your type, usually niggas will let me know. I like
Throw
feminine.
that shit back.
Girl, I throw them little panties on, girl, and spray that perfume around. And motherfucking honey, had that motherfucking shit out for y'all. I'm gonna give you old nasty piece of.
I'm fucking weak, bro.
I'm gonna give you old nasty. I'm gonna give
I
you.
don't even know what's happening right now.
YB said, yeah, throw that shit back.
Yeah, I will give old nasty piece of commentary if it's deserving. Jail Trade, he definitely. We don't really do too much talking. Like we have conversations, obviously, but when we're in the process of sex, like it's very on point. It's minimal, but when it's happening, it's the best.
I know them walls disappeared.
With him because he knows how to do what he does. Hello God, he preps. He does
Hello,
good
God.
for the God for me. Honey.
You ain't
You
finna make
know,
you ain't finna make these walls disappear. Yeah.
I pride myself on having
I'm fucking weak.
very active person, but I'm always selective. Like most of my life is just sucking dick, right? Because like if you're gonna enter me, I need to know that we're symbiotic in a way. We got to be at my hole needs to accept you in her sight.
You simpatico.
Exactly. You need to be, yeah. Exactly. We need something. So if my hole accepts you in thine sight and you can get in there without any trouble, good for you. But I pride myself on being a tight ass bitch because I just don't let no one. And when that finally does happen and she opens onto me, she's gonna take a little time. So
What's the biggest?
that I've gotten fucked by or that I've sucked.
Oh my goodness.
Let's say both.
Honey, I'm not even gonna lie to you. The biggest dick that I ever sucked was just recently. This hood ass nigga child. That dick probably had to be way more than 12 inches. And the width of that motherfucker, no lie, I'm not a hand to the gay gods, child, because I can't put it on the real God because, child, I don't want to get struck down. But hand to the gay gods, we're talking about the thickness of a raid can.
With them fans.
A raid can, a Febreze can, probably a little bit thicker than your average.
Not a Febreze. Get the
I'm
fuck
not
out of
lying,
here.
bro. I'm not lying, bro. Like that's the biggest. And he wanted to fuck me. I said, girl, please, bitch.
Them Febreze cans is they thick.
Honey, and let the record show that I deep throated all of that for all of 2 hours.
A Febreze can.
Oh, we're quiet now.
A Febreze can.
No, my bad. It's my phone keep like going black. Like I don't know what my AirPods is dead. I don't know what's going on, but my phone keep going black. But I was finna say,
This
not
conversation, this
balls to the
conversation
wall,
shows it.
not balls
I
deep.
I
That
have a
bad.
skill that I learned when I was in high school, and I know I've been a whore a very long time, but I have a skill where once I can get you past a certain point in my throat, I can release the bottom part of my jaw, and I can put more in there. So, and
Let me go
plus,
ahead.
I'm a competitive bitch too, and big dick niggas like that.
Let me go ahead and get
When
out of here.
when I run into them, they're not used to people being able to do that to them. So, like we talked about earlier, leaving impressions. I've only sucked his dick like twice, but that bitch still be blowing up my phone, and I be telling him, "Child, not today." So I make him feel bad about himself, and I'll probably fuck with him again in a month when I feel like
Where
it.
them fans
Because
at?
I gotta let his ego leave because they be thinking the ego. But the biggest dick I ever got fucked by was maybe around that size, but not that width.
Around what size?
Around a 12, but it wasn't as thick as his. And that was someone I had a continuous sexual relationship with for like 4 years.
Where them fans at? Where
Yeah,
them
that was a big
fans
ass
at?
fucking dick, honey. I've had some big dicks in my life though, some really big dicks. Like
Mm.
them two retards in Georgia I was fucking with, honey. Them niggas had them both of them bitches had like 10 inches of thick ass hard dick for a bitch. I said, yes, honey. I was worn out all the time. But the good thing about my pussy and what I love about it the best is that she always goes back to normal. And sometimes she gets even tighter. Cause like I said, if you're not I have realized my worth over the years and the way I view sex. If I feel like you're only gonna give me a little bit, I'm not trying to open up for you like that. Because if you finally get past the first wall, bitch, you better stick around for a minute.
Are
And
you are you into bondage?
I'm into all the things that bring pleasure. If it's gonna
Bring
bring me
mine,
pleasure,
baby.
yes. Yes, I like being tied up, oil me down, put me in a swing, and have your way.
Oh, I was gonna ask that too. Like, do you like slings and shit?
I will try almost anything. I haven't done an actual
You a
sling.
nasty bitch.
My ghetto ass actually
You
did a
a
swing
nasty
one
bitch.
time out of my old robe. The little things that connect your robe when you tie it together.
No, I don't. But I know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I used a couple of those, and I made like a little makeshift something in my room a long time ago, and had this little piece of tray that was one of his fantasies, and I was like, "Girl, I'll make it happen. I'll try." And like we did some shit like that. I'm into toy play, depending on what it is. The two things I'm never into: I don't swallow. I'll let you come in my mouth, but I don't swallow. I don't like piss play, and ain't nobody
Mm.
shitting on me, and I ain't shitting on nobody else.
You don't like this. You don't like the scat.
None of that is if I smell anything on you, bitch, you're leaving. You're out of my existence. I have a
That's
weird
what
thing.
I'm talking about.
Child, this one dude, big old dick. He was real cute too. A little big boy too. I don't really fuck with big niggas because they don't be having dick like that. But this nigga had a big ass dick. Child, and I was about to feast. Honey, he smelled like Cheetos, and I told him to leave.
Mm-mm.
Come to find
YB.
out, this bitch still had Cheetos
Was
dust.
it like flaming hot or?
No, it was regular Cheetos. Actually, he smelled like corn chips, and I don't like the smell of corn
Hey,
chips.
we ain't now. Listen, we ain't doing corn chips now. Come on now.
And I was like, bitch, you smell good everywhere
Not
else.
corn chips. I ain't heard of corn chips in so long, child.
No, save that for people who want bad breath. I don't have time for that. I said, oh, honey, you fucked up the experience. And then once I go into the moment that disgusts me, like any slight inconvenience, like I even do that with the bottoms that come through. Like y'all be doing all that gyrating and shit and be trying to throw shit back, but you ain't got no hip motion, bitch. That stuff sends me in my mind and it makes me unfocused and then I lose interest. You gotta leave. Smells, certain things, like even if you ain't doing shit the right way. I had this one nigga sucking my dick like 2 weeks ago. He was doing a good job, but then that motherfucker started using teeth. Bitch, you gotta go.
So you must have been sucking for a long time.
He was sucking for a minute, but like he said that's what he wanted to do. And that's another thing. Liars piss me off. Oh, I'm a throat goat. I'll suck you for hours and hours. And then you bitch, you get over here, it's been 15 minutes. And how
15,
I know
20
it's
minutes.
I'm over.
Lockjaw. The fuck.
I like that buildup of sensation. And I think why I'm so good too is because I edged a lot, like in my masturbation moments with myself. I don't like a quick nut for myself. So I edge a lot. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but
Wait, so like edging is like just you jacking your shit, right?
you
Yeah,
jacking
you
your
get to that
shit
point, but you don't release. You keep going, and you don't release, and
So
then
you stop every time it's time to go.
pretty much, and you're holding it there, and then you begin again, and you keep working that build up. And I can do that for a long period of time. So I translate that into my sexual habits
Okay,
to have a partner.
let me ask you this. So say like you jacking your shit and you know you about to bust, but you stop just to control it. Like with I don't know, bitch. If it's feeling too good, I gotta keep going. Like if I stop, if I start feeling it, I gotta keep going. Like so you stop and like and just like what?
It's about, remember I told you about how you control your nut? That's how I learned to control mine, by edging. It's fighting against the temptation. Because you know that, I'm not going to lie, there have been moments in my life like where I just like, fuck it, I'm just going to nut. Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
Because it just feels too good.
I can like I can control it. Like, but if it's too good and I'm fucked up or some shit, like I ain't trying to control the shit. I'm letting that shit go.
Now I get it, but like there's a feeling of withholding that feels so much better when you finally do bust. Like my edge nuts are obviously different from just a little moment in time nuts. And what makes that so much better is the feeling of the release. You've took all that time building it up, and I think if you really have a good relationship with your dick and you understand like how you
I mean, you
ejaculate,
should.
like you, and a lot, but you'll be surprised who doesn't. A lot of people don't have good relationships with their dick. They think they do, but they really don't. And so those moments of like when you finally get there, like you can train yourself, and everything is about mind. So I'm always watching like porn and shit when I'm masturbating or whatever. So like I'll put the phone down real quick, bitch, and I have a process too. I mean, y'all want to know my process, and maybe you can try this and tell me how it made you feel later on in
what's
life.
going on, Tay? What's
I
going on, Tay?
Okay. Y'all ready for a lesson? Okay. Let's do a lesson.
Not the
Okay.
lesson.
Oh my goodness.
So
Let me
now
let me get my notebook. Okay, I'm ready.
let me
Let's
say
jot
what
this
I'm gonna
down.
say before y'all interrupt. Okay. Because I know y'all gonna be like, what the fuck? So I know a lot of tops, maybe some people may not like poppers or never try poppers, but this is this is what I do. So this helps me achieve maximum self-pleasure. So what I do is get you some latex gloves, right?
Mhm.
Put a latex glove on your hands, obviously. Get you a band or get you a cock ring. Get you a mixture of Vaseline and coconut oil, but more coconut oil than Vaseline. Mix that together as your lubrication for thine cock, okay?
Mhm.
Get you whatever little porno you into or whatever, child, and you lay down, sit down, whatever. I like, and this makes, I'm giving away too much of myself, but I really don't care at this moment. I like to spread my cheek against something and put something in my ass, but you don't have to do that part if that's not what you're into. Not a dildo or anything. You
Like
can
a
just,
rosebud.
yeah, like you can put something in there and then
Nasty
just
bitch.
like hit your poppers every blue moon. And I'm telling you, like, that self pleasure moment will definitely take you to a place you never thought you could go. It actually, I won't even masturbate if I cannot have that setting
I
because
feel
it changes the way you feel and the way you look at your orgasm and what you want from it. Like it raises your standard. Like I don't just jack off to jack off anymore. If I'm gonna jack off, it's gonna be because I have that environment prepared for myself. And it may take about an hour. And it is edging at the same time, but between hitting the poppers here and there, watching a little porno and feeling in that
speaking of the
cock.
poppers, like
Mhm.
how many times, like if you in a fuck session that lasts, like you said, 2 hours, how many times is you hitting the poppers? Like you hit it every time, every stroke, every couple
when
strokes,
when
like
I'm beating off or when I'm in a session with someone.
or when you in a session with somebody.
Am I a top or a bottom in this situation?
I don't know. Just let's just say it's
Because
the weekend.
if I'm topping, I'm only gonna hit the poppers a couple of times. If it's a 2 hour session, if I can even get, because the thing with poppers is, and I talked about this earlier, if you as a top, if you do it too much, it'll make your dick go limp.
Oh,
So
see.
you don't want to hit it a lot as a top. Maybe a
Mm.
couple of times here throughout your session, just to give you that aggression you need and that
That's,
feeling,
that
whatever.
shit had my head spinning when I'm like, what
See,
the fuck
That
is
means
going on?
that means
What
you
YB,
is
see what
this?
you see what you did, YB. Now Bando sent you. I think, oh, that's what happened the other night. Look at him.
I'm
Shut
telling
the
you.
scratches, please.
Bando talking about, oh, now that's what happened. Now you got to make a phone call and be like, oh, see, that's what
Yeah,
Yeah.
happened.
that's what will
Oh
happen.
my
That's the
god.
And
problem.
if your head hurts, that means you did way too much. Even as a bottom, like there's something way too much. But as it's mostly meant for bottoms because it's a muscle relaxer and it helps you
Oh, I know that.
more euphoric. And it does. I forget what it does. Does it dilate the blood cells, or it does something to the blood cells? So
Shit, I
imagine as a top trying to get your dick hard. All of that requires a lot of blood, right? So if you're taking the poppers constantly throughout your session with someone as a top, you're
uh,
now depleting those blood cells that you need to keep your erection.
shit.
So it makes sense.
So like poppers never like fucked up my erection or like that, but it did have like my head spinning in like the middle, like during sex. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, how do y'all do that? The
Well,
fuck?
you
I had
that
my
means
head
you did
spinning like a
too much.
motherfucker.
That means you did too much, or you hit them too much back to back. I like to space
No,
mine.
I literally tapped it maybe like once or twice, and that was like
Oh,
it.
were they your poppers or someone else's?
No, it was somebody else's.
They were probably old.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
This is
the
the
old
effect y'all
old
get because
poppers.
my shit was spinning.
If it's too old, it'll do that. Like that'll if you just took one hit or two hits and your head was already hurting, that means they were old.
Yeah, because I was like in the middle of fucking, and I had like tapped it or whatever. But I'm like, this shit definitely got me spinning, bitch.
You're not putting
Yeah,
that
if you
gasoline fuel in my nostrils. We ain't doing it. Nope.
now I
There's
ain't gonna lie,
celebrates out there
honey.
can
For
do it, but I
when
can't
I
do it.
first
No.
started doing poppers, the way if you don't clear off the end of the thing with the cloth, and you do because you know you got to shake them before you sniff them to get the potency right. So when you do that, that liquid is getting on top of the brim. So when you put it to your nose, if you don't clear that liquid off, it will silently burn the living shit out of your nostrils.
Oh,
I hate that shit, honey. One time I looked like this scarecrow bitch going into work and I couldn't realize why. And then I was able to peel off pieces of my fucking nose like Michael Jackson, child. Oh, it was
uh,
bad. So I
I'm
had
weak.
to learn. So when you do your poppers and you shaking them, just make sure to wipe off the rim before you put them to your nose. That way that liquid doesn't silently, because it's not enough to burn completely in the moment, but over time in the session, you'll start to feel your nostrils burn a little bit if you let that liquid touch you. Because let me
What
tell
Absolutely
you,
what?
not.
I
people
thought
won't
I
tell
thought,
y'all the
Absolutely not.
truth, but poppers are literally acetone. They're nail polish remover.
but I
So,
thought poppers was like a new thing. These motherfuckers been around since the motherfucking 2000s, 90s.
oh yeah, well, it's nail polish remover. So when you think about what it's supposed to do to nail polish by breaking it down as easily as it does, imagine that shit touching your fucking skin.
Yeah, so
So,
I was like watching this like look, y'all know like Planta Rosa, the porn. Yeah, I was
oh,
watching it.
that child,
I
you
was
got some old. When was that? That's an old ass network.
hold on, my bad. iPhone had died again. I was watching one of those. I'm like, not this shit that say like 1998, but Poppers was still back. I'm like, I thought Poppers was like a new thing.
I'm still stuck at the fact you watch Planet Rosa.
I mean, it came across my screen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Twitter's where it's at, honey.
no, Twitter is where it's at. But I'm saying like,
Mm.
I think it was on like Pornhub or
Who watches Pornhub these days?
uh,
I can't even get
what's the other
access to that
one?
site in the state of Florida. They took it away from Florida, so I can't even watch Pornhub.
I was like Pornhub or like X Hamster or some shit like that. I forget.
Oh,
It was one of them, but yeah, it popped across my screen. So I'm like, okay.
I remember them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to love. Oh, what was the name of those? Breed It Raw used to be one of my favorites until later on in life, all them niggas became bottoms. I said, child,
Nasty bitch.
I just can't.
Breed it raw.
Night used to be my man, honey. Night, mm, that used to be my man.
I forget this nigga name. I ain't gonna try to hold you, but I forget his man name. I ain't even gonna try to
What do he look
Bring it
like?
up like that. I forget. He was
Is he
dark
popular?
skinned. I forget this man's name. I would definitely tell you if I knew.
Was
I
he part of
forget.
Breed the Raw?
No, I mean, was he? I think he was. I think he was. But he's not like older. He's more newer type shit.
Well, is
But
Breed the
I
Raw
forget.
still around?
I mean, I guess within like the last 5 to 8 years, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, yeah.
But
Oh,
he wasn't like them 2000. He was more like
he got
20,
dreads?
2015 type shit. I forget this nigga name, bro. I cannot think of his name. No, he ain't had no dreads though. He was
Okay.
bald. He was bald fade.
Dark skin, light skin?
What's his nigga name? Marky or some shit.
Oh, are you talking about he looked retarded in the face a little bit, like he kind of slow, but he got a big ass dick?
Shut the fuck up! I'm screaming. Not
You're
retarded in
talking
the
about
face.
is it Marcus or something like that?
It's
Marquis?
Marcus or Marky or some shit like that.
Mr. Marcus.
Right, but okay, motherfucker. I guess you do know.
Because it seems like the only person I remember the name was Marcus. So I think it was
Yeah, I
just
think it's like Marky or Marcus or some shit like that. And I think that's like the only motherfucker I really watched like that.
because he was kind of slow in the face. It was the way YB described it. That's what made me think that was just funny to me.
Slow in the face is crazy.
Sorry, y'all. I had to use the bathroom.
And this man
Honey,
said,
yeah, that's him. That's Marky, Mr. Marky or something like that. I
Yeah,
remember him. He was one of my favorites too. But I said, put a bag over that face. That man looked like he's special. He just
shut the fuck
always
up.
looked
Oh,
happy to
we.
be there.
But I think that was like one of the first person I was watching like
Yeah, he old.
on Planta Rosa.
Yeah, he was from back then, Planta Rosa. Exactly. That's where he's from. He used to be fucking all them little Spanish bottoms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Child, don't ever trust the Spanish bottom. They're not like they are in porn. They'll shit on you every chance they get.
I'm weak.
I'm telling you, girl. Especially with their diets, all that damn corn tortillas, bitch, come up in your salsa and shit. No God, honey. I'm telling you, I'm still angry at that one bottom. This bottom had a perfect ass, bro. I'll tell you, no lie. And remember, I was telling you earlier about once you get to that second hole, that's when they normally shit on you. That was the one who scarred me for life with that because I was in that bitch to win that. I was fucking the shit out of that little bitch. Had that bitch calling me Poppy and all kinds of shit that I didn't understand. Honey, talk to me in your native tongue, bitch. And that motherfucker talked to me in his fucking native fucking food culture because bitch street corn came out of that honey. That motherfucker, bro. I thought I smelled some sour cream, bitch, and some guacamole, girl. I said, "Did you have a Chipotle bowl today?"
That's sour cream. Bitch, I'm hollering. Have
Never.
you ever fucked with a bottom that might have shit on you, but you kept going?
I'm not gonna lie. You had the moments where you were right there, but they did it at the last minute. It didn't happen in the beginning. If anything, let the record show. If it happens to me in the beginning of me, the first couple of minutes of me going in you, I'm not going any further with this session. But I have had someone who lightly painted me as I was about to finish, and I was like, "Fuck it," and because I'm an evil top, and the person y'all talk to here today is different. When I'm in my top mode with these niggas, I'm a real ass nigga. So what I did was I convinced him
It's
that
Sunday.
I convinced him that I wanted to nut in his mouth. So when I was done fucking him, I put my dick in his mouth and he ate the shit off of that motherfucker gladly.
YB, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, you shit on me, nigga. You should know what the
Damn
fuck you're doing
it.
when you come to my
Damn
house.
it.
You better know what's up. You better have that pussy clean as a motherfucker, nigga. Don't you ever bring your ass, and even if it's at the last minute of life, you're my age. I'll give credence to a 25-year-old bottom, maybe. But nigga, you're my age, nigga. What the fuck you doing coming over here with shitty booty? Even if it is towards the last minute. Know your body, my ass. You know, I need perfection. So he didn't serve that. So I get mad sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, nigga, eat this shitty dick then.
What?
Never
Yeah,
talk to him again.
eat this nasty dick.
Well, he was
Have
a
you
sweat
ever
punk too. He was
Not
a
a sub
sub.
cunt.
They love shit like that, child.
Have you ever accidentally did it on somebody, or
Yeah,
like
I
before?
have. I have. You talking about as a bottom? Hello?
My bad. Yeah.
As a bot, have I ever shitted on trade?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Did you stop? You kept going? Like
Honey,
what's
let me tell you something. As a bottom, as a top bottom, it don't matter what it is. If something like that happens in the midst, it fucks up the whole vibe. And if any nigga, like, I know that I just said what I said, but I was at the end of fucking that guy when that happened, and it was a little light paint and whatever. My thing is, in the process, when happening as a bottom, I never feel good or confident that I just did that. And if you as a man continue to go and say it's okay, let me finish, even though I said what I said, I sound like a hypocrite. It's weird, I know, whatever. I take ownership of that. I will stop the session completely because as a bottom, I no longer feel confident in myself. The session, I can't think about the desire for sex when I know that I have a fucking mess on my hands here. You know what I'm saying? And
right? I'm stopping the session because once
yeah,
I smell that shit,
I lose interest.
my shit gonna get limp like a motherfucker.
Yeah. But you'll be surprised how many men will, like, I'm talking about, like, this bottom I talked about, like, it was lightly, and like I said, I was literally like right about to come, so I didn't give a fuck. But like, if it's a start in the process or in the middle part of the session and we're nowhere near the euphoria that we're here to have, I'm good, bro. Like, my senses are done now. Like, even when people stop sessions for a smoke break or they need to pee real quick, if you don't hurry up, I lose interest. Like, you got to get me while we're in the heat of the moment, because once that moment has too much time to chill, I lose interest and the horniness is gone.
Well, I got
And
a question. When you jack your shit, or like after you nut from fucking or whatever, are you discussing with yourself? Like, are you like get off of me, or like what's the case? Like, you
when
ready to
I
cuddle?
jack, when I've jacked off or when I'm with a partner.
No, I'm saying like if you was jacking off and you guys.
Hello.
I think his screen went black again.
My bad, Jesus. So are you like if you
If
jack
he
off, are
if
you
Bando would take his hand off his dick and go ahead and keep his screen black,
patches,
he would.
Okay,
patches, please,
you got a lot of
It's
questions tonight,
obvious.
Bando.
It's
patches,
obvious his
please.
phone is
Yeah.
Put
not
that
in his
damn
hand.
camera on. You better not be jacking
I
off,
mean,
bitch.
it ain't nothing wrong with that if that's what you're
I
doing. I'm
might,
just
I
saying.
might, I might a little bit.
It,
I'm just
it
saying,
yeah, I'm pretty sure you probably
but I'm saying
probably
like so.
end
It's
up
like
doing something over
patches, please. So
there.
so like might be like when you jack off yourself after your nut, are you like disgusted? Like, why did I do
Hell,
this? Da da da. Or if you're with a partner, when you bust a nut or whatever, are you like get off of me, or are you like ready to cuddle type shit?
okay, so those are two things in one. So for the first thing, masturbation, I'm good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm very weird. Like, when I come, the feeling of coming is different than seeing the result of your come. I'm one of those people that when I take a shit, I look back to see the shit just to see if it's the type of shit I felt like I had. And the same thing goes for me coming. So I relish in the moment of masturbation in the moment, but the thought immediately quits. So I don't have a desire anymore. It's not like I'm throwing it away or anything, or feeling disgusted. No, I'm okay, girl, the fruits of my labor, thank God. Okay, I'm good. But when I'm with a partner, if I'm topping and I bust a nut, I want nothing to do with you again. If I know you like that and we've been kicking it for a
What?
minute, it's probably still going to be that way too. I'm good, but when I'm a bottom, I won't nut after my top. I'll nut after my top leaves. So I'm not gonna lie. I'm what they call a greedy bottom. So when you fuck me and you come, you might be done, but I'm not because I haven't juiced myself yet. So, but when you finally do leave, I'll go ahead and pleasure myself, and then I'll be over it, and then I'll take a shower and go to sleep or whatever. So
Got
it
you.
depends on the position I'm playing and like how I feel. But most of the time, just what did Weezy and Baby say, "Girl, child? Okay, once I come to my senses."
Now we said, baby, I'm hollering. Let me
So
ask you this: so, like,
wait, I got a question, Bando. Wait before you go. Before we move forward with that. So YB, I got a question. I have to know this. So your tops be okay with you not getting yours while they're there? They're okay with it?
Most, yes, most if not all. I've had sprinkles of moments in my time where you'll have a top that is reaching and they want to jack you off, but I'm not gonna lie, as a bottom, I don't actually, I'm naturally already horny and the energy's there, but my dick won't be hard like that. Because when you're getting fucked, I be wanting bottoms and tops to know this too. When you're getting fucked, depending on the position you're in, like if you're fucked, I like doggy. But if you fuck me on my back while I'm on my back with my legs up, my dick will get hard because it's freer. But when I'm doggy style, depending on the position, my dick just won't get hard like that. That's a me. That's a me thing. I don't know if anybody else experiences that, but I even see it in porn sometimes. You'll see the bottoms; they won't really get hard like that, but they'll be horny as fuck. And I think it has something to do with the pressure being applied to the asshole, because you do know
It won't like allow the dick to get erect.
exactly, because those muscles need each other for the dick to grow. Like
Mm.
your prostate and like your ass area. If you notice, like when you come, your asshole might jump a little bit when you, if you come real good or real hard, you'll feel your asshole kind of like move a little bit. Like even when you like take a piss and like you might fart real quick while you piss, that's the reason you do that, because you're applying pressure to your prostate while you're pissing. So it's the same
Mm.
kind of situation in that matter. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't really like that because, like, focus on the task. My hold is the pleasure point when I'm the bottom. Massage that prostate with that dick, honey. Like, we don't need to do none of that. Don't touch
Yeah,
me.
massage
I
that
don't,
prostate.
don't touch me. You need to be touching that fucking hole, nigga. Don't touch me.
If
Um,
Bando don't put his dick up, you can tell he playing with his dick. But
and it's
Patches,
I
please. Leave me
and I'm
alone.
cool too. Like when I'm the top,
Please.
like I actually prefer to fuck my bottom to the back too because I feel like I have more control. Um, And depending on, I like little bottoms. I know that sounds weird, but whatever. I like little bottoms that I can like fold like chairs. So what I live for, if I do fuck you from the front, if you have a decent piece on you, I'll jack you off while I fuck you. I don't mind that. But you got to get hard because ain't no point in jacking something that's going to be a gel snail. No one has time for that. But like, it depends on my mood too, though. Everything is a required in the moment situation. Like, and if a nigga requested, I don't mind depending on the request.
I guess that's where I guess that's where when you're pansexual and you're accustomed to being with both. I just couldn't fathom getting mine and you not get yours. That would just be weird to me. I
Well,
guess that would make me. I guess that makes me a pleaser. Then I guess I don't know. I
Well, you
would.
just have a
I just don't feel
respect.
right.
You have a certain respect, and you might have history with people that like that reciprocation. I don't have too much of a history with tops that really like to do that, and probably because my toxic ass doesn't deal with a lot of men who fuck a lot of men. Does that make sense? So naturally, heterosexual males don't give a fuck about the girl getting an orgasm. So why should they feel that way when they finally fuck a dude? So that's where my mind frame goes. And again, I know that's a certain section of men that believe in that and that do those things. But for me, I really don't care because it's just the history of me. I've never had a nigga that was too much interested in doing that. I don't really care for it. I actually, it's weird, but even though we just fucked, we're both naked. I'm weird about that. When you leave is when I feel more comfortable. My dick will get hard as fuck. I'll jack it and be able to do what I got to do. But in the moment, it's just kind of, if you're not someone I fucked with regularly or we don't have that kind of thing going on, I don't even feel good, especially with someone that claims to be a strict top. They don't even want to see your dick sometimes. They don't even want to be bothered with that shit. Again, depending on their level of how much they fuck niggas. Like the other dude, the jail dude, he'll grab my shit sometimes and like press it down when he's fucking me from the front because he'll fuck me in every which way possible if I let him. And he'll grab it and he'll play with it a little bit. Like I don't mind that because he's used to fucking with men though, you know, and he's not ashamed of that. So I don't mind that depending on what you're comfortable with. If you want to do that shit. Shit.
Right.
So are you lights on or lights off then?
I'm a dark room kind of vibe. I really
Mm.
do. I have my little fucking projectors and shit like that. So I'm not in the daytime kind of person. I'm not a lights kind of person. Let's do because it's the haziness that gets me horny and that gets me ready. And I'm not gonna lie. Some might say this is like a trauma situation, but I just don't like. If I'm fully aware, I might second guess the situation and bitch, you gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
So the haziness adding to the environment will add to the haziness. So I play the music. I have the little lights going, but it's not too bright. I like to create the moment, so it's everything is intact. If the moment is lost, I'm probably not going to be in the mood for you. So all of these things got to coincide, especially if I done smoke me a nice ass blunt. I'm feeling good, child. Hello, God. Then have me a shot or two if I feel like drinking. I'm feeling good. So all the moments have to connect in order for me to have the energy to lay with you in any capacity.
See, I'm a lights on type of person, and I don't know. I guess I am the moment, so I don't know. I guess my perspective is I like lights on. I like to see. I like to know what's
And
happening.
can I
I
just be
want to see the way.
transparent? I'll just be transparent because, like I said, this live is going into what, over 6 hours. So I don't think anybody's going to get to this point. If they do, I don't give a fuck. I'm not at a place, and it's been the last time I had the body that I liked was when I was 17, 18 years old. I've always had an issue with weight. So maybe you can call that a situation where it's an insecurity. Because I have had
Yeah.
moments like the dude that's in jail, he likes all of me. Even because, I've had my weight fluctuate over the past couple of years, but I'm finally getting it together, right? So even when I'm not feeling secure, he noticed that. And when he wanted to finally fuck me on my back and throw my legs up, I didn't feel comfortable because when you do that, now all my roles are centered, bitch, and now I'm exposed. And I don't really like that too much. And then he likes to look at me in the eyes and he likes to like kiss my neck and shit. And I'm not really used to that level of intimacy with somebody, especially someone who I just have a sexual relationship with. Again, not realizing at the time that this is all sexual, but that's how he likes to do it. Certain niggas can get that from me. Like I have the other dude that I kicked out. He's one of those. He likes me fully naked in the light, and that's great, girl. But I'm not comfortable with that yet, girl. Okay, I feel like that bitch from White Chicks, Miss Tummy Tucker, Miss whatever I feel like I'm that girl from White Chicks. Like I'm not fully comfortable with the way I look yet. So, child, until we are out here serving Thor, the god of thunder, bitch, I'll be lights off until then. And I'm one of those bitches that will get in the pool with a shirt on and the beach. Hello.
But why though? I mean not why, like in the challenges, because I totally get how that can be a thing. But I guess because so many people they do have so many people who use certain things to be a certain way, right? And most people are very superficial and shallow. And if the person's physique isn't a certain thing, I guess it's one of those unique things where I'm more. I guess that's why it's considered to be more spiritual energy because I think everybody in their unique form is fine. If the energy is there, then the form is where it needs to be. And so I've never been one of those people that gets caught up on like the physiques. I just never have
But you see,
because
though, the opposite end of that, people are not aware of that. They're still stuck in their
yeah,
insecurity. So you can
right.
voice that to the rooftops, but it would just be about the person you're with that can take
You
on
have to tell
that.
them. You
Yeah,
have to
that.
make sure they feel special and that they feel valued. So have you ever thought about going like to like the nude beaches or the nude
No, mm-mm. Because I'm
and
a
the
grow.
reason
Because first of all, I'm not where I want to be physically. Again, that's a me problem, and also too, I'm a grower, not a shower. So, and it's not like I'm just walking around with hard dick. You know what I'm saying? So
well
that's
you ain't gonna be hard at the nude beach
well,
anyway.
that's the
So you're not
problem.
supposed
That's the problem because that bitch gonna look weird as fuck walking around with this old shriveled up dick, and no. And then if I'm around other people that might look good, I might get hard. So even if I get hard, now I look like the weirdo at a nude beach with a hard dick. So
we
I
do.
I won't be able to win on either side of that fence.
Well, you know what though, Webby, you'd be surprised though, because I know that for some people who have like inferior not low self-esteem. That's not really the proper word. They have body dysmorphia, right? And to a certain degree, and they're worried about, they want their body to look a certain way. It's been proven that when put in an environment where others are nude, within the first 20 to 30 minutes of everybody being nude, you start to see a sense of normalcy in it. Like in our country, especially, there are so many stigmas on the body, whereas in other
And
countries,
two, there's a
you can
lot of
see people nude, it's not a
internalized self.
problem.
because there's a lot of shit in our community where there's fat shaming. You know, the gay, it happens in every like society, but mostly our society where there's a lot of image shaming, fat shaming, and people that make you feel like, oh, the gays are supposed to have six packs and bubble butts and everybody's supposed to be this or dress this way or act this way. So there's a lot of that probably too. And those were things that I had to fight through growing up as well, with a lot of my back and forth weight issues.
Gotcha.
So maybe I internalize a lot of that shit, and then I kind of like do things that it's fucked up. Because even with this dude I'm talking about, like, he had to let me know, like, nigga, the fuck, like, if I'm telling you that's what I like, that's what I like. You don't have to keep on going back to what you thought. And I was like, well, that's just my mind frame. And he's like, well, I like it. I said, well, you're not everybody. Like, there are some people out there that they'll fuck on the big girls, but they don't really want to see all of that. Does that make sense? Like, you know, you got people that are like that because they know we got the juiciest booty and the best mouth. Hello, God. So they'll take advantage of the pleasure aspect, but the appearance aspect, they're not really into. And I say this a lot too in regards to women. Like, you got a lot of these obese women who get with these fine niggas, and people be wondering, oh, what's the reason they're together? Because he can take advantage of her. Sorry to tell the truth, but that is what happens. You've made this woman feel some type of way, and it goes for the gays too. You got some that are like that too. Rick Rosa, Hello Gone, they'll sit here and let these niggas use them and go through all of that. So that was another thing that like challenged me, and that also made me deny a lot of people, because I always felt insecure like that. Like, I know that I'm fat. I know that I'm not, you know, the thing that people look to as the standard in the community. So I'm not going to let this nigga even fuck me or even think he has a chance, because in my mind, he's thinking he can get away with some shit. So you got time for that.
That's great. Bando, what about you? Are you, does the body have to be a certain way for you?
Bando?
Either his phone and went black, or he.
Well, he would. If it went black, if it went off, he would have been disconnected from the live.
Well,
So.
no, you know how the screen. I think Bando was at that level of drunkenness where he thinking his phone was dying, because you notice he referenced it. He references it a couple times. Say my phone died again. You know how your screen goes off, and he probably thought his phone died. But I just find that so intriguing. Jet Jeff is killing me in the damn comments. By the way, somebody y'all nasty. I always think about that stuff, that it might be when it comes to like the body dysmorphias that come back from different traumas of hearing people do like the fat shaming and stuff like that. Some people are just going to be thick, and that's just the way it is. But I truly am one of those people that it's never been about that. If you can stimulate me mentally and you can hold a conversation.
But you see, that's a very small portion of the community that thinks that way, and unfortunately, the majority of the people that we've had to experience are on the opposite way of thinking. You know, so I get that now. Like, things happen as you get older, and I always tell people this: like, once you turn 30, a lot of the ways you used to feel, like, I noticed I shed a lot of that sorry ass belief system. A lot of those trauma things that I didn't know was trauma, or insecurities or whatever. Like, you end up shedding yourself from all that foolishness, and you become better in it, and it'll exude in how people even approach you or how they even find you. So, and then you meet those couple of people like yourself and like the dude I was just talking about that will affirm you and make you feel opposite of what other people have made you feel, or how you feel about yourself in that matter. So I agree.
You need to pinpoint this point that when you do your interview with Bando, that he busted his nut around 2:30, and then
I'm thinking that's exactly what happened, and he just.
So we're gonna just go with that, since he can't defend it, because we know that he was definitely, doing things over there.
He was definitely asking a lot of questions. I was like, child, are you, in my mind, I was like, is he pleasuring himself to this? Because
his voice kept changing octaves and stuff.
But
his
you know
voice
what I
kept
find
changing
interesting? What I find interesting about these level of conversations, and I never shy away from questions, just because I live, my true self all the time nowadays. But I think what it is in the questioning, and why I don't mind answering them or people having them, is because I think people want to be assured that they're not alone in feeling the way that they feel, because a lot of times we don't hear these perspectives, so people are shamed to be quiet about what they desire. And to hear these types of conversations, like, okay, I'm not alone in this way of thinking, or thank God there are other people that are comfortable enough to have these conversations, because they, like you said earlier, no one else is having these conversations.
Nobody else is
So
having them.
maybe
So let's
Bando
have them.
learned something, maybe after he busted his nut, he had clarity.
Yeah, since he's not here to to give, we can only go off of what he gave us, right? And what he was giving us was very much, I'm over there doing a little something, something, and it didn't put him right. Look at that, YB. We can go down in history. We put Bando to sleep.
Okay, for real, and we didn't even have to fuck.
We can have about we gonna have a blast with that, Bando. You never live this down, Bando. Make sure you come back. We're gonna make sure you watch this part of the video. He gonna try to defend it.
Child,
We
this
know
is
better now.
legendary. This is probably the longest live I've ever done.
And we know Jet not gonna let him. Jeff is not gonna let him live it down because he's in the comments laughing his ass off. So that's gonna be.
Now, Bando's a good time. I appreciate authenticity and people wanting to either learn or share or just have a good time and just being real. And like you said earlier about having lives like this, like people just no script. We talking shit. Girl, child, we done went from chasing Dallas to therapy session to sex conversation to, getting in depth on other shit. So, no script.
You see Jeff. You see Jeff question. Now see, look at this. Here go Jet.
How do we put you to sleep? I mean, he ain't wrong. How do we?
Well, I will say this. It takes a whole lot more effort than what it did to put Bando out. Let's just put it that way.
Child.
Because I'm definitely visual, and I love to see everything. So I'm definitely not a dark person. I like things in the light. I like to see. I definitely like to see. I like to see reactions, not just go off a sense of hearing, but also sight. And I love the exploration part of things. So I'm very much into it being an adventure. I like to take that adventure and let's have a journey, and
with the right people. Because I be thinking too, like I can't be, even with all of my wisdom and knowledge and then pleasure experience, like I do notice throughout life, you can't treat every partner the way you treat the other ones. So certain things like Jail Daddy, he gets more from me than I've given anybody because he matches my energy and he appreciates my energy. Like certain other people that I have in my little, revolving door child of trade, like I don't give them all the same experience and they probably don't give me the same experience. You know what I'm saying? But I can't speak for their other partners. I can just speak for me. Like and I think that's a good thing because like I think it'll be boring if I gave everyone the same thing and they gave me the same thing. Because
once I realized what I could do for myself, I guess that kind of changed my perspective. I give exactly what you're saying, and I think what happened is that once I realized that a lot of times people don't know what they want sexually because they spend so much time taking care of the other person, the partner that they're in sex with. And so in one of my studies I was writing a paper on, I realized, you know what? Self-exploration should start with you. So I need to figure out what I like, what I want, and how I want it. And then if I can do me, then I no longer have to deal with the mediocrities of the world. I'm only going to share that with people that can match what I'm bringing. So if you're not matching what I'm bringing, then we can have the conversation, and then I can go and do what I need to do. You go do what you need to do, and we mutually don't have to write it off as being something that didn't have a lot of value. So we can have the conversations all day long, but after experiencing myself, I mean, there were times I sent myself a voicemail. I sent myself a text and be like, you know what? What we just did, let's do that again. I am very much into self-love.
Okay, I know that's right. I know that's right. Well,
And
I'm
that way I
definitely.
can also teach the person. So if I'm with someone, I can help you navigate this. I'll give you the manual. And I'm very much, I don't have a problem directing and saying, hey, well, let's do this, or we should do this, and something like that. But again, if we're not matching my energy up front, then we're not getting
That's
that
why
point
I
across.
do like comfortable familiars because, like Jail Daddy again, like we were able from the jump. It was a meeting of the minds, and it's very rare I meet people like that where, because you have those like people that you just met or whatever, and you got to kind of take that time to learn each other. So the first session may not be all that, but because now you know better for the next time if that next time happens. I've had a lot of those moments, but this guy from the jump, he knew exactly like what the fuck was up, and it only got better from there. So I tell people too, like I don't feel no type of way in the beginning because some people might not be as confident in person and all that shit they was talking on the phone, and they finally get to the real thing and they don't know how to act, or they are not what they said they were because now they're nervous. So it takes time to like build that with somebody. And I always tell people, child, whatever, go for gold the first time around if you can. You already knew what was up when we was about to meet the fuck up. You was selling all them wolf tickets and shit early on. Let's go ahead and be real about it. Like, don't waste anybody's time, especially if you are of a certain age. I don't want to have to teach anybody shit. I feel like if, like you said, if you've done the self work, self pleasure will tell you a lot about how to pleasure other people too. Like it may not be the same way because everyone's sense of pleasure is different. Where you touch them, how you touch them, what you do to them is going to be different. But at least that's your blueprint. Self love is the blueprint for how to actually pleasure someone else, and then you work accordingly as you work through that session with that individual. If that makes any sense.
It definitely makes sense because I get I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. But see, Bobby, this is direction right here. Get your little
Mm,
podcast going. Get the Patreon, do them round table discussions, and then when I promise you, when I say I have earmarked this moment, that at 2:35 to 2:40 we put Bando to sleep. I am never letting it go this time.
Hell, put me to
I,
sleep too. It's almost 4 in the morning where I'm at.
Yeah, well, it's been
So
great. I'm definitely glad we got a chance to chat and kind of
yeah,
chance
me
to get to know
too.
each other a little bit more. This was amazing, and it was definitely enjoyable, and I am definitely going to be pushing you to get your shit going because I'm gonna be reminding you. All right, YB, you said you were gonna do this, and I'm gonna keep it in front of you because that's
I
what you're
pre
supposed to do. When you support somebody, you support them, and
Amen.
I'm gonna even set reminders. Okay, remind YB, and I'm actually setting those in my phone now because I'm very intentional when I support. I support. So I'll be like, so YB, where is this at? So you be rambling about some other shit. Okay, nigga, but what do I do?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, I guess poor Bando. We don't even know if it was good for him, but I guess he smoked a cigarette afterwards. We'll just say that.
Okay. He
He
could have at
he
least let
he
us hear the moan that he gave
yeah,
after.
he couldn't even handle the conversation. Ain't that
He
some
was out
shit?
from the club. The club was dull. He probably
Yeah.
was, fishing around for somebody, but instead he got a chance to get on, a conversation with us that helped him finish himself off. So we've done the
Because
world a service.
Bando, he's a troll. He's the king of trolls. So it would only be proper that we troll him back. So you can best believe that I'm gonna have a ball with this. And in my mind, in my version of it, I heard him grunt right before he muted. So he's gonna so that's how I'm able to fixate pinpoint when he hit his maximum climax. And
Child, he finna put a reverse Kenya Moore. You're a revisionist historian.
I'm gonna have I promise you, I can't wait for the interview because I will be trolling in the comments.
We made
I
you
will
think,
be trolling.
put you
I
to
will be
sleep,
trolling in the
honey.
comments.
You should
Yeah.
play what's that song? Put You to Bed or some shit.
Yeah.
What's that song? Put You to Bed or some shit.
Hey, since y'all brother of Keith Sweat, I'm gonna probably play Lay You Down because that's what he did. We laid him down. And yeah, I cannot wait for this interview. Y'all need to hurry up and get that going because this is definitely coming back around between 2:35 and 2:40.
Might have to play the clip as evidence because his drunk ass gonna be like, I don't remember none of that. Well, we have the clip
On
right here.
this day in June,
Put a
Bando
pull a whole
was
clip.
talking all that noise and he went to sleep.
Child.
Yeah, well, I hope you have a great Sunday. Jeff, you have a great Sunday too, Jen. I see you still sitting there. Look at this. I love me some Jet Jeff. I still to this day I've always liked Jet. Jet's gonna always be one of my faves.
I love Jet Jeff too. I love all the peoples, honey.
I played Been That. That's on my workout. That's actually on my workout playlist with him and Barbie, and I listen to that like every day when I'm working out. And I'm
His
doing
album is actually pretty good. I don't think a lot of
Mhm.
people got into it like they should have, but I actually have it on him, Barbie Bankrose's album, Carl, Tremel. There's a couple of people I do have on my workout playlist that help get me through. So Cat, I don't know, y'all know Cat's a musician too. He sings
Yeah.
well. So I have a lot of people on my playlist for the workout.
You know what I think people fail to realize is that everybody keeps allowing like what transpires on these shows sometimes to create this narrative in their mind. You cannot deny that Jeff has some good music out there. And the way people try to allude to he's trying to be one way. That's what I said the other day. I forgot who live I was on, but I said it the other day. I think I got asked the question. It was the chasing. It was the finale. They asked me because I went up after the episode. They asked me Jet Jeff was the one
I
that like
saw.
got that they was in the game, right? And I really feel that way. Jet clearly has identified his lane and he stays in that lane. And he's smart because he stays in that lane. And when he does deviate out of it, he's not gonna go too far from where his fan base is at. Who alienates their fans? He knows what music works well for him, and he does that. And you can't take away that it's good music.
Well, the thing about it is that a lot of people fail to realize because they only go based on what they see on the show. But from his inception, even prior to that, he was doing what he was doing. All he did was take what he was already doing and brought it to the show and capitalized and was consistent. And a lot of people fail to try to zero in on that. They want to zero in on the mess, but not realizing why he is a top tier girl and why he has survived all the way to his third season so far is because of the work ethic and the consistency of what he's been showing. From day one, he did what a lot of people don't do, and they chase and they chase and they chase. And his first season, he brought a lot of personality and personal shit to the screen in people's lives that made him even more relatable. So people need to, instead of them hating and trying to create these bullshit narratives, they need to be learning. And I always say that when I talk about Jeff because he creates his own narrative and he did it in his first season. So there's no excuses why anybody else can't do the same thing.
Exactly. And the only thing I didn't like about this season when it came to Jet was that I love how each season we saw a different side of him. We could see the elevation, the growth, but I
Mm-hmm.
didn't like that with the combination of the what the people call the Jet clones that they brought on or whatever. I didn't like the fact that it kind of made it appear like Jet was trying to make moments. Again, I have issues with people having to try to make a moment out of nothing. If you are the moment, you don't have to make moments. Everything you do is going to be a moment.
Mm.
And I didn't like some of those narratives that were kind of coming across as far as how it was painting him. And I think that sometimes we get caught up in trying to fit that standard everybody else has of us. I didn't need that side of Jet because what he already had given was enough. You know what I mean? He had already given enough, and you don't have to play like the rest of them. You are enough already, and I
And
think that's my problem with the chasing fuck girls from this chasing Dallas this last season. It was so much of trying to be so much more than what you had the bandwidth to give. Just give us what you have and be authentic in that, and it's still going to be entertaining. But like when Chloe did that silly string, I still to this day don't understand the silly string. That was just Chloe, you've been a moment the whole time. What the fuck are you doing with this silly string? Why are you squirting this out there? That it didn't make sense. It didn't even fit into what was happening.
I don't know if
Why do we need to see it?
if you were here when she was talking about that. That kind of was brought up a little bit, and
Yeah,
I
she talked
I,
about Zesty being a clown, and
yeah, I had
and so she
her,
does
like,
it.
motivated you to even. Did y'all have some beef before that? Like, because I didn't really think that her and Chloe and Zesty had an on. I didn't see it on the.
Right, because
I
we didn't see it.
didn't
We didn't
recognize
see it.
it. So I mean,
So when
yeah,
that happened, it threw everything off. It's like, what the fuck?
yeah. Looking at it that way, I can definitely agree. And it being the episode finale, like, I just would have liked to
Yeah,
see
it
more.
came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere, and it was just like, what's happening? And Chloe is another one that I think would make great TV and have a great, you know, I think that if she continues to elevate and grow the way she's growing, she can really be a breakout type of person who people would gravitate towards and want to hear more from. I just hope to pray that she can separate herself from have a balance, if you will.
I think most of it would
Not
have
be completely messy.
came off better, and I think that just comes in with like cast. So you have an ensemble cast, so it's difficult to really pinpoint like cast relations or like who's going to get along or what's going to happen with these people because there's really just no telling. You got to kind of like wait to see how things play out. But that's where I'm a big proponent of like people trying to get to know each other before they're like here judging and slaying. That way we can move accordingly as a cast on the same mission because it seems like everybody comes on here with their own ambition to either try to be the moment instead of thinking, okay, this is an ensemble cast. There is still a way to show your individuality without being a cunt, to everybody
Right.
across. So I just think that plays in. I don't think this cast didn't really mesh well because of a lot of those insecurities and individuals, trying to have a moment because they had nothing else to offer. But I think moving forward, maybe they can kind of like brush through all of this bullshit. But
I feel like Chasing is at the level now, and I keep saying this. They're at the level as far as prerequisite stuff. I still think that they should start doing focus groups. Get your supporters and get people that you know are just that
you
have the
don't
best
even need
interests of
them.
the show.
You know why?
And
If they were just starting out, I would agree with you. But the fact that us reviewers, especially the ones that have been a mainstay, we are their focus group.
well,
The,
that's
the,
what I'm
the
saying. But to
consistent
let you guys
audience.
see this stuff though, they should do like what I'm saying. YB is have like do like cast interactions and catch that natural interaction on
Oh,
film,
okay,
and
okay.
then take that information, take that footage, and then for those who have been here from the beginning, there's always those people that heavily engage that are truly loyal to covering your show and doing things like this. Let that be a form of focus group where they watch that footage and then say if it makes sense, or do these people do they transition well on screen, before
Right.
you even start the season. Let them have an event where they all come together, get them to interact, capture that shit on film. You'll know ahead of time if it's going to read well or not. And
Yeah.
then when the show starts and you start filming, you're not trying to find your way because what's been happening the last couple of seasons on almost all across all the platforms and in different arenas is that you bring in people. If you only going to have a 10 episode season, if we spent 1 through 5 trying to get an understanding of who these people are and they trying to get an understanding of each other, by the time you get to the finale, we're left with so many things undiscussed, so many open end conversations, so many situations that transpired, which because they don't know each other. So let them spend time together prior to filming so that
Mm.
when they come into filming, it's still authentic, but you also they know how to navigate through the system a little bit more because I get tired of hearing, well, this is my first time and I didn't know and I didn't know. we like that component, but okay, if your cast members are constantly saying this, then what do we do to fix that so that we can get them more acclimated? We don't have to know everything about them, but get them comfortable enough in front of the camera and understanding what's happening by interacting with each other so that they can tell a story. Because come on, YB, let's be honest. We know it's reality TV, so to a certain extent, it may not be scripted, but when it comes to the editing, it is going to be scripted because they're going to edit to tell the story based off the way they want to tell it.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? So I just wish that they would be a little bit more open to those type of conversations, and it would help us better support the cast to help them be able to come through. And the way you, Scotty, so many of them have allowed TTB. They all have allowed these cast members who are willing to come out and open up and share. It's such a blessing for them because other than that, if we depend just on what we see on the show, sometimes depending on how that plays out, we only have a one-sided perspective of all of them.
Right.
And that can be alarming. But how did we end up going back into a conversation? See, YB, you got that welcoming spirit. See, we were supposed to be ending this, and now we went into a whole nother narrative. Stop talking to me.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I'm definitely about to get out of here, though. I gotta.
Yeah, take your ass to bed.
Ooh, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Oh, this was a great time as always.
Definitely
Thank you so much for allowing me space into your world.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, and I'll type up some notes and I'll shoot them over to you about this whole Bando scandal that you
Okay.
You have a good night with a good rest of the morning.
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All right, later.
All right, take care. Bye. All right, y'all. Child, there's still some people in the building. I'm surprised, honey. I appreciate y'all nonetheless. Shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Hereho. Shout out to Patches, Bando, Nola Baby, everybody. Jet Jeff is in the building. Jamar was here. A bunch of other people were here. Diddy Upkins, So Jeff, Uncle Jay. If I forgot you, charge it to my mind and not my heart. Okay. I love y'all. I appreciate it. This is almost 7 hours. Girl, please. Who, girl? Anyway, y'all have a wonderful day. And again, if you're catching a replay and it's on time, make sure you tune in to the interview with Markel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, I appreciate you all. All thoughts, perspectives, engagement is appreciated. Thank you guys. Be blessed, never stressed. Remember that health is truly wealth. Continue to like, comment, share, subscribe, all the things. Follow me on Instagram at YB Speaks. And until next time, you guys take care. Bye.